Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the day one of our 2017 Rodeo Austin Junior Heifer Show. We're about ready to get started this morning. We'll start off with our opening ceremonies here. Got some junior exhibitors to help us out with that this morning. Starting off first, to lead us in the 4-H pledge, we got Mrs. Haley Birch from Fayette County 4-H.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Haley. And to lead us in the FFA motto, we have Ryan Williamson of the El Campo FFA chapter.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you, Ryan. Now we'll have the national anthem, so if you would, please remove your hats and stop what you're doing for a minute. This morning we have Miss Michaela Parkinson from the Hockley County 4-H Club to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets right glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you to those exhibitors for helping us out this morning. Now ready to get started with our heifer show. On the east side again, we've got our Beefmaster heifers, and coming in on the west side, we've got our Charolais heifers this morning. Beefmaster will be followed up by the Brahman breed, and then Brangus, and then on the west side, we've got Charolais, Limousine, Maine Anjou, Simmental, and we'll finish out the day with the ORB. Ladies and gentlemen, in the show ring right now, we've got our first class of our Beefmaster heifers and first class of Charolais heifers. These are females that were born April 1st, 2016 or later. I'd like to introduce our judges today for our heifer show. On the east side, judging our American breeds, we have Dr. Chris Cassidy. Dr. Cassidy grew up on a diversified grain and cattle operation in north central Illinois. He attended Blackhawk East Junior College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. Dr. Cassidy then transferred to Texas A&M University, where he received his Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science and was a member of the livestock judging team there. He went on to receive his PhD in Animal Science at the University of Illinois, where he coached the livestock judging team for 6 years. Dr. Cassidy now resides in Ankeny, Iowa, with his wife Katie and 8-month-old son Bo. He coaches the Iowa State University livestock judging team and co-owns the C5 Angus Ranch in Ancona, Illinois, that consists of 75 purebred Angus cows. He has judged hundreds of shows over 25 states, including the Fort Worth Stock Show, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, National Western, and the North American International Livestock Exposition. So please help me welcome Dr. Chris Cassidy. On the west side of the arena, evaluating our British and European breeds for us over the next couple of days, we have Tyler Cates from Modoc, Indiana, where he lives with his wife Courtney and 2-year-old daughter Piper. He owns and operates Cates Farms Shorthorns and Sunrise Sunset Angus. He attended Northeastern Oklahoma A&M College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. He then transferred to Purdue University, where he was a member of the collegiate livestock judging team there as well. Tyler went on to coach the judging team at Purdue for 3 years, and he has worked with countless judging teams and officiated numerous judging contests. He has also judged many shows across the country, including the North American Livestock Expo, the National Western, the Fort Worth Stock Show, the American Royal, and the Cow Palace. So again, please help me welcome Mr. Tyler Cates, and thank him for judging our British and European breeds here at the 2017 Rodeo Austin Heifer Show.
Good morning. It's certainly a pleasure for me to be here in Austin, Texas. I was kind of expecting the weather to be a little warmer, but this is warmer than what it is at home. It's 18 this morning there, so I will certainly take this. Very, very pleased with the way we're going to start off the day. The quality in this class is extremely deep. Quite a few heifers here that can go a lot of different shows and be very competitively. To me, this class kind of fit into 3 pairs. The 2 heifers up on top, I think, sort their way up because they're the 2 sound skeleton females that are the correct in terms of their angles of their skeleton. They're the soundest when you get them out on the move. And there's some give and take when you look at those 2 heifers. It comes down to personal preference for me. I guess I like the heifer that's a little more feminine and balanced when you compare the heifer in first to the heifer in second. Her neck comes higher out of her shoulder. She's a little cleaner at her throat and in her chest. She's laid in a little nicer about her shoulder, and a little higher, and maintains a little more levelness out to her pins. You know, that heifer is probably a notch big, I think, compared to her contemporaries here, but I don't see her as a big extreme female. With all that added size and length, she's still got enough center body cavity. She's got enough width down her top and out over her hip. Really a nice heifer in second as well. I like the ruggedness of foot and bone that she has. I like the width of chest and top and hip. Those are advantages that she probably has over our heifer we start with. I don't see her as eye-appealing and feminine. She probably doesn't have as much swoop to her belly, but I really like that female, and I like her soundness of structure over the June heifer that we have next. The June heifer is one that really is striking from the side view, really up-headed, nice way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, long-bodied, really straight and strong in her lines and level out over her hip. Where I want to change her is off of her hind leg into her rear pasterns as you set her into motion. Just free her up there and make her a bit easier. And the same can be said for the heifer right behind her. To me, that was a close placing because both females are eye-appealing. The June heifer is giving up some maturity and some age to the bigger-bodied older heifer there. But I thought, just like our first pair, this heifer is just a bit more striking, had a little more quality from the side. But this heifer's got a lot of good in her, a lot of width and power. Just need her to move a notch better as well. Then we get to a couple really nice females that the young people are doing a nice job getting exhibited. These two heifers just need to be softened up in terms of their body, need to be a little stouter and a little more correct in their feet and legs. I thought the young lady's heifer was nicer balanced from the side than the young man's, and that's why they're going to be placed the way they were. But very nice class to start off the day.
Results from class number 1 in our Charlotte show. First place goes to Rayleigh Downing of Bell County 4-H. In second is Macy Burns of Williamson County 4-H. Third place, Lauren Thomas of Coryell County 4-H. In fourth, Caitlin Gilliland of Kendall County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Kaylee Wilson of Alvarado FFA. And sixth place was John Flores of Sandra Day O'Connor FFA. Now moving into the ring is class number 2 in our Charlotte show. These are heifers that were born March of 2016.
Don't get your arm can talk those two and then. Another really nice class here in your Charlet ring, and I think a top pair that there's a lot of differences in terms of these two and their skeletal maturity, where they are in terms of the stages of this stage of the game. These heifers, for me, are probably closer than they are to a lot of people at ringside, because the heifer in second, I realize, is giving up a lot in terms of pounds and performance today to the heifer that starts, but there's a lot of things I like about that second place heifer as you project these cattle on down the road. But today we're going to go ahead and leave them like they are. I think there's just too much to this heifer that starts in terms of width of chest, in terms of width of forerib, spring to her upper body cavity, width out of her hip and pins. Heifer that's still very balanced when you analyze her from the side. Where I want to change her is I want to relax her in terms of her movement. I want to set her back at her knee a notch. I want to see her travel just a little bit more fluidly off her back end. But today I'm going to go ahead and use her because of her power and her balance combination. The young man's heifer in second, I think, is going to have a bright future. I like her in terms of the angle to her shoulder and the set to her knee and her front pastern. I like the way she's structured from her stifle back to her hock and down to the front of her pastern. Really gives you a nice soft hind leg, really travels nice. She maintains her balance very well on the move. For a March female today, would just like to see her a notch farther along, and she'll get there. Nice heifer with a bright future. Young lady's heifer coming around next, really a powerfully constructed heifer that's got a lot of foot and bone, got a lot of muscle, and got a lot of rib. Where I want to change her is just her structure. I want to make her a little bit more feminine, refined up through her front end. She gets a little coarser about her joints, which affects the way she moves and handles her rear pasterns as she gets out on the travel. But I think there's a big advantage in terms of depth and doability and width in her over the heifer, young man's heifer we have in fourth. She's just deeper bodied and leveler hipped and has a little more power to her. Young man's heifer is maybe a notch longer bodied, just needs to be dropped down in terms of her belly and flank.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 2 in our Charlet show. First place goes to Audrey Field of Collin County 4-H. In second is John Hankey of Milam County 4-H. Third place, Lexi Hughes of West FFA. And fourth place, Treg Kearse of Sanderdale O'Connor FFA. Now ready for class 3 in our Charlet show. These are heifers that were born February of 2016.
Well, as we get over here on the American side, it's obviously a lot more numbers than what Tyler's working with over there. So it took me just a second to kind of get through this class and make sure all these kids have a fair look and a fair shake. And just kind of echo the same comments that he said. I'm super excited to sort through your American cattle, kind of knowing where I grew up and the things that I did as a young individual and breeder. You don't get around to working with this types of cattle that often. So it's fun when you get to sort through them and work with the kids. Super excited about the next 2 days. And I think we've got a really nice class of young heifers to start off with. And, you know, I think these two kind of match up initially in terms of just hitting you with that initial look of quality. Both of these heifers at the stand, I think, are put together and organized in their top and their bottom line extremely well. The heifer that wins the class, I think, just compared to the one in second, you read her at the ground in terms of just her foot size. I think it matches her body shape and her volume and nickel better. Read the way that she's laid in through her chest and down through her navel, and all the balance pieces that fit together extremely nice on her. I just think she's a real combination kind of heifer that wins this class, and I think she does so fairly convincingly, in my opinion. I think just as quick as you do that, there's one that kind of defaults into second, and I think she's a lot like our winner in terms of body type and the strength in her spine. She's got a high-quality look, and that young lady does a great job getting her stopped and put together. She's maybe not quite as just attractive in the set to her hind leg and reads just a nickel frailer at the ground, but in terms of a feminine, high-quality kind of heifer, I think she deserves to be towards the top of this class. This heifer here in third, I think, gives up some performance, but I think the big picture in her body type and her structure reads with some longevity, and that's why she gets up to the top 3 in this class. Love the way this heifer gets out and reaches off both ends of her framework. She gets a little coarser in her head shape and maybe isn't just as feminine in terms of the top of her neck and how it blends into her shoulder. But that's a good structured, good functional kind of brood cow prospect that the young lady's got herself a nice one there in third. More moderate heifer that comes next. I really like her again as well in terms of depth and spring to her rib. She's flexible at the ground, but she actually wants to tuck her hind leg and really drop and slope out of her pin. So when she's set in motion, she just doesn't organize herself quite as nicely as those ones in front of her. Really, the oddball heifer comes next. She's big and stout and powerful. I just don't think her structure is good enough for me to move her up. She wants to tighten up in her ankle. I'd like to see that one get out and reach with more flex and agility, and we could slide her up a couple spots because she's ultra powerful, super stout. Heifer coming next, I really like her in terms of smoothness and her muscle pattern. She gets just a little upright in her shoulder and needs to be different in terms of how she reaches up front. I'd like to see her set that hind leg down just a little softer. The heifer that comes next is really sound and long-bodied and extended. I think for her frame, she doesn't have enough rib shape and just enough body volume to kind of match the size that she has. More conservatively framed heifer coming next. She's one that just gets a little plainer in how she's put together. Read her down through her chest and her hip and hind leg design just maybe isn't quite as neat. Really a stout, powerful one the young lady's got right here. I think structurally, she needs to be laid back in her shoulder and her knee. She needs to reach out of that hind leg and just go off both ends of her framework with a little more agility. This heifer here, I like her function, and I think just her build and body type are extremely useful. I think when she gets out in this class, she maybe just gives a little plainer just in how she's put together. I don't think she's just applied the same kind of rib shape or the look that we see in those heifers that are directly in front of her. Got a trio of heifers here coming next. I think just in terms of structure and performance, they maybe don't match up quite as nicely as those ones in front of them. The heifer that comes next gets a little rounder in her construction. We've got a trio of heifers here that give up just some mass and some power. Then the heifers towards the end of our class still have some function to them. I just don't think they balance quite as nicely. They're not as far along in terms of development, but I think that's a good class, lots of numbers, lots of great kids, and competing extremely well. My hat's off to all of you. Congratulations. Let's give all these kids a nice hand.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 1 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA. In second, Jolene Bouchard of Parker County 4-H. Third place is Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. In fourth was Brayley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. Fifth place goes to David Harmon of Lipan FFA. In sixth was Keston Lusty of San Saba County 4-H. Seventh place, Garrett Melner of Belleville FFA. Eighth place, Benny Jansen of Victoria County 4-H. In ninth was Kirsten Brady of Dimmitt County 4-H. And 10th place went to Cayman McLean of Hooks County, or Hooks FFA. Now ready for class 2 of our Beefmaster show. These are heifers that were born March of 2016.
Here in your third class is Charlet, is really another nice class. Young man's having his heifers in heat today, and you know, when those cattle are deciding it's that time, there's just not a whole lot you can do, and he's doing his best, and we commend him. These other two exhibitors doing a really nice job and are being very patient. It's both really nice females. The heifer that starts with, I'll be the first to acknowledge that she's all the bigger and farther along she needs to be for a February today. But you start analyzing her and comparing her to the heifer in second, she's just better. She's better in terms of her balance. She's cleaner chested, she's deeper flanked, she's leveler hipped. Heifer that gets out and travels, there's a lot of power to her. I'd maybe just like to moderate her just a bit, but I think a really nice, powerful female that balances nicely from the side. I like the heifer in second. I think she's feminine about her neck and head, and she's laid in nicer about her shoulders than the heifer that starts. She comes in a bit more sensibly sized package, maybe a bit more youthful up through her front end than the heifer which starts the class. Where I want to change her is she's not as correct at her pin placement and off her back leg when you set her into motion, not as much center body as the heifer we start with. Then young man's heifer we're going to have in third today. A heifer that's really good in terms of her lines. She's strong and straight in her top. She's uniform in her body depth from her forehead back to her flank. heifer that just needs a little more width and dimension to her to compete with those two above him, but a nice female. Young man, you'll have better days with that heifer where she'll act a little better.
Results from class number 3 in our Charlet show. First place goes to Rayleigh Downing of Belk County 4-H. In second is Morgan Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And third place was Colton Turner of Smith County 4-H. Now ready for class number 4 in our Charlet show. Got a single entry, born January of 2016. Following this class in our Charlet show, our judge will select the calf division champion, and then we'll move into class 7.
A single entry here on your Charlet side, but really a nice female. It's striking and eye-appealing from the side. Neck comes really high out of the top side of her shoulder. She blends nicely from her shoulder into her top line. She's long and level in her design. She's extended from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. Really a nice female. The young man does an excellent job getting her stuck and set up.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class 4 in our Charlet show. First place goes to Ben Deeks of Holiday FFA. We'll give them a few minutes to check the tattoo on that heifer, and then we'll bring back our class winners from classes 1 through 4, and our judge will select our calf champions in our Charlet show.
Go ahead and bring your heifer in. Bring yours. You right here. Yep. Sorry. And then this one's next.
Attention in the show barn. Attention in the show barn. We've got a black Toyota Land Cruiser parked in the Founders parking lot that needs to be moved. A black Toyota Land Cruiser in the Founders parking lot. License plate CZ1HB13. It's blocking a pathway, and we need to have that vehicle moved, or it will be moved for you. Currently in the show ring, we've got class number 2 in our Beefmaster show. On the east side, we've got Calf Division Champion or Charlet show on the west side. Reminder again to our junior heifer exhibitors, this is a blow and go show. No grooming material is allowed. Your heifers will be checked when you move into staging. If you've used grooming materials, your heifers will be dismissed from the show. Also, remember to bring your registration papers with you to the show ring. You need your registration papers for the heifer that you are exhibiting on your person when you enter the staging area.
Over here in your Charlet ring, I'm very, very pleased with the quality that was brought to me. Cattle were presented and exhibited excellently. I think the classes were deep. These second places represent how good and deep this breed was. I think as we get these cattle out here, I think there's some females that kind of match up pretty good together. The young man that had the single entry had a really long-bodied, straight-lined female. When you compare to the rest of the group out here, maybe not the mass, a center body, but a really nice female for that young man. We talked about the February heifer, how she's put together very nicely in terms of balance and power. She's probably got all the more power and size that you'd want in one, but she's still good. You get her out on the move. She maybe doesn't have as much length of stride off of her front end compared to another heifer in here, but I think you have to appreciate for her power and performance. Young ladies have a nicely presented female that's really strong and straight in her line. She's got a lot of top and hip. She maybe doesn't drop down as much rib cage as the two heifers on either side of her. Maybe doesn't move as fluidly off of her hind leg as those two heifers, but a nice female. She does a nice job getting that heifer exhibited. Then the heifer out of your younger class, I think one that is very sleek and feminine in her design. I see a female that is very youthful in terms of her presentation here. She too is maybe a notch bigger than some, but I like the freshness she comes to us in. I really like her in terms of her feet and legs and her movement. Very nice female there. We're going to go ahead and make her our champion. We'll take a look at the second place in that class, but let's congratulate this young lady.
Well, as we get into our second class here, a little more manageable in terms of numbers, but I think the quality is just as good and just as consistent as our previous class, so really impressed. And I think as you get these trio of heifers out here, the one that suits me best is the heifer that's going to win the class. And first and foremost, I think her structure is right. The way that she gets out and reaches off either end gives her a real clear advantage in terms of just mobility. I think as you stop and study her from the side, she really organizes herself nicely in terms of the strength of her spine. She's naturally more correct in just her pin set and the way that her hip is designed on her rear third. I particularly like her better than the heifer in second at the ground in terms of just the squareness that she reads through her knee and out through her hock. I think she's just a little truer in terms of her foundation, but a good heifer there. Young lady's done an awesome job. Really, really outstanding female. Heifer here in second, young lady can put a stick on her and make her look really, really good because her neck comes out of her shoulder really high. And for one that's got that kind of feminine look, she's still supplied with substance and power and foot size underneath. Excellent brood cow prospect here. If I'm going to pick on this one just a bit, I think she wants to twist out just ever so slightly up front. Her hind leg and her hip design maybe aren't quite as neat and quite as attractive as that heifer that beats her. But if you're looking for one that's got some stretch and still uniquely has some substance and volume to her, that one's awful unique in a lot of ways. Young lady's done a great job there. Heifer that comes in third, I really like her when she's in park. This heifer's really organized in terms of her top and her bottom line. Again, the young lady presents her and gets her looking as good as she can in terms of her lines. You set this heifer in motion. You can see she pulls up in her spine. She's one that needs to be changed in the way that her shoulders assembled up front. I'd just like to see her relax in her top line and just get out and go. But that's a good heifer at the stand. I think quality alone needs to get her towards the top end of this class. Big brood cow prospecting forward. And in terms of just depth of body and capacity and just brood cow power, this one's really, really good. You can see right here, she's not quite right in her hind legs. She gets a little straight and a little tight there in her hock. And I think for a heifer that's got that kind of depth of body, you could probably see her just a little bolder in her upper part of her rib cage, just make her a little more expansive at the top side of her skeleton. But for me, I guess structure alone got her down into fourth. Heifer that comes in 5 is moderate and sound structured, and I like her kind. She one that just at the stand wants to come apart. She separates right there behind her shoulder. You combine that with how her hips designed. She just doesn't transition and doesn't blend quite as nicely as some of those heifers in front of her, but still a good one. Functionally speaking, I think she'll work in the long run. Heifer that comes next got plenty of performance and dimension and volume to her. She too is getting a little up and down, a little too straight and upright off both ends of her framework. She needs to be altered structurally for me to move her up in class. Heifer that's coming next has got some bone and some substance and some performance. She too gets a little upright there in her shoulder. She just doesn't have the security to her lower joints for me to move her up, but still some quality and length of body and performance. You've done a great job with that heifer as well. Heifer coming next, I think's got some freshness to her. She's maybe just not there yet. And I think you just give her some time and you continue to work on her. Let that forerib and body type kind of fill out. Her better days are ahead of her. She's just at a kind of an awkward growth stage at this point and just needs some time. Same can be said about your heifer there, young lady. I like her frame size. I like the moderation that she has. I just didn't think there was enough there in terms of just substance. I'd like to change the shape of her feet and make her set down a little more heel there. But a good class, and I think all these kids have done a great job. Let's give them all a hand in a really nice way to continue on to our Brief Master show.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 2 in our Beef Masters show. First place goes to Kirsten Brady of Dimmitt County 4-H. In second is Gracie Bouchard of Parker County 4-H. Third place, Faith Martin of Belleville FFA. In fourth is Matthew Vance of Grapevine FFA. Fifth place is Dusty Parker of Ellis County 4-H. In sixth is Dylan Simons of Caney Creek FFA. The seventh place is Shay Murray of New Caney FFA. In eighth is Hudson Ham of Austin County 4-H. And ninth was Hannah Williams of Weatherford FFA. Now moving into the ring is class 3 of our Beef Master show. These are heifers that were born February of 2016. On the west side, currently have class 7 in our Charlet show. And our judge just completed his selection of our calf champions. Champion heifer calf came out of class number 1, exhibited by Rayleigh Downing of Bell County 4-H. And our reserve champion heifer calf in our Charlet show came out of class number 3, also exhibited by Rayleigh Downing of Bell County 4-H.
Really a nice class of November winter heifer calves here. I guess we have 2 Novembers and a December, but I think the young lady's heifer that wins the class does so on, I think she's the cow of the group. I think she's the widest and the deepest and the heaviest structured at the ground and probably the soundest when you get her on the move. She's not as pretty and attractive up through her front end as the heifer we have in second, but when you compare her to the heifer in second, she's wider, she's leveler at her pins, she travels just a little bit more securely and stoutly on the move. Young lady's heifer in second. We got us a visitor. Oh, they like the cool weather and the soft dirt. Back to the second place heifer in this particular class, really an up-headed heifer that the young lady does a really nice job getting set up. The heifer's got enough in terms of width. Where we want to change her is deepen her down. In terms of her body and rear flank, I want to level her up in terms of her hip structure a little bit. But I think her substance gives her an advantage over the young lady's heifer in third. That young lady does a nice job getting her heifer offset here as you analyze her from the side. She's really long-bodied, a heifer that's pretty good in terms of her movement. However, you just want to see a much nicer balanced when you analyze her from the side, but a young lady does a really nice job.
Results out of class number 7 in our Charlotte show. First place goes to Addie Rankin of Elgin FFA. In second was Aubrey Parker, Magnolia West FFA. And third place, Whitney Green of Hooks FFA. Now ready for class number 8 in our Charlotte show. These are heifers that were born September and October of 2015.
Go ahead and ring yours. Young lady, go ahead. Don't want people knowing what I'm saying when I'm talking to myself. I don't want people to know what I've talked to myself. Have him work on it. He'll fix it. Yep. Yeah. It is still on.
Another really nice class here. And, you know, what I think about this class is it's probably the deepest in terms of quality. It took a little longer because, you know, there really isn't one of these three heifers over here, you know, that's a bottom of the class heifer. They're all really nice. They're just different, and you kind of got to sort your way through them. Up here on top, though, I think these are the three highest quality females. And of those three, the heifer that starts the class is definitely my type. When you compare her to the two heifers behind her, she's the soundest in terms of her structure. She's got great slope to her shoulders. She's set back at her front knee and pastern. Heifer that works out of a very functional, neatly designed hip and hind leg. Good swoop to her center body. A heifer that's fresh in terms of her condition. Pretty moderate in terms of her size. I think just a nice female. The heifers in second and third, I think, are a little closer because I think the heifer in third's a notch deeper bodied than the heifer in second. The reason I like the heifer in second better than the heifer in third is I think she's more attractive. I think she's more attractive up through her throat and through her chest. I think she's a notch nicer out of her hip and tail head. And when you get the cattle out on the travel, I think she moves with just a little more ease and flex than the heifer does in third. Heifer does in third, though, there's a lot of good in that female in terms of width of chest and spring and arch up through her upper rib shape, a lot of stoutness from behind. She leaves you with some width, just maybe not as attractive and pretty up through her neck and through her chest, but really a nice female that young lady does a nice job with. Heifer that comes next is probably a little more eye-appealing and balanced than the heifer right in front of her, just not as much to her as that heifer in terms of width and performance and rib and flank. Then I think it gets a little closer here between the two young ladies' heifers. I guess the top line is the reason I like the young lady in the reds heifer a little better than the heifer that concludes the class. She's better in behind her shoulder and more relaxed in terms of her spine. I think in terms of a longevity standpoint, I like that female better. The young lady's heifer in the pink is more attractive, a little more feminine up through her front end. She's maybe a little full today, which doesn't help the way she gets up in her top, but that's what I'd like to change about that heifer.
Well, over here on the Beefmaster side, I think we've got another really good class here, and there's a trio of heifers that I've got out here that I think sort up just in terms of quality alone, and they're very, very different. And I'll be honest with all three of you individuals out here, different set of eyes with a different set of preferences. You could jumble these things around. So it's going to be fun going into your major season to see how these compete against one another. I'll tell you the things that I like about each one of them. I think you've got a pair of sounder structured heifers in 1 and 2. And I think the heifer that wins the class for me is just a little more organized. As you study her right behind her shoulder in terms of her top line, she's a little more collected, a little more true there in her pin set. And again, this young lady can get her stopped and put together. She gives you such a nice balanced look. She's soft in terms of her forerib and flank. She gets out and reaches and still maintains a really well-balanced kind of look when she's in motion. So that's why she wins for me, is just how she collects herself and how she ties together from the side. Now, if you're looking for one that's got a little more power and probably just a nickel fresher in her composition, I'd give that nod to this heifer here in second. She's tremendous in terms of length of body, and I love the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's got more pin width, got more volume and power, so she's feminine and stouter and still sound. So all those things make her a real viable candidate in this class. She, to me, wants to just collapse in her heart and her forerib. Her hip structure gets just a little off. She's a little high there in her grow bone, maybe slopes just a bit, so she doesn't organize herself quite as nicely as the one that I like in this class, but I love her freshness and I love her femininity. And again, you've done a great job with that heifer. This one in third, I think, is like our class winner when they're parked, because she's really nice in terms of look and balance and correctness of lines. She's one that's stout featured too, and I like that about her. You read her just when she gets out in motion, she's too straight in her hind leg for me. I like to see her flex that rear skeleton just a little differently, and we could slide her up a spot because she matches our winner in terms of how she's put together from the side. I just don't think she's sound enough to get up into the top 2 spots. Heifer that comes next has got all the power and performance that you like from a brood cow prospect, and I still think she can get out and reach. She's one that maybe just gets a little plainer just at the edge of her shoulder and down through her chest. Maybe not quite as neat as some of those heifers that precede her, but certainly some good breeding value in that heifer, and I think the young man's done a great job with her as well. Heifer that comes next is really smooth and yet still uniquely big-footed and stout-structured. She's feminine. Again, I think she's a little out of whack in terms of just her chest and her flank. She comes out of balance into her bottom line. I don't think her hip and her hind leg design are as neat as some of those other ones, but that's still a good female that's got some substance and looks like a lady up front. Again, the young man's done an excellent job with that female. Heifer coming next is moderate and easy fleshing and sound. She's just not stout and powerful enough to move up. It's just a little plainer in how she's put together from the side. I like this heifer right here when she stopped and put together, but when she gets out in motion, really wants to pull up in her spine and drop her hip and get up way too underneath of herself, and that's why she ends up where she's at. Heifer coming next, I like her. She gets a little too upright in her shoulder. She's one that gets a little too stilty there off her hind leg. The heifer that comes next, you could say the same thing. She's got a nice presentation from the side. She's too flat in her makeup and just needs to be expanded all the way through. Young lady's heifer coming next. You like her extension and her volume. She gets too tight in her spine. She's not soft enough to kind of counter that extra frame and growth that she has. Then we round the class out with a young lady that's been working real hard. Heifer's not acting the best, but she's sound structured and she's good at the ground. She just has to have more dimension and volume for me to slide her up any higher in this class. Again, I think a great class. My congratulations to all the young people.
Young man's brought us a nice single entry here in the Charlet ring. He did a nice job getting this heifer exhibited and was very patient. Heifer is really strong coming out of the top of her shoulder. She's really straight down over top, really uniform in her body depth from her forehead back to her flank. Maybe like to balance her up in terms of her chest back to her flank a bit, but really a nice female the young man's doing a nice job with. Congratulations.
All right, we got to make up some ground on results here. Start off with the Beefmasters show. Results from class number 3. First place goes to Kenzie Gaston of Grapevine FFA. And second was Victoria Dutton of Magnolia FFA. Third place, Hutton Lusty of San Saba County 4-H. In fourth was Randy Ethan Rice of Alvin FFA. Fifth place, Trenton Barlow of Alvin FFA. In sixth, Dylan McLean of Alvin FFA. Seventh place, Presley Sky Spoonmore at Red River County 4-H. In eighth was Matthew Lee of Austin County 4-H. Ninth place went to Nicholas Flannery of New Caney FFA. And 10th place went to Maisie Matthews Pryor of Grapevine FFA. We now have class 4 in our Beefmaster show in the ring. These are heifers that were born January of 2016. On the east side, we currently have class number 10 in the show ring for our Charlet show. These are heifers that were born May of 2015. We got results of class number 8 and 9 to bring to you. So for class 8, first place went to Kale Swope of Anahuac FFA. And second was Natalie Vias of Texline FFA. Third place was Lexi Hughes of West FFA. In fourth was Jasmine Venegas of Oak Ridge FFA. Fifth place, Kaylin Albright of Falls County 4-H. And sixth was Madison Blount of Tatum FFA. Results of class number 9 in our Charlet show had a single entry. In first place went to Cullen Robbins of Navasota FFA.
Really a nice pair of heifers here. Two young ladies that do a nice job getting their cattle shown. It's probably not the first time they've shown against each other, I would guess. But when you analyze the cattle, I think they're different, but one's certainly more a little my type than the other one. The young lady's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with, I think, is the soundest, more moderate, bigger-bodied heifer. When you compare to the heifer in second, really fresh in terms of her condition. She's moderate. She's got a lot of swoop to her belly. She's correctly structured up through her front shoulder and down through her pastern. Heifer looks like she's done a nice job getting the heifer bred up. The heifer's starting to have a little udder development. I think just a nice, fresh cow prospect that young lady's brought for us. Certainly the bigger heifer that's longer bodied and more extended from the point of her shoulder back to her pins is the young lady's heifer in second. She's also probably a little leveler out over her hip. When she comes to us, she's a bit larger and longer in terms of her skeleton, doesn't have as much center body, not as attractive up through her front 1/3 as the heifer we start with, but really a nice female. The young lady gets everything she can out of her, never misses a beat. We're getting her set up.
Results from class number 10 in our Charlotte show. First place goes to Macy Burns of Williamson County 4-H. In second is Natalie Vise of Texline FFA. Now bring back our class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. And our judge will select our junior division champion in our Charlotte show.
As we get into your junior champion, we have quite a bit of spread in terms of age within this division. We've got all the way from a November to a May. You know, typically you're looking at two different divisions here, but with the age or with the numbers, this definitely makes sense. When you get them out here, you know, 4 nice females. The young lady's got a big stout heifer there that won the first class. The young man that won the third class was a single entry, was a really straight line female. But I think it comes down to the 2 heifers, the one out of the last class and then our September heifer. You know, I think those 2 heifers are similar in terms of their type and kind. They're big-bodied cattle that have some eye appeal and some femininity. There's some slight differences in the 2. And, you know, you get out here and you think about these 2 being in different divisions and you compare them to their breed and you know, what the cattle would be nationally and where they are size-wise and quality-wise, and both these heifers are national quality type females. The difference is, to me, the young man's September heifer. When you analyze the heifer, she's moderate in her size, but still probably a little higher performing than the May heifer is. When you compare that heifer to the May, she blends just a notch nicer from her shoulder into her forerib. She sets down just a little with a little more authority and cushion off of her rear leg than the May heifer. The May heifer is the stouter of the two. She's got more muscle down her top. She's got more muscle and shape in terms of her quarter and stifle. And that we talked about, she's done a nice job keeping the heifer fresh, yet also looks like she's got the heifer bred, and you have to give that heifer advantage to that. I think these two heifers are close. I think about if I had these two heifers out here in my grand drive as the fall division champion and the May division champion, and I think the heifer, to me, that is the best for her particular age group, is the most complete, as the young man's fall heifer. She's going to be your champion in this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion junior heifer in the Charlet Show comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Cole Swope of Anahuac FFA. And your reserve champion junior heifer comes out of class number 10, entry 1724, exhibited by Macy Burns of Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions. Now ready to move in class 14 of our Charlet Show. We had no entries in class 13, so we're going straight to 14. These are heifers that were born January and February of 2015.
Three really nice, powerful Charolais heifers here. When you analyze the three females in this class, the young lady's heifer we're going to go ahead and use first. She's the best combination of balance and substance and volume. When you get these cattle on the side, she's the most attractive up through her front 1/3. Her neck comes highest out of her shoulder. She blends nicely in her shoulder and comes level in her line. She's big-bodied. She's stout from the ground up. She's stouter than the heifer in second. When you analyze them from behind, she's nicer in terms of her crest up to her neck. Where this heifer is in terms of her lines and her angles of structure, you know, she's probably the best. This heifer has just a little hitch today in her movement. She's just a little sore either out of her hip or her hind leg on her non-show side, but she still is the softest pastern, biggest footed female. It's got the most correct angles to her skeleton. Young lady's heifer in second. When you compare her to the heifer in third, I think there's just more to this heifer. There's more to her in terms of top and hip. She's deeper sided than the heifer we have in third, and I think she travels about the rings just a little nicer. The young man's heifer in third is more attractive in terms of the top set of her neck. Heifer that's really long-bodied and feminine, just needs to be a little deeper and balance a little nicer from the side, but the young man does a really nice job with that female.
Get another really large class again. There's some differences out here in regards to kinds and frame sizes, so I think there's a significant amount of trade-offs amongst these top 3, 4, and even 5 heifers in this class. Young lady can flat stick one that wins this class, and I think it really highlights just how good this heifer is in terms of her angles and her structure. She's so good in her top line and the way that she blends from her neck and shoulder into her forerib and spine and just maintains a organized, reliable kind of look to her from the side. She's not the stoutest, but I think in terms of female quality, structure alone gets her towards the top of this class. And again, I commend this young lady because she can flat stick one and make that one look her very best every time I come by and look at her. So I think that's an awfully nice female. I think she's stout enough, and I think she's got tons of quality. Heifer in second, I think, is an upgrade in terms of just mass and substance. Probably has a nickel more bone and just feature to her. She's a heifer that, as you get her stopped and you study her from the side, she wants to separate right in the middle of her spine and just right in behind her shoulder. She doesn't have that same sort of strength and organization into her top line, but she's sound and she's stout and she's cowy in her look, and that to me alone got her towards the top end of this class. She's just maybe not acting quite right out here. It's get a little tougher to look at, probably amplifying some of those problems just a bit. This heifer in third is the one that I really liked when they first walked in. She's big-bodied, but yet chest and flank flow in the right direction. And when she stopped, she still gives you a neat look in terms of proportions and the way her spine is set into her. You set this heifer in motion is just where I have some concerns with her. This heifer in third, just kind of when you set her in motion, she wants to tighten right there in her hind leg and her pastern. She's a little upright in her shoulder, so her head drops when she gets out in motion. She just doesn't just reach and flex quite as nicely as those two heifers in front of her. I like this heifer coming next just from a functional perspective. She's soft-footed and really good at the ground and certainly has enough depth to match the frame and performance that she brings to the table. She's just a heifer that gets a little tighter right in her forerib. I don't think she expands quite as bold and quite as stout in her rib cage and from behind. And she, too, I think, gets a little general in the set to her hip and her hind leg, and it kind of throws her off in terms of just look and proportions from the side. But functionally speaking, I think that heifer has a lot of good. I like her at the ground better than the one that comes in 5. The heifer in 5th, I think this young lady's got an awesome look from the side. This heifer's quality-driven, head and shoulder tie in correctly. She's just one that gets a little too straight for me. She needs to be laid back in her shoulder. She needs to use that hind leg with a little more flex, a little more reach. She comes up just a nickel short there in her step. So if we could loosen her up, we'd move her up a few spots in this class because she's awfully, awfully nice. This heifer that comes next in our class in terms of just her rib shape and her cow presence about her, I like her quite a bit. She's bold and dimensional. She just gets a little plainer in how she's put together, pushing just a little extra condition there. And I think just as you study the top of her neck and chest and the way that she's designed in her hip and hind legs, she just comes off with a plainer kind of a look to her. Heifer that comes next, this young lady's got certainly good fleshing kind of a heifer, and I think when she gets out, her structure reads right from the side. You step right in behind this heifer. She pulls her hocks together pretty close, and I just don't think she's quite as true and quite as genuine in her base width. The one that comes next is certainly moderate. She's a heifer that just maybe doesn't have the same sort of expansion to her rib cage. The young lady's heifer on the far side, I really like her. I just don't like the way her hip and her hind leg are designed. Then there's a few other heifers in here that just don't have the same sort of mass and volume and structural quality, so that's why they end up where they're at. But a good class here will help us get this calf caught, and then we'll move on to the next class. My congratulations again to all these exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Dr. Cassidy. I sure thought that big boy could hold on to that heifer. Results from class number 4 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Braley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. In second was Elizabeth Daniel of Eastview FFA. Third place was Ryan Grounds of Fairfield FFA. And fourth was Caden Perry of Sabine FFA. Fifth place, Camry Pearson of Grapevine FFA. And sixth was Courtney January of Slocum FFA. Seventh place goes to Carson Gaddis of Williamson County 4-H. And eighth was Colton Brady of Dimmitt County 4-H. Ninth place, Cashton Frankins of Trinity County 4-H. And 10th place, Kenley Pearson of Grapevine FFA. Our judge will now select our calf division champion in our Beefmaster show. Over on the Charolais side, our judge is ready to select our senior division champion.
Well, the Charolais show continues to be really strong. 3 really nice individuals out here. The cow-calf, the senior yearling, we didn't get to talk about. She was a single entry, but the presentation on this pair of cattle is exceptional. You know, these young people and whoever's helping them at home, you know, that heifer's in ideal condition in terms of a female. When you show a cow-calf, she's been fed enough. The calf's got a lot of quality and balance to it. The female herself is, you know, very striking and eye-appealing. She's good in terms of her frame size. You know, she's got right about just the right amount, you know, of width and dimension. You know, for a female that's just had her first calf, she's still maintaining good body depth. A heifer that's correct enough on the move. The only place I want to change her is I just want to even her up, make her a little more powerful back through the rear quarter of her udder in relationship to the front. But that's a very nice, very nicely presented pair of cattle. The young lady's big, powerful heifer that won the junior yearling class we talked about, when you compare her heifer that was second behind her, is a notch more powerfully constructed from the ground up and the rear forward. She's more eye-appealing and balanced from the side view profile as she's nicer through the neck and crest. Heifer's a little cleaner through her chest. We talk about her angles are good, but a female that is a little off in terms of her movement, gets a little ouchy off of her non-show side, hip and hind leg, but that's still a big, powerful heifer that'll come out of that once she sends her and takes her out to a cow. We talked to the young lady's second place heifer was a very nice female, just not as balanced in terms of her top line and her crest as the heifer right in front of her. Really nice division of cattle. We're going to go ahead and use your pair to be your champion and young lady's junior yearling to be reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior champion, Charolais heifer, comes out of class number 15. Also that class winner, obviously. Exhibited by Aubrey Field of Collin County 4-H. And reserve senior champion comes out of class 14, exhibited by Bella Parker of Godly FFA. Now ready for our judge to select our grand champion, Charlotte Heifer.
Well, I know we still have a lot of cattle to sort through, but this first division here of females has been exceptionally good. So before we talk about them, if you guys at ringside would, please help me congratulate these young kids out here. Let's give them a nice hand as we go into discussion, our first division champion on the Beefmaster side. And I think that it's always interesting when you get all your class winners back out, just kind of what the dynamics are going to be. And I would say that I'm very pleased with how these heifers fit together. I think they're the right size and the right kinds in terms of just having some function to their framework, looking like females, but I think bringing forth some quality. And I think each one of them does that. I think they do it exceptionally well, and no slouches over there on their respective seconds. I think just when you get down to it, there's a heifer up front that I like in terms of just her lines and her balance, and young man puts a good stick on her as well, can get her stopped and collected, and certainly offers tons of quality. And again, I think everything fits really nicely in that female. She's for sure in contention out here. Little stouter made kind of heifer that wins our second class in terms of just hip and dimension of her rib cage. And for one that's pretty stout, she gets out and moves extremely good. Maybe not as neat, but I think that just kind of comes with her kind. She's got a little extra shoulder, but at the same token, she's still supplied with a notch more power and volume all the way through. The heifer that comes out of her third spot gives up a little bit of power, but in terms of just her look and her smoothness and how she's put together from the side, I think it's really, really nice. Like I said, we could stouten her up from behind and just blow her apart in her rib cage, but the way that heifer is designed in terms of top and bottom line, shoulder blended into her forerib, right, I think she's awfully nice in terms of just presentation and balance. Then our heifer that wins our final class, just super right in her structure, and I like the way that she's built all the way through, and I think it only amplifies just the look that she gives you from the side in terms of quality. Maybe not the most robust thing out here, but I think she's got enough, like we talked in class. So quality-wise, I think all four of these heifers will fit my taste. I think you can go a lot of different directions out here, and there's certainly some good seconds over on that side. So I'm going to go select your champion, but before I do that, if you would, again, give these kids another hand. Let's congratulate our winners in this division.
Over here in your Charlet ring, I've been extremely impressed with the quality here. You know, I knew, I've judged here in Texas some. I knew this show was very highly sought after. I also knew it was right in between San Antonio and Houston this year, and so I didn't know exactly what to expect, but this Charlet show has been really, really good. We've seen national level quality cattle. These three females out here, I think, are all three that. When you talk about these three, we talk about the young ladies, April heifer calf, a heifer that you really, really like in terms of her eye appeal, her femininity, her structural soundness, just really puts a lot of pieces together into a very youthful package. I like her length, I like her extension. You know, with all that length and extension, still has enough substance to her. The young man's fall heifer in the middle is one that, you know, when you get this heifer out on the move, I think is where she kind of excels. She's a little low-headed, and she, you know, when she's standing there on the stand, you know, he doesn't get her head jerked out of her quite like the two young ladies on either side do, but there is so much good in this female. In terms of a brood cow prospect, her soundness of structure, her looseness of design, you know, her moderation of frame, her center body cavity, you know, there's just a lot of good in this female. There's not a big hole in her, you know, because she doesn't, you know, hold her head quite as nicely when you get them on the side view. She's maybe not quite as neat-necked as the two on the other side of her, but I really, really like that female. Young lady's cow down here on the end, we talked about, you know, you can't present a cow and calf pair, a senior yearling, a whole lot better than what they have presented that one. The cow's really striking and eye-appealing, high quality in terms of her balance. She's sound enough in terms of her structure. A cow that's good in terms of her width and dimension. The calf is very stylish. We talked about her. You know, if you can even up her udder a little bit, you know, I give an advantage a lot of times to one that's in production, but you got to be careful too. It can come a little bit as a disadvantage if that udder doesn't fill up just perfect for you. You know, you make her udder really level and even, and then she probably does it for me today pretty easy. But I think because of that, it gets close. Really nice 3 seconds over here. Very good as well. I'm going to take one more look at them, and then we'll go select you a champion. But give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. The presentation of the cattle was great.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the east side on our Beefmaster show, our judge just selected our calf division champions. Our heifer calf champion went to Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA with his entry out of the first class. And reserve calf champion went to Brayley Mackey of Bell County 4-H. Over here on the east side in our Charlet show, judges selected our calf champion as grand champion, Charlet heifer, entry number 2929, exhibited by Rayleigh Downing of Bell County 4-H. And reserve champion Charlotte Heifer comes out of the junior division. Entry number 3164, exhibited by Cole Swope of Anahuac FFA. Congratulations to our champion Charlotte Heifer exhibitors. Now ready to move into our limousine show on the west side of the arena. Class 1 limousine will be moving into the ring next. Attention limousine heifer exhibitors, we're ready for class number 1 limousine. Class 1 limousine, we need you at the show ring. We have a limited number of limousine heifers, so it wouldn't be a bad idea if we bring them all to the show ring.
Another really excellent class here as we jump into our next division. And there's some trade-offs amongst these 3 or 4 heifers here towards the top end, but the one that wins this class for me is just the most my kind. And I think you start with structure. She sets the standard in this class in terms of mobility and correctness of her build. yet she's still good-bodied and looks like a brood cow in terms of her rib cage. She's soft, but everything still flows in the right direction. She's cowy, she's attractive, and she's sound. She's got plenty to her when you step right in behind the cattle as well. So I think just a real solid and very logical place for me to offload this class. She particularly beats this heifer in two in terms of her hind leg construction. I like this heifer right here in second. From her hooks forward, she is stout, but still uniquely laid in neat there at the edge of her shoulder and the way that her neck comes out of the top of it. She's one that I just like to change the way she sets her pastern down. She wants to set it down just a little tighter there, and she just doesn't have that same sort of security and control to her hind leg that we see in the heifer that beats her. But boy, certainly a good one that's got some stoutness and some femininity. I think two traits that are really hard to put together genetically. The heifer that comes in third is a little plainer in her look as you just read her chest, and she could probably be intensified just in terms of her bone work as well. But I think she needs to be towards the top of this class because her body type matches her frame, and I think she's one of the sounder structured heifers in this particular lineup. Just needs to be a little more attractive in her look and needs to have a notch more foot and substance underneath of her. And I think this 1 and 4 corrects that. And she's super stout and burly, very rugged in her construction. Probably getting to the edge of where it's being a little much. She wants to open up in her shoulder, a little crestier there at the top of her neck. And I think you set this heifer in motion, she struggles off both ends. She needs to be laid back in her shoulder, needs to be loosened out of her hip and hind leg for me to feel comfortable sliding her up. But she's got some good breeding pieces. There's some extra stoutness and power in that heifer that's in 4. The one that comes next is a little smoother in how she's put together, a little extra set to her hind leg, so it causes her pin bones and her hip to kind of roll down. She maybe doesn't just blend and transition quite as nicely as some of these other ones, but I think she has the right kind of rib shape. She has the right kind of power, just maybe doesn't hook up quite as neatly from her last rib back. Heifer that comes next, I really like her from the side in terms of how this young lady presents her. She's refined and feminine and pretty organized and correct in her top line. She just isn't right in her hind leg construction. She's a little tight in her pastern, but still has too much set to her hock, and she just doesn't have the same sort of control or just the same sort of authority how she goes from behind. Heifer coming next is the largest and highest performing one in here. She just comes up too short in her step, and for me, relative to her frame, like to soften her body type up. I think maintenance-wise, gets a little concerning as she goes into that next stage of production. Heifer that comes next is more sensible in terms of her frame size. She's too upright at the edge of her shoulder there. She doesn't reach out of her front end, and the same story can be told from behind. She doesn't have the same sort of flexibility and mobility there in her lower joints as she goes away. Then we round our class out with one of the longer bodied heifers in class, and I love her extension. She just isn't opened up enough in terms of rib shape and volume and mass. I don't think this heifer just opens up just as bold and dimensional through the lower part of her rib cage as what we've seen in the rest of this class. But that's a good class and a good set of kids as well. My congratulations. Let's give all those young people a nice hand.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 7 in our Beefmasters show. First place goes to Presley Lux of Grapevine FFA. In second is Shay Murray of New Caney FFA. Third place goes to Ty Thomas of Needville FFA. In fourth is Emily Martin of Belleville FFA. Fifth place is Haley Sternadell of El Campo FFA. In sixth is Mackenzie Lee of Austin County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Shay Slattery of El Campo FFA. Eighth place was Taylor Pursley of Midway Waco FFA. And ninth place is Braden Parsons of Victoria County 4-H. We now have class number 8 moving into the arena. These are heifers that were born September of 2015.
really a nice class here. A lot of different shapes and sizes, and these two heifers here in terms of where they are in terms of their skeletal maturity and feeding pattern are night and day. At the same time, they're the two best heifers. They're just not a lot alike. These three heifers over here are really good. You can go to a lot of limousine shows across the country and not find cattle of this quality. How I read these two heifers today, the heifer we're going to go ahead and start with as I project them down the road, I just see a little more future in that female. She comes to us a little more honest in terms of her body composition. A female I really like in terms of her size. Female that's really, really attractive up through her front 1/3. Very sleek and slender about her neck. Very strong and straight in her top line. Very good in terms of her structural soundness. That heifer there for an April limousine heifer calf is not behind. A female is just about where she needs to be. I think a nice female. Young man's heifer behind that one is a load. I mean, that female has got a lot to her. Going to make a really nice cow for that young man. The female, its center body is incredible. She's got some pin width to her. Really a nice female. She travels good enough as you get her out on the move. But, as I would take that heifer home, I'd probably slow her down just a little bit. I know you probably want to show her a couple more times, but this stage in the game, she's probably a little farther along in terms of her condition than what I'd like to see her today, but a nice female the young man does a nice job with. I think it gets close between the May heifer here and the red female that comes next, but when you get the cattle parked on the side, there's more balance in the black heifer in terms of her relationship to her chest, back through her rear flank. She's a bit more balanced and deeper back through her rear flank. A nice sound individual that gets out and travels with some flexibility. She's not as powerful in terms of her muscle down her top and her hip as the red heifer that comes out next. Red heifer's also probably a notch longer bodied, but doesn't show me as much depth through her center body, doesn't balance up as nice from the side. And then the young lady's heifer that comes out next, you just want to change her in the way she's designed up through her shoulder, give her a notch more bone and width.
Well, over on the Beefmaster side, we got one of the smaller classes that we've had up to this point, and I don't know if you can put four heifers out here that are completely different, and I mean that wholeheartedly. Very, very challenging for me to sort through this group of cattle because there are lots of trade-offs, and you'd like to take a piece or a part of each one of them and kind of tie it all together. But that's not the way the cards are dealt, and so you sort through the things that you have in front of you. And the one that wins this class for me, I think, is the nicest combination. She's one of the stouter made heifers in there that naturally stays very honest in her breeding condition. And I think for the amount of mass that she has, she still keeps her structure in check, gets out and reaches with some flex and some agility. As you read her from the side, she balances plenty good enough. So I just think she's just a compromise in here and puts together a lot of good things in terms of production principles and still having some extras. I think it gets challenging from between 2 and 3, and these two heifers are polar opposite. I like this heifer in second's maturity just a bit. She's probably a little longer in her cannon, a little longer bodied, more extended kind of female. I think where she's at relative to her growth curve allows her to be just a nickel fresher down through the base of her chest and out through her pin bones. Compared to our class winner, she gives up some rib shape as you study her heart and her center body, and I don't think she's maybe quite as neat there in her hip design as the heifers on either side of her, but I like her maturity a nickel better than the one that comes in 3. Heifer that comes in 3rd, I don't question this one in terms of function and doability. She's moderate in her frame size and has plenty of fleshing ability to go with it. To the point for me where she's a little quick, a little small. I'd like to just extend her out in her kind, freshen her up in terms of her condition because she's starting to push out in her chest, starting to build up right around her tailhead and her pones. But again, young man does an awesome job of sticking this one, putting her together. There's a lot of use to that heifer. Just a little extra bark on the tree, and maybe you'd like to just stretch her out just a touch. And I think you can find that in the heifer that comes in 4. She has the advantage in terms of length of spine. But I think for her frame, she's the rawest and hardest in her body type. So maintenance-wise, she becomes the most concerning when you kind of project her out into the pasture setting. I think, too, structurally, she's upright in her shoulder and needs to be different now she goes out of her hip and her hind leg. Before good heifers all the way through, my congratulations again to all those young exhibitors.
Results from class number 8 in our Beefmaster show. First place went to Trinity Damasio of Magnolia FFA. In second was Riley Sparks of Garrison FFA. Third place was Isaiah Madison of Belleville FFA. And fourth place, Lexi Frankens of Trinity County 4-H. We now have class number 9 moving into the arena. These are heifers that were born July and August of 2015. Back over in our limousine show, had results from class number 1. First place went to Cole Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Second place was Tucker Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. And third was J.C. Halliday of Lipan FFA. Fourth place, Charlie Van Newkirk of Parker County 4-H. And fifth place was Brooke Reynolds of Kaufman FFA. We had no entries in classes 2 and 3, so our judge is currently evaluating a single entry in class 4. This heifer was born January of 2016.
Really a nice single entry here. Judges always say one can stand a lot more competition when they're only one in the class, but if you said that here, you would definitely be telling the truth, and I'm not sure judges always tell the truth when they do that, but this is a really nice heifer. A heifer that puts a lot of good things together in a very complete package. A female that's got plenty of performance, a female that you really appreciate in terms of her balance and her width. We get up on top of this heifer. There's a lot of width and dimension down her top. She's stout and set functionally wide about her pins. She gets out and travels nicely as you get her on the move. Just a nice female the young man does a nice job with.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from Class 4 in our limousine show. First place goes to Tucker Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. Our judge will now select our calf division champion in our limousine show. We need class winners from Class 1 and 4 back to the arena.
As we get out here in your first division in your limousine show, 3 really high quality individuals. The young man's heifer that won the last class, really a big, powerful female that's got a lot of substance, yet she's still balanced and eye appealing and gets around the ring with some flexibility. I think just a big, nice, powerful, complete female. The heifer that won our first class, I thought was that was a challenging placing, but the young man's heifer that won that class, I thought it was just had a little more future. She was more eye appealing. She's a little fresher in her overall condition, the way her neck came out of her shoulder. This female's good in terms of her structure. She's not real far behind for an April.
That's 2.
I don't think she's too far behind for an April, but you get her out with these other 2 heifers, and she is a little greener in her kind, but I like her kind. I like her future in terms of her structure and balance and femininity. I think a nice female. The heifer that was second in that class, I like a great deal. I'll be honest, with a notch older showman on her, with that head up on that heifer, it kind of changes that heifer a great deal. The heifer's got a lot of good parts and pieces, but I questioned her in terms of her condition a little bit at this stage of the game. And when that heifer doesn't have her head jerked up out of her, it's probably more concerning than it is out here. But that's a nice female. I think it's easy enough to take one home and get them green. That heifer will have a nice future ahead of her. I think when you analyze these 3 out here, the young man's older heifer combines the balance and the femininity of the middle heifer with the power and the volume of our second place out here within this division. I think she's the most complete. The young man's heifer will be your division champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, champion heifer calf in your limousine show comes out of class number 4. Entry number 56663, exhibited by Tucker Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. And reserve champion heifer calf comes out of class 1, exhibited by Cole Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions. Now ready to move into class number 7 in our limousine show. Single entry, heifer born December of 2015.
Another really good class of heifers on this side. We've got some variation in type and kind amongst the top 3. The heifer that wins the class for me really sets the standard in terms of just volume and stoutness and power. And for one that's got that kind of dimension to her, she still comes together very nicely from the side and balances correctly. She's feminine in her head shape and plenty good enough at the ground in terms of her structure. So I think that's a pretty solid place to start. Young lady's done a great job of getting that one presented. I think she's done an exceptional work with her project. The heifer in second's no slouch, and obviously she can get spooked pretty easily. I'd like to change the shape of her udder, dropping just a bit. I think the big picture-wise is just compared to the one that wins, she just doesn't have that extra mass and volume. But I think her structure and her quality and her look is right. She just gets out-horsed by that heifer in front of her, but certainly one that I think it has a lot of future to her. There's a lot of versatility in a heifer that's built like that and has a real soft maternal kind of look to her. And I think you could say very similar things about the heifer in third. She's probably a little bigger in her frame, a little more intensified in her bone work, and she still has a nice look from the side. I think compared to the 2 heifers in front of her, she's not as genuine just in her rib shape and maybe not quite as powerful just in her structure, not as wide-based and built quite as just as powerful in her upper skeleton. She's starting to pone up just a bit, just not as genuine in her breeding condition as well. Heifer that comes next, a little more sensible in her mature size. I think her body shape is good. She's got some power when you step in behind her. She could probably just balance a shot better in terms of foot size relative to the amount of mass that she has. She's a little rounder in her construction, a little plainer in her appearance, and that's why she ends up in fourth. Heifer that comes next in 5, I really appreciate just her trueness and her composition. She's a heifer that's extremely feminine and very refined ahead of her shoulder. She's a heifer that could probably stand to be squared up from behind. Her hocks are wanting to get too close together, and you can see it starts to kind of compromise how her hip's designed. So square her up her hind leg. You can see that one's designed in terms of her hip a little neater. Heifer that comes next, I like her function of her structure. She's a heifer that's moderate and has some rib shape. She gets a little fragile at the ground, and I probably lay her back on her shoulder and see her get out of her front end with a notch more agility. Then we round our class out with a heifer that I certainly think has some fleshing ability. She's got some substance and some doability as a brood cow prospect, but I think she gets a little plainer in both her look and her shape. She closes up at her hock and just doesn't open up quite as true and powerful as some of those heifers that precede her in class. But good heifers all the way through. My congratulations. Let's give all these young kids a nice hand again. Congratulations.
Over here in your limousine ring, young lady's got a nice December heifer for us. One you really appreciate for being true and square and wide up top female. It's wide through her center body. However, the balances pretty nicely when you get her out here on the side. Maybe want to give her just a little more angle. She maybe gets just a notch straighter in terms of her structure off both ends. The young lady does a nice job getting her set up. Just a nice female. Let's give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Taking the blue ribbon in class number 7 of our limousine show is Ashton Wall of Angleton FFA. Now ready for class number 8. Again, a single entry, heifer born October 2015. Back over in the Beefmaster ring, we have results from class 9. First place went to Bailey Allison of McLennan County 4-H. Second place, Claiborne Jansen of Victoria County 4-H. In third was Tanner Thomas of Needville FFA. Fourth place was Amber Robles of Southside FFA. In fifth was Lisa Camp of Crosby FFA. Sixth place, Brett Jones of Hooks FFA. And seventh place went to Shay Murray of New Caney FFA. Now in the arena, we have class number 10 in our Beefmaster show. These are heifers that were born May and June of 2015.
You know, sometimes in the crowd, single entries aren't real exciting to watch, but, you know, it's not these exhibitors' fault that no one showed up in their particular class, and these two so far have been really nice. This young man's got a good female that I really like her hip and hind leg. I really like the set she has to her back leg and the softness she has to her foot and pastern. Female, that's good in terms of her size. She's wide down her top and thick when you analyze her from behind. Young man does a nice job getting her set up. Let's give him a nice round of applause as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 8 in our limousine show. First place goes to Jacob Simmons of Weatherford FFA. We have no entries in class number 9, so we'll move directly to class 10. We have 3 entries in class 10, and these are heifers that were born May of 2015.
another really good class, and the numbers are down, but I think the quality is still very consistent. And we've got 3 really nice females in this May class, and the one that wins for me, I think there's a pair that sort up in regards to structure, and compared to the red heifer, I think she just balances a shot better. She studied her chest and flank relationship. I think is probably a little softer, a little bolder in her heart than the 1 and 2. And I think that as you stop her and get her put together, young lady puts a good stick on her and helps her level out in her top line. I think she's just a little neater there in her hip design as well. So hip and body type and forerib shape to me help this one just blend and transition a little neater and a little more correctly than the one that ends up in second. This heifer in second is very loose structured, and I think that's why she beats the one in third. She's certainly correct in how she gets out and reaches off both ends. I think compared to the heifer that beats her, she wants to tighten up right there in her forerib and in her heart. I think at times she could be squared up there at her hock. She wants to twist those back legs out just a bit. I'd like to see her just a little more correct in terms of her hip and her hind leg construction, but a good female in terms of moderate frame size and keeping the right kind of longevity in her structure. I think she does an extremely good job. Really, the oddball is the one that ends up in third, and she's a tough one for me because she's pretty powerful and pretty stout in terms of her upper skeleton and her pin set. She's got all the performance you'd want, but I think structurally speaking, she's the most challenged in this class. She's too upright in her shoulder. She actually paddles rather than reaches out of her front end, and I could stand to see that heifer just a little more secure in how she controls her hind leg. But again, 3 good heifers. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Three really nice females here, and there's differences in these top 2, but I think when you break these 2 cattle down, I like both cattle in terms of their structure and their soundness. There's just quite a bit more to the heifer we start with. She probably looks a notch big compared to the 2 heifers in this class, but she's really not too far off where a female of her age should be. Where I like her better than the heifer in second is with that added size and added length, she's still the bigger bodied of the 2. You compare that heifer, she's fresher in her body composition, yet she still has more arch and curvature, more depth, and more swoop to her rib cage. A heifer that's really good on her feet and legs, gets out and travels very nicely. I think a nice female. Young lady's heifer, she's done a nice job. The heifer's got a nice coat of hair. She's presented nicely, shown good. She has a nice functional hind leg set. I like how square and wide she is out of her pins. Part of that comes with she's a notch higher condition. She's putting on a little more condition up on top and through her brisket. With that heifer being a notch more moderate, you'd maybe expect her to be quite a bit bigger bodied than the heifer that starts, and it's probably just the other way around. She doesn't have that swoop to her center body that the heifer we have that starts the class has, but really a nice female. Young lady's heifer is unfortunate, just got in here with a couple really good ones, because that's a sound functional female that's flexible and big-footed. A heifer that's got some center body. She's just not as balanced and eye-appealing from the side as the 2 in front of her, but a female, make a nice cow for that young lady.
Results from class number 10 in our limousine show. First place went to Emily Miller of McKinney FFA. In second was Cassie Weisoon of Tom Green County 4-H. And third place went to Makia Richardson of Rice Consolidated FFA. Our judge will now ready to select our junior division champion, our limousine show. Back over on the Beefmaster side, we have results from class number 10. First place went to Caitlin Matthews of Grapevine FFA. And second was Rebecca Eves of Hooks FFA. And third place was Tucker Eves of Hooks FFA. Judge is now ready to select our junior division champion on our Beefmaster show.
Well, as we work up into our next division, again, I'm very, very pleased, and kind of to echo some of the comments that Tyler was saying on the other side, I took a chance to visit with these kids because got to make sure you know exactly what you're dealing with in front of you, because there's a big spread in age out here. You got a December going all the way back to a June, so there's 6 months of variation in here. And you think about the lifespan of cattle and just how they perform and how they develop, 6 months can be quite a bit. So you're going to see a lot of differences in maturity and a lot of different types and from that perspective. So you got to kind of look through those things. And I think the one thing that all of them do share in common, not necessarily their age, but definitely their quality. And that's why they end up out here for our division championship. The young lady's heifer that wins the first class, she says her heifer's name is Nightmare, but I think that heifer's pretty nice. And, you know, she's one that's put together extremely good from the side in terms of her structure. Body type is good, really feminine. I like that heifer's head shape and the way that her neck and shoulder all tie together. Super, super refined and feminine, but still supplied with plenty of body mass. Heifer that comes in our second spot's probably got just a nickel more substance to her in terms of foot and bone. She's powerful in her own right. She's maybe not the most of any one particular thing, but she puts a lot of good things together. She's fault-free in her structure, maybe a little plainer in terms of her neck and chest, and maybe not as neat in her hip and hind leg design, but certainly one that's got a plenty of quality to her, lots of versatility in the number of bulls and sires you can use on that one. The heifer that comes out of our third class is just a beast in terms of rib shape and volume and power. And, you know, I think it's really unique for one that's got that kind of mass and substance to her, but the way that she can still get out and reach and be right and functional in her structure, I think makes her very, very interesting. And then we go into our final class winner, a little more sensible in terms of size, but she's got plenty of bulk and power to her rib cage, and as you step right in behind her, she's maybe one that could set her hind leg and pass her down just a little square as you compare to some of these other ones out here. But again, in terms of ability and brood cow power, I think she has a ton of good to her. I think there's a really nice set of seconds over there as well. Really nice cattle, maybe aren't quite as advanced or maybe don't have some of those extra breeding pieces, but good cattle all the way through. My congratulations. So I'm going to go out and select a champion out of this division, but before I do that, if you'd help me in congratulating these kids, put your hands together as I could hit you a damn in a reserve out of this division.
Another really good division here in your limousine show. It's one of those where we, like in the other ring right now, we have a big spread in terms of age, but the cattle are really good in terms of their quality. We had a couple single entries, then we had a really nice pair of mays out of that older division, out of that older class. When you talk about your December heifer, we talked about how she's square and wide. You like her width down her top, her stoutness from behind. She's got some chest and some center body. She gets maybe as the notch straighter off of both ends in terms of her structure, but I think a really nice female for that young lady. The young man's heifer there in the middle, one we talked about when you compare to the heifer behind her, has a little more set to her hind leg. Pretty square and wide female as well. Heifer that's pretty long-bodied. Maybe not as attractive as the two heifers on either side of her in terms of balance and side view presentation, but a nice female as well. Then we had that pair of May females out of that class that you really had to like. I thought the heifers were close. The heifer that wins the class for me, though, was not only the more attractive, more extended heifer, but she also was the deeper-bodied female that really got out and traveled very nicely. She wasn't as stout and as square and wide from behind in terms of her width and width the base as the heifer was second in that class, but stout enough for me with all the good that she has from the side and on the move. We talked about that heifer was second in that class. Really a wide skeleton, wide pin female that she too was functional in her type and kind. Well, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go pick your champion reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion in your limousine show comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Emily Miller of McKinney FFA. Reserve junior champion, also out of class number 10, exhibited by Cassie Weishun of Tom Green County 4-H. In our Beefmasters show, our junior division champion went to class winner out of class number 9, exhibited by Bailey Allison of McLennan County 4-H. And a reserve junior champion came out of class 7, exhibited by Presley Lux of Grapevine FFA. Congratulations to our junior division champions on both sides. In our Beefmaster show, we currently have class number 13 in the arena. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2015. And in our limousine show, we currently have class number 13 in the arena. These heifers both born April of 2015. This will be our last class of limousines, so these two heifers will be our champion senior division winners as well.
Nice pair of spring yearling females here. The young lady in second's got a nice heifer. You just draw a bad card getting in the same class as this heifer in front of you. She's this heifer that wins this class just puts a lot of good things together in a really cowy maternal package. When you analyze this heifer in terms of rib and width and trueness of structure, you really, really appreciate her. You know, she appears that she's pretty far along in terms of gestation. You know, she's not the most rip-fronted female in terms of her neck and chest, but she's still feminine and maternal, and she's slender about her neck because she's, you know, that calf's starting to pull some condition off of her. Just a female that's a good show heifer that looks like she'll be even better cow. Young lady, heifer in second, real long-bodied, real level-made, just lacks all that power and performance and wit that heifer in front of you has, but a nice job for this young lady as well.
Results from class number 13 our limousine show. First place and senior division champion goes to Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. In second place and our reserve senior division champion is Claudia Garza of Pearland FFA. Now ready for our exhibitors to bring back our division champions in our limousine show, and our judge will select the grand champion limousine heifer.
as we get out here for your champion limousine, I continue to be thoroughly impressed with the quality here. You know, each lineup we've had so far, you know, I'm sure these cattle will go anywhere and be very competitive. The cattle are presented very nicely, both in terms of, you know, how the work that's been done at home, the care that's been taken of them, and when they get out here, these young people do an excellent job getting them presented. The three we have out here, where I think they're all three alike, is they're very functional. They're functional in their feet and legs. They're cattle that'll have durability, cattle that'll have longevity as you take them home and make cows out of them. They're not all exactly the same type and kind in terms of frame size and width. And you hear a lot of times, well, the guy wasn't consistent. He was up and down and up and down. And there's a lot more important things in terms of breeding the right kind of cattle than frame size. It's just like, you know, the heifer in the middle is for compared to the other two heifers is pretty good sized, but she's still good. She's big middled. She's got enough durability. The young lady's heifer down there is a little moderate, but she's good. That's the most important thing, is to make them good first, work about making them bigger or smaller at the end of the day. That's pretty easy to do. Young man's got a real broody, cowy January heifer prospect down here that's got a lot of length. She's got a lot of center body and mass and width, has a nice functional hind leg, female that balances pretty nicely. She's maybe a little crestier in terms of her neck. Maybe like to see her just a little leaner this stage of the game, but a really nice female the young man does a nice job with. We talked about the heifer in the middle being a notch bigger frame than some of them out here, but she's still so eye appealing. She's level, she's sound. A heifer that, you know, compared to the two heifers on either side of her, is she a little flatter made? She is. Her muscles spread over a longer skeleton than the other two, so she's going to be a little flatter made. But still, I think a female has got a lot of good in her. Then the young lady's heifer, April yearling heifer, is one that I think just reads cow. Not a big hole in this heifer. She's really, really wide and true in her skeleton. She's sound enough when you get her out here on the move. Female that's dropping a nice udder, you know, just not a big hole in her. She's maybe not quite as neat in terms of her chest and her crest as the heifer right behind her in terms of her condition, but I think just a broody, cowy, really complete prospect that young lady's had. We'll take one more look. Let's give them a nice round of applause, and we'll go get you a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion limousine heifer comes out of the senior division in entry number 3506, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And your reserve champion limousine heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Tucker Parkinson, Hockley County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion limousine heifer exhibitors. This concludes our limousine show. We'll now move into our main Anjou show and the Class 1 mains. Class 1 mains, we need you in the staging area immediately.
Well, the dynamics in this class are a little bit more challenging, but I think as you kind of study production and you look at the top 3, 4, 5 females in this class, they're all acceptable in terms of where they're going to calve on time, and I know that's important. That's just a real nice bonus that these ones in 2 and 3 have calves at side already. But of the top 5, they're all acceptable and they're all due to calve when they're appropriate time. The one that wins this class for me just is so unique, and I can't get past how stout and powerful she is, but yet still looks like a female in terms of how she reads ahead of her shoulder. The shape of her neck is right, and yet again, for one that's got that kind of mass, when she does get out and go, she's certainly flexible and reaches correctly. Like the shape of her foot a notch better than the cow that ends up in second. Just a good functional kind of a female. I like a lot of things about her in terms of the unique breeding pieces that she offers. I think this pair between second and third is fairly close as well, and the cow that ends up in second's dropping a nice udder, and I think doing a great job in nursing a calf here at side, but staying in the right breeding condition. She's a heifer that I like in terms of her structure. She maybe tightens in her forerib and isn't nearly as explosive or expansive in either her rib cage or just her base width, and as you compare her to the heifer that beats her. But I like her at the ground in regards to the flexibility that she has to her lower joints. I like to change the shape of her foot and see her set down, a little more depth of heel there, but a good cow prospect there in second. The one in third, this young pair of young ladies is doing an exceptional job. Got a young calf here at side. This one certainly got plenty of quality, both in her look and as well as down through her udder. I like this heifer quite a bit when she's at the stand. You set her in motion, she wants to twist outside of herself just a bit and just doesn't have the same sort of control to her hind leg and just how she reaches out of her rear skeleton, but certainly one that has tons of quality, and that's why she ends up staying towards the top end of this class. Again, it's a nice bonus that she's got a good calf there at side. The calf that comes next, I really like her length of body. She's certainly stout enough in terms of her feature and her pin set. I think when you just set this heifer in motion, yeah, she's long strided, but for me, it's because she wants to tuck her rear leg up underneath of herself. She rolls out of her hip and just doesn't have the organization to her structure, but that's a good functional kind, just like to change the way her hip and her hind leg are designed, make her not get up underneath of herself quite as bad. Heifer that comes next, I really like her functional structure. She's good bodied in terms of the depth of her forerib and flank. She wants to separate right behind her shoulder. She's not as bold in her forerib, and I think she just needs to be blown apart all the way through. But again, that's a good kind of heifer. She's just not wide enough and needs to be better there right in behind her shoulder. Heifer that comes next is moderate and has tremendous rib shape. For her power, she doesn't have enough bone work underneath to match that. Need to intensify her foot size, see her organize her hind leg, and just get out and reach out of her rear skeleton with more authority and agility. The heifer that comes next has got the advantage in terms of length of body. She really comes apart in her top line, right behind her shoulder as well as over her loin edge. She just doesn't stay as organized and transition quite as good in her top line, but I like her length of body and I like her maturity. Heifer coming next is very round and bold in her forerib, and I like the stoutness that she has from behind. She's too bulky down at the edge of her shoulders. She's dropping in her chest. She just isn't as feminine as some of the other ones, so that's why she ends up down where she's at. Young heifer coming next. I really like this one in terms of length of body. She just gets a little raw there in her flank. I like to soften her through her rear rib as well. And the heifer that rounds out our class, I like her freshness. She's just not right in terms of her hip and her hind leg. I'd like to just change the way she's built in her structure. But again, a really good class. My congratulations to all these exhibitors on a really outstanding set of females.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 13 in our Beefmasters show. First place goes to Brindley Allison of McLennan County 4-H. In second is Gracie Leopold of Sweeney FFA. Third place goes to Camry Pearson of Grapevine FFA. In fourth is Brian Sifford of Belleville FFA. Fifth place goes to Gabby Eskew of Austin County 4-H. In sixth was Hutton Lusty of San Saba County 4-H. The seventh place goes to Dusty Parker of Ellis County 4-H. Eighth place is Cash Wooten of Magnolia FFA. In ninth is Shay Murray of New Caney FFA. And 10th place goes to Lane Stubbs of Hooks FFA. Moving into the ring is class number 14 in our Beefmasters show. And these are females that were born January and February of 2015.
Really a nice set of heifers here, and a lot of differences in terms of type and kind, and these two are very different in their type and kind. With all the different types we have out here, the young man's heifer is the most complete. She puts the most good things together into the most fault-free package. She's not probably as flat-shouldered as the heifer we have behind her, but I would think that's just because she has so much more to her. When you analyze this heifer as she comes at you, she works more width through her chest and center body. She's definitely more powerfully constructed from her hooks back and her pins down. A heifer that I think is balanced and feminine enough. I think a heifer that with that added width and dimension beats the heifer we have in second. When the heifer is in second comes in, she really strikes me because I like her femininity, her angularity in terms of and her balance. When you compare her to the heifer in front of her as well as the other class, she does get a little flatter in her overall makeup. She gets a little frailer in terms of her bone and footwork, but I like her functional, feminine cow look over a lot of the heifers we have coming out next. Young lady's heifer we have coming out third. I thought it was close between 3 and 4. I thought 3 was a little nicer necked, a little nicer in her crest and her chest, also a little wider in terms of her top and hip. The young lady's heifer that comes out in 4th is longer bodied, a heifer that takes a little more functional stride than some of the heifers right behind her. Compared to the heifer that the young man has, I think she's longer bodied. I think she's more feminine. She takes a freer stride. Young man's heifer coming out next is maybe a notch deeper body, but that's because she comes in a little smaller or compact package. Young man's heifer that comes out next with female is really long bodied. The female has got some width and dimension, just not as attractive when you get on the side of her as a couple of the others. And the 4 heifers we have coming out next, cattle that the young people are doing a nice job with, getting set up and presented. Cattle that maybe just don't have the eye appeal and balance when you analyze them from the side. Cattle that aren't maybe as correct when you get those cattle and set them into motion.
Not a lot of numbers in this class, but boy, there's some good females in here, and you young Beefmaster exhibitors ought to be real excited about not just what you can do at these major shows, but what these heifers can bring to your operation and continue to move forward. I really mean that sincerely, because these 5 females out here are exceptionally good. And with that being said, I still think there's a really unique one to lead off with. And it's really hard to make cattle that have that kind of stoutness to their structure, but still stay clean in their joints and very flexible. That's just a rugged made beef cow. And I really think that holds a lot of value for this female. I think that her udder quality is good enough. If we're going to fix it, we'd probably refine her teats just a bit, but they're positioned right in all 4 corners. She's good structured. She's massive. The 2 young ladies are doing an excellent job of presenting this pair out here. I think the calf at side has got a lot of future and a lot of quality to her as well. I really like that pair. Young lady's done a great job. My congratulations. And I think you get into our 2nd place cow, and certainly one that is no slouch whatsoever. And she's very feminine, probably a nickel more refined in both her head as well as just her teat structure. I just don't think this heifer has that overwhelming amount of mass and volume to her. She's good in her own right. Just when you compare her to the really tough customer ahead of her, she gives up the extra bone and substance. The calf here at side maybe isn't quite as neat as well, but that's a good pair. You should be excited about what she can bring to your program. This heifer here in third, I like her at the stand as good as any of them. That one's body shape is awesome. She's great in terms of the relationship of her chest to flank. She's top line is right, and it's collected and it's organized. You just set this heifer in motion. She just isn't flexible enough. She comes up a little short there in her step as you just watch her go away. And so that's why she ends up where she's at. But I love that heifer from the side, and when she's standing still, the way she's put together from the side is extremely hard to make. Heifer coming next is an improvement in structure. I think she's looser out of her hind leg, but it's also because she drops her pins and gets up underneath of herself. So her length of stride is compensated by her dropping her pins and getting that rear leg up underneath of herself. She's a little more moderate, a little plainer just in her head and her neck, but I like her stoutness. I think she has a decisive advantage in volume over the heifer that comes next. The heifer that comes next is really nice in terms of her top line. I like the depth of body that she has and where she reads to be in gestation at this stage of her development. She's a heifer that just gives up too much in terms of width as well as rib shape. And with that, I don't think that she's just quite right in terms of the way her shoulder's designed. I'd like to just strengthen her up and give her more depth of heel as you read her at the ground as well. So 5 good females, and I really mean that sincerely. My congratulations to all these young exhibitors.
Results from class number 14 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. In second is Presley Sky Spoonamore of Red River County 4-H. Third place goes to Katie Grounds of Fairfield FFA. In fourth was Bailey Jones of Hooks FFA. And fifth place to Alex Smith of Hooks FFA. Now ready for class 15. These are females that were born September through November of 2014. On the west side, our judge is currently evaluating class 2 in our main on Jew show. Had results from class number 1. In class 1, first place went to R. Keenan Nixon of Floyd County 4-H. In second place was Katrina Swope of Anahuac FFA. Third place went to Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. In fourth was Michaela Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. Fifth place went to Hayden Tucker of Godley FFA. In sixth was Jillian Vale of George Ranch FFA. In seventh,
Nice pair of heifers over here in your main and Jew show. Neither one of them just real pumped about walking this morning, but I think when you analyze the two, there's just more substance in the red and white heifer over the red one. When you analyze them from the ground up and the rear forward, she's the bigger footed female. It's got a little more bone and hip in her. Analyze her down her top, she's wider and she's got more chest floor. You know, you get her on the side and she balances pretty good. Both these heifers we'd probably like to soften up a little bit in terms of the rib cage. The heifer in second's a little more feminine in her overall type and kind. She's a little more refined about her bones. She's more slender about her neck. But with that refinedness, you'd like to see her a notch stouter. Like to see her come just a bit more powerful as she comes at you and goes away. But a really nice female for that young lady as well.
results from class number 2 in our main on Jew show. First place goes to Hannah Harrison of Ennis FFA. And second place goes to Jordan Jenkins of Ellis County 4-H. All right, got the results from class 1 straightened out. First place was Keenan Nixon of Floyd County 4-H. And second was Katrina Swope of Anahuac FFA. Third place went to Michaela Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. In fourth was Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. In fifth place was Justin Olds of Montgomery County 4-H. In sixth was Hayden Tucker of Godley FFA. Seventh place went to Jillian Vale of George Ranch FFA. Eighth was Justin Cruzel of Sealy FFA. Ninth was Aaron Cruzel of Sealy FFA. And 10th place went to Caitley Vale of George Ranch FFA.
Another single entry here in your main show, but a nice female. The young lady does a nice job with. This heifer's kind of ready to go, and this young lady is doing a nice job getting her stopped when she's wanting to go out the ring. This heifer's got a really nice look when you analyze her from the side. Very striking up through her front 1/3, the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Heifer that's really long and down over top. Very straight in her lines. A heifer that's got enough substance to her. If you're going to nitpick her, you maybe liked her set down just a little softer when you get her out on the move, but a nice female the young lady does an excellent job with. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Taking the blue ribbon in class number 3 of our main Anjou show is Georgia Blackwell of Grandview FFA. Now ready for class 4 in our main show. These are heifers that were born January of 2016.
As we wrap up our final class here, certainly some quality and a lot of depth in this particular lineup. And I think there's a pair of cows here towards the top end of this class that sort up on structure. They're a little different, and there's some trade-offs between the two. I'm going to start with the heifer that's got a little more look to her in terms of just how she designs up behind her shoulder and her hip design, and as you read her down to the ground, she's probably got just a notch more just substance, and I think it matches her in terms of power a notch better. So balance-wise, I think this one's pretty good. I really like her calf at side. I think that bull calf's got a bright future. He's just like his mom in terms of how he's made from the side and his look and his presence. I think just a good, solid place to start here in this pair. My congratulations again to these two young ladies who are doing an exceptional job. Now, the one that ends up in second, probably not quite as full in her udder. I like this heifer, this cow, just in terms of function. That one is a good built, good structured, durably made kind of a female. Got a nice calf at side there. She gets just a little empty there in that front corner, a little coarser in her teat construction. And I just don't think she's quite as neat as that heifer that beat her, but certainly a good pair of females that one's going to keep you in the business for a long, long time. The one that ends up in third, I like this heifer at the stand in terms of just rib design, the softness she has to her body cage, and certainly one that's blessed with plenty of power. I think with that, structure is probably her biggest limitation. Get the cattle in motion. She wants to throw her hind leg and kind of set her pastern down just a little tighter than I would call ideal. Like to space those teats out, make them a little more uniform in terms of their refinement. But again, in terms of just brood cow mass and power, I think that one has a lot of good to her. Then we round our class out with a tanner colored heifer that certainly got probably as much performance and length of body. She's really empty in her front quarter. I'd like to just see her have a little more milk production. But again, calf here at side, it's got some performance to him. I just don't think these two as a pair are maybe just quite as neat as, maybe don't have the extras in terms of breeding value as what we see in those three that precede them. But good cattle all the way through. My congratulations again.
Results from class number 15 in our Beefmaster show. First place goes to Faith Martin of Belleville FFA. In second is Madison Leopold of Sweeney FFA. Third place goes to Kendall Chapin of Anderson County 4-H. And fourth place was Lexi Frankens of Trinity County 4-H. Our judge will now select our senior division champion in our Beefmaster show.
Here in your main show, nice class of January heifers here. Kind of a little, what I call a dog from every town. A lot of differences in shape and sizes, but all along it was probably these two up on the top. At initial impression, I liked the Blue Roan heifer because she had a notch more body to her. She was a little more feminine up through her neck. Once I set the cattle into motion, I decided I couldn't get her over the black heifer just in terms of soundness and the way she handles her hind leg and rear pastern. Young man's black heifer, to me, was the most complete. When you set him into motion, she was the most functional. She's probably as good in terms of her length and her size as any. Just want to balance her up better. When you analyze from the side, you want to drop her down in her rear flank in relationship to her forerib. But I think from a longevity and future standpoint, I just like that female in terms of her structural soundness better than the heifer that follows her. Heifer comes next, big-bodied, really stout from up top, really wide pinned. Like we said, little more balanced and underlined than the heifer that starts, but really just needs to be fixed in terms of her movement off of both ends of her skeleton for her to get over the heifer we have in first. The heifer we have coming out third is a unique individual, really, really wide topped, wide from behind. But with that, she comes probably in a more clubbier package, a heifer that needs to shot more growth and extension and femininity. But a heifer, I think, is softer bodied and wider, and probably a notch sounder than the young man's heifer that concludes the class. Young man's heifer definitely is more feminine in overall design, just needs to have more width all the way through for a heifer of that age. The young man does an awesome job, very professional, does a nice job getting that heifer set up, just needs to be a little more powerful.
Thank you for the overview of that class, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 4 in our Main on Jus show. First place goes to Justin Olds of Montgomery County 4-H. In second was Lauren Thomas of Coryell County 4-H. Third place goes to Victoria Smalley of Idalou FFA. And in fourth place is Hayden Tucker of Godly FFA. Now bring back our class winners, and our judge will select our calf division champion, or Main on Jus show.
Well, as these two young ladies get this last bear kind of brought around the corner here, we finish up our final division. Again, I think it's really impressive that you guys can have cattle that get to this age, but not only are just good show cattle, but you can project them out into the real world as they exit their show career. They spend the rest of their life on pasture, and they certainly have some breeding extras. And, you know, that's why they're out here for a champion lineup. They've got some extra stoutness, they've got some look to them, and that's what makes them really unique. This heifer that wins our first class, just in terms of rib cage and dimension, I think she's awesome. And for one that's got that kind of mass and power, it's really hard to make them as neat in her shoulder and her neck as she is. And so I think when she's standing still and this young lady gets her put together, there's certainly a lot of breeding pieces that you can go from in this female. Now, she obviously doesn't have a calf at side, but she's acceptable with where she's at relative to her gestation. I think if you'd get really picky on her at times when she does get out here and go, she's good at the ground, but at times she gets just a little tight right there in her spine, but certainly not a cripple by any means. She's plenty functional enough, and when she gets her stopped and put together, I think there's certainly a lot of good to her. This one that comes out of our second spot, I really like a lot of things about this one. In terms of brood cow fundamentals, that one's structure and foot shape, the way that she gets out and goes is incredible. And yet she's still got the functional pieces in terms of body type, quality to her skeleton, and quality to her look, and she's projecting that to her offspring here, this first generation that she's given. She's probably good enough in terms of her udder structure, maybe could refine it a touch, but I think where her teats are dropping out of her quarters, certainly adequate, and certainly the spacing is good. That one can just get out and scoot and get out there and last for many, many years. I think there's a lot of good in that female. Then we get down to our third class winner, one that just gives you such a nice look from the side. She's big boned and she has a really high quality look to her. I really like her calf at side too, in terms of the way that he combines some stoutness of feature and gives you a quality image from the profile. I think is pretty impressive. She gets a little awkward just in her teat spacing. She's got an auxiliary there on her left side. I'd like to take that off, but again, a quality set of cattle all the way through as your class winners in their respective seconds. For me, I think it just gives you a nice opportunity to go out and use one that hits you pretty hard. So I'm going to do that here in just a second, but before I do that, please help me congratulate all these young people. Put your hands together and I'll go get you a champion of reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior division champion and your beef master comes out of class number 14, entry number 1451, exhibited by Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H.
Over here on this side in your main show, we got the first division out here. Really a nice set of cattle, little differences in terms of type and kind. The heifer out of our first class I thought was just a combination female. A female that she's not got a major hole in her. She's one of the wider constructed heifers we have out here. With that, she still has balance. With that, she's still sound enough when you set her into motion. A female's got enough flexibility. She really moves better when the young man just lets her go and lets her walk instead of holding her back. That's a nice female that puts a lot of good things together. The red and white heifer in front of us, we talked about a lot of true, genuine width up high. Heifer that's got some bone and some foot size. Maybe not the depth of center body that some of the other heifers have out here, but a nice female as well. Young lady's heifer out of the third class, one that's really striking and eye-appealing from the side. Really like her femininity up to her front 1/3 and her length from her point of her shoulder back to her pins. Heifer that's got enough width to her. Where we want to change her, she gets just a notch more uncoordinated off of her hind legs, maybe just a notch higher in terms of her tail head. Then the heifer that won the next class, you know, that heifer you'd like to see a bit more feminine and more balanced in her type and kind, but compared to the heifer that was second in that class, she got out and traveled better with more flexibility, more foot size, more softness of pasterns, and there's a lot of mass and dimension to that heifer when you analyze her down her top and out of her hip, but maybe that's not that feminine maternal look that a couple of these other females have. I think there's a heifer that kind of wins this division in terms of just completeness. Then I think it gets close to the heifer that was second to her and another heifer out here. We'll go ahead and pick your champion. Let's give these a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your heifer calf champion comes out of class number 1, entry number 5203, exhibited by R. Keenan Nixon of Floyd County 4-H.
I think it gets close between the heifer that was second to her in class and this young lady's heifer here. Both females similar in terms of their design from the side, both very feminine in their overall makeup, nice and soft in terms of their rib. I think this heifer is a notch stouter than that heifer, but the heifer, when you get them out on the move, I think this heifer is just a little more functional in terms of her travel and her hind legs set. So we're going to go ahead and use the second place heifer in that particular class.
And your reserve calf champion in the Main on Jew Show comes out of class number 1 as well. Entry number 3166, exhibited by Katrina Swope of Anahuac FFA. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Back on our Beefmaster side, our judge just selected our senior division champions. Again, champion senior heifer went to Braley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. Reserve senior champion came out of class number 13, exhibited by Brinley Allison of McLennan County 4-H. And our judge is now evaluating our division champions and will select a champion Beefmaster heifer.
Well, as we bring our champions back out here to select our grand champion Beefmaster female, I want to echo some of the same comments that I made in our first class. And for you guys out here, I'm from the north, I'm from Illinois, and I mean, I reside in Iowa now, but I don't get a chance to come down here and work with these cattle, and I really get excited at the opportunities because this is such a big and important component of the beef industry to have cattle that have this kind of just ruggedness to them and this kind of power and this kind of resistance, I think, is really, really impressive. And it's always an honor and a privilege to get to judge them and get to work with your young people. You know, I'm not going to go down the line and describe every one of them. I think within their respective classes and divisions, we've done enough of that. And so I think when you get your class or your division winners back out here, as a judge, it just gives you a very, very unique opportunity to go out and use the one that just really hits you the hardest from when they first came into the ring and presented themselves all the way to the grand drive. And so my hat's off to all of you exhibitors. And I like to bring these cattle in the middle of the ring because if you've made it this far, I think it gives you a great chance to just show off your project and show off all the hard work and dedication that you put forth toward it to get to this point. So again, my congratulations to all of you out here. These are good cattle that are division winners, exceptional ones that are reserves to them as well. So if you would, please help me congratulate them. Let's put all of our hands together. I'll go get you a champion of reserve Beefmaster female.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Beefmaster heifer comes out of the senior division. entry number 1451, exhibited by Brayley Cowan of Fannin County 4-H. And your reserve champion, Beefmaster Heifer, comes out of the calf division, entry 3675, exhibited by Sean Skaggs of De Leon FFA. Congratulations to our champion, Beefmaster Heifers. That concludes our Beefmaster show. We'll be moving into the Brahmin show. Class 1 Brahmins, we need you in staging immediately.
Over here in your main ring, 3 really nice heifers. All 3 have really a lot of good traits to add, a lot of positives to add within this class. But the young man's heifer we're going to start with is really the high quality female that puts the most good things into the most complete package. Really youthful and eye appealing up through her neck. Female, it's clean about her chest. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's long and extended, yet she still has enough width down her top and out of her hip. Heifer that's got enough depth at this stage of game. She works out of a good hip and hind leg. However, she could maybe be set back at her knee just a little bit when you set her into motion, but a really nice female for that young man. I think there's some give and take in the females we have in second and third. Young man's heifer is certainly the more powerful of the 2. She's certainly the wider chested, bolder sprung, bigger hipped heifer that's got more power when you analyze her from behind. And with that, when you get them on the side, she's a little more attractive up through her front 1/3. She's more balanced because her neck comes higher out of her shoulder. She's got more depth of center in relationship to her chest, which helps her balance out just a little nicer. I like the young man's heifer in third better when you get him out and set him on the move. She relaxes herself a little more in terms of her hip and hind legs. She moves just a little bit more functionally in that aspect. The young man does a nice job keeping this heifer really calm and gentle. You can tell he's done a nice job working with her at home. Congratulations.
Results from class number 7 in our main on G show. First place goes to Styles Patton of Milan County 4-H. In second is Randon Schwab of Guadalupe County 4-H. And third place goes to Tate Winsky of Schulenburg FFA. Now ready for class number 8 in our main on G show. We've got a single entry. Heifer born September of 2015.
We got another single entry here in your main show, a nice senior heifer calf. The young man does a nice job with getting her set up. Female that's got she's appropriate in terms of performance and width. Heifer that's got some eye appeal through her neck. Ever that maybe like to be just a little more collected when you get her out here on the travel, but another nice female for that young man. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Taking the blue ribbon in Class 8 of our main on-G show is Caleb Nichols of Rusk County 4-H. Now ready for class number 9. We have 2 entries, heifers born in July and August of 2015.
Good way to start off our Brahmin show. And first class here, we've got a pretty wide range just in size and frame. But I think that, like I said before, good ones come in different shapes and sizes. And I'm not really a big stickler on how big or little or moderate or too big. As long as they're good, I don't really care. And I think that the one that wins this class does so relatively handily for me. She wins at the ground in terms of the flexibility that she has to her joints. And I think with that, as you compare her to the one in second, her frame and body type probably match up a little more appropriately. She's bolder and softer in her lower rib cage, but stays pretty sensible and just how everything fits together. Heifer in second, I think, obviously has a notch more extension and performance to her. She's the other sound structured heifer in this class, and that's why I sorted her up. She's got all the power and performance that you'd like. I just hope that for her sake, her growth curve maybe slows down just a bit and allow her body type to kind of catch up to it. She gets just a little hollower there in her forerib and out through her flank. She's probably not quite as neat just in her hip design as well. The heifer that comes next is like our class winner in terms of size, and I like the way that her body type matches her frame. I think the trio of heifers here have some structural concerns, and to me, she reads to be the lowest input as you combine the moderation of frame that she has along with the softness she has to her rib cage. Heifer that comes next has got a really aggressive and powerful kind of shape up high. I like her extension from there back. She's just one that underneath gets a little too upright off both ends of her skeleton. She needs to be loosened up in her hock and just squared up as she goes right away from me to move up in this particular class. Then the same can be said about the heifer that comes next, and she's probably just a nickel softer in her center body, but I think she's a heifer that's challenged structurally, and then you step in right behind the cattle, and she's the flattest and the narrowest going away. She needs to be busted open in her rib cage. She needs to be supplied with more power to justify her structural flaws as well. So again, a good class, 5 nice heifers. My congratulations to all those young gigs.
Results from class number 1 in our Brahmin show. First place goes to Reed Benke of Washington County 4-H. In second is Mackenzie Gross of Burleson County 4-H. Third place, Haley Birch of Fayetteville FFA. In fourth is Ernie Holmeyer of Caldwell FFA. And fifth place, Hudson Matthews of Victoria County 4-H. Moving into the ring is Class 2. These are heifers that were born March of 2016.
Back in your main and Jew ring, I think a close pair of heifers here. A lot of give and take. I think you can go either way. Both young people doing a really nice job. A lot of perseverance shown, both by the young lady on the crutches, as well as the young man whose heifer is not really wanting to cooperate for him. I think the difference in the two, I think there's a little more femininity, length, and quality in the young lady's heifer. I realize the young man's heifer is probably a little thicker down her top and thicker from behind, but not as much balance and eye appeal in that heifer as we compare to the heifer it starts with. But let's give both these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Done a very nice job.
Results of class number 9 in our main on-G show. First place goes to Adele Alford of Brazoria County 4-H. And second place is Caden Damesworth of Leonard FFA. Now ready for class 10 in our main on-G show. These will be heifers that were born May of 2015.
four really nice females again, and there's some trade-offs in terms of just different traits and things that you can gravitate toward on each one of these heifers. And the one that wins the class for me, I think, wins at the ground in terms of just flexibility, range of motion. I think this heifer kind of sets the standard. And I still think, for one, in terms of just her frame and her body type, they match extremely well. She's functional in her look. She's got enough substance and enough volume to her. I just think a really nice place to start in this class. If I'd fix her, I'd probably see her just a little neater there in her hip design. She maybe comes down just a little lower in her pin set, but I don't think any of these other heifers really correct her in that regard. And so I think it's just easy to tie to her structure and her body type. The heifer that comes in 2 and 3, both of them have some challenges in regards to structure. I like this heifer in second's performance, and relative to that, I still think she's a little softer, maybe a little smoother in her muscle pattern than the heifer that ends up in third. She's a little fragile. She gets a little upright in her shoulders, so if we change her structure and intensify her bone work, we could slide her up a spot, because she does have a nice look there from the side when the young man gets her stopped and put together. Heifer that ends up in third is probably the stoutest one in here in terms of upper skeleton dimension. She's powerful in terms of her hip as well. She really struggles and shuffles out of her hind legs. She just doesn't reach and flex out of her rear skeleton. And I think of the top 3, she probably reads the hardest in terms of her forerib and how she reads out through her flank. Heifer that comes next, I really like her structure in terms of how she's built and the mobility she has to her lower joints. She's just one that doesn't have enough to her. She's one that gets just a little flatter and a little harder in her body shape. She's super refined. It just probably tells you the story about her body type and her build in general. But if we'd stouten that heifer up, she can move up, because I think that heifer's got a lot of quality to her structure. 4 really good females. Again, my congratulations.
Really a nice class of females here, and all 3 very good. I think the class kind of sorts together for me, though. I think when you analyze these 3 females, the heifer that wins the class is the most complete. She's the most functional on the move. She's the freshest in her condition. Really shows you good rib shape through her center body cavity. When you compare her to the heifer in second, she's a little nicer in terms of her crest, a female that's a little fresher and more youthful, freer of fat up through her front end. A heifer, as you read her down her top, a female that's got a very genuine shape to her. But I think the big place that separates these two is when you set them into motion, particularly off of the front end. The heifer we start with, toes straighter forward. She's set further back at her knee and has more slope up through her front end and through her shoulder than the heifer we have in second. Young man's heifer we have in second is a big, stout, long-bodied female that's very correct in the way she's designed out of her hip. These 3 showmen are exceptional in the way they get these animals set up and presented. Where we want to change this heifer is when you get in front of her, she wants to twist out a little bit, and I can handle that probably more than I can the angle she has to her shoulder. When you set her into motion, she just gets a notch straighter and shorter striding out of her front end. Maybe not that sleek maternal look as the female we have right in front of her. Young man's heifer we have coming out third, really big top, and it shows you a lot of shape down her top and out of her hip. Big boned heifer, just doesn't have that maternal rib cage and femininity up through her front end. Maybe not as much set to her leg as what the 2 heifers in front of him have, but really a nice class. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from class number 10 in our main on Juice show. First place goes to Katrina Swope of Anahuac FFA. In second was Styles Patton of Milam County 4-H. And third place, Randon Schwab of Guadalupe County 4-H. Our judge is now ready to select our junior division champion in the main on Juice show. Back on the east side, our Brahman show, we currently have class 3 in the ring. These are heifers that were born February of 2016. Also have results from class 2. In class 2, first place went to Shelley Curry of Houston County 4-H. In second was Colton Rudloff of San Jacinto County 4-H. Third place went to Callie Joe Johnson of Bowling FFA. And fourth place was Molly Smith of Luling FFA.
three nice heifers here as we get into our Brahmin, our next class here in Brahmins. And I think three good females that, again, have some trade-offs and some differences amongst them. The one that wins the class for me, I guess, does so fairly convincingly. And not only is she the biggest bodied and the softest and most maternal and just cow-like in her body type, but I think when you set the cattle in motion, she sets the standard again in terms of function and the use to her lower joints. I think she gets out and reaches the most appropriately. And so when you get her stopped and put together, her structure allows her to balance correctly. So just a really nice, functional, good kind of cow prospect here to win this class. Heifer in second's probably a nickel more extended ahead of her shoulder and probably has more length of spine, and that kind of goes with the extra performance that she brings to the table. She's a heifer that certainly has enough power to her, but as you compare her to the heifer that precedes her, she's a little upright there in her shoulder, a little tighter in her hock. She's just good enough in terms of compensating for her pastern set, but she's just not right in the angle of both her shoulder and her hock. She comes up just a nickel short there in her step and throws her hind leg rather than flexes it. Young lady does a great job of presenting this heifer in third, and she's an improvement in structure. I think she does take a longer stride, but to me, she's not enough of an improvement because she actually drops her pins and gets up underneath of herself. And I think, relatively speaking, she wants to flatten to the base of her ribs. She's just not as powerful, not as dimensional as those two heifers in front of her, but that's a good female. The young lady's doing an awesome job of presenting her. My hat's off to all these exhibitors again, and the three really outstanding Brahmin females. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 3 in our Brahmin show. First place goes to Jake Kabbalah of Fayetteville FFA. In second is Lauren Bolshick of Waller County 4-H. And third place goes to Avery Carpenter, also of Waller County 4-H. Now ready for class number 4 in our Brahmin show. We have a single entry. Heifer born January of 2016.
Well, on the American side of the ring here, we've got a one single entry, and kind of like Tyler was saying earlier, it's always kind of tough to know where you're at when you've only got one out here and not much to compare to. But I would tell you that my first impression is pretty nice, and this heifer's got some body depth and some fleshing ability, but still stays fairly right in her structure. So we'll get this heifer another round here as she comes back out for division, but my hat's off again, and congratulations on your class winner at the Rodeo Austin.
Taking the blue ribbon in class 4 of a Brahmin show is Shauna Lackey of East Bernard FFA. We'll now bring back our class winners, and our judge will select a champion heifer calf in our Brahmin show.
As we get out here for your division champion in your main show, 4 really nice heifers. On the 2 heifers in the middle, both females that are really long-bodied and have enough width to them. Neither heifer maybe is as balanced and as powerfully constructed as the heifers on either end of them, but both really nice females that are very young people have done a nice job with. I think it comes down to, for me, the 2 heifers on opposite ends of one another. We talk about the young heifer down here, the senior heifer calf, one that just exudes quality and eye appeal from the side. As a striking as you could make one up through her front 1/3 and the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. So true and clean in terms of her neck and her chest. Yet with that has a nice genuine rib shape. A female that's clean and flat about her joints. A female that gets out with a nice functional hip and hind leg. I think one that's just really striking and has a lot of quality. I really like the maternal view that the female that wins the last class gives us. You know, she's not one that blows you away in any one particular area, but a heifer that I think is very functional in her type and kind. She's big-footed and she's sound enough in terms of her movement. A female that shows us that she's got some gestation length. She's pretty far in terms of gestation. A heifer, when you analyze her from the side, she's balanced enough. When you compare her to the heifer, the younger heifer, she's not quite as nice in terms of her chest. She's maybe not quite as nice from her navel back to her udder, and part of that a little bit is, you know, the stage that she is, and there's maybe not quite as much hair back there. But I do think when you compare the two, she isn't probably as ultra high quality as that heifer that is out of the fall division. I think it's very close. I think both the females are very good. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. We'll go take a look and give you your champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion heifer, Main on Jew heifer, comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Styles Patton of Milam County 4-H. And your reserve champion in the junior division, Main on Jew heifer, comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Katrina Swope of Anahuac FFA. Congratulations to our division winners. Now ready for class number 13 in our Main on Jew show. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2015. This is our only class in our senior division of our Main on Jew show. So first and second place will be our senior division champions, and our judge will select our grand champion heifer following this class.
Well, really a good way to start off the Brahman show with our first division of class winners out here in the calf division. Certainly impressed. And again, there's a couple different things in each one of these heifers that I think you can get excited about, but there are trade-offs, and I think that's what makes it fun and it makes it interesting to kind of sort through some of these differences. The heifer that wins the first class, at first glance, she probably isn't the most of any one particular trait, but she's just really good at everything. In terms of structure, she's right, she's flexible, yet she's still supplied with plenty of mass in terms of rib shape and power when you get in behind her. Just a really fault-free, just good kind of cattle that has a lot of longevity built into her type and kind. The one that ends up in our second spot is we kind of jump up in age a bit. We see a little, the maturity starting to set in, and it probably gives this heifer an advantage in terms of volume, like this heifer in terms of rib shape and dimension to the upper part of her skeleton. I think she's really wide and true at her pin set as well. Get her out here, if you'd pick on her, you'd probably like to change the way her hip is designed from the side. She's got maybe just a tick of slope there, but certainly one that I think in terms of volume and dimension, she's extremely nice. If you're looking for one that's really stout and powerful and just massive in terms of rib cage and center body, this heifer out of the third class is the one that you can get excited about. And she draws back out of her shoulder with just such a soft and yet powerful kind of look to the center part of her rib cage. She's dimensional from behind as well. I think if you change her, she's sound, but at times she wants to tighten there in her pastern. Doesn't have the same sort of control or just the coordination to her rear skeleton, if you will. But again, and she's got all the power and all the presence to her. Really, really nice female there out of that third class. Then we get our single entry back out here, and it warrants a little discussion because now we've got something to compare this one to. But I still think my first impression was pretty close in terms of her having the right kind of structure. She's built neat off both ends of her framework. She's still got plenty of softness to her in terms of just doability and fleshing ability. She's right. I think compared to some of the other ones out here, if you'd fix her, you just blow her apart. She wants to flatten in the base of her rib. This maybe isn't supplied with the same sort of dimension as well as skeletal width as some of the other heifers we've seen. But I think just structure alone keeps her in contention out here. So good class winners and a good set of seconds as well. My hat's off to all these breeders and exhibitors. I'll go get you a champion and reserve out here, but if you would, continue your trend and let's support these young kids by putting your hands together. Give them a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Heifer Calf Champion in the Brahman Show comes out of the first class, exhibited by Reed Benke of Washington County 4-H. And your reserved Heifer Calf Champion in the Brahman Show comes out of class number 3, exhibited by Jake Kubala of Fayetteville FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now ready. Now ready to move into class 7 in our Brahman show. And these will be heifers that were born November and December of 2015.
Nice class of cattle here on your main end shoe side. I think definitely the deepest class in terms of quality we've had. And I think 3 really nice individuals standing over here, and the longer they were out here, this is the heifer that you like on first impression. You think it could get close, and then the longer they're out here, she keeps separating herself up to the top for me. A heifer that's very youthful, very fresh in her overall condition, while still having good, genuine shape to her body. In terms of spring of rib and depth, a female has got enough width down her top. She's got a big, stout, functional hind leg and a good, sound foot on her. If you were going to change her anywhere, you maybe lengthen her out just a little bit, but I think that's pretty picky on an awfully good female that young man has for us today. When you compare her to the heifer in second, she's just more balanced up through her front 1/3. She's a little nicer at the crest of her neck. She's a little tighter through her throat. She blends just a little nicer right behind her shoulder. I appreciate a lot of things about this heifer. In second, I think she's functional in terms of her type and her kind. I like the way she's got her bred up. She's forming a nice udder. Really a nice female the young lady is bred for us. She's good enough in terms of her width and dimension, just not that overall look up through her front end. Maybe not as powerful, hip and hind leg, but an awfully good cowie kind of a female. Young man's heifer is very similar. You know, I think a female that she's pretty enough, she's balanced enough, she's got some width and dimension from behind. Where you want to change her is maybe level her up through her pins. She's maybe not as maternal in the way she's designed. About her head, her chest, and her lower body back into her rear flank. Maybe doesn't appear quite as long in terms of gestation, but a heifer is still functional and her feet and legs set. Young man does an excellent job having that heifer set up at all time. The three heifers we have remaining, I asked myself which one of these I thought would make the best cow, and I thought it was the young man's. She's moderate, she's big-bodied, she has the nicest udder of the three. Probably when you analyze her, she's got the most depth. I think you take them home and turn these three out, and as she's the female, it's going to have the most longevity and be the easiest to maintain. The heifer that comes out next is definitely the stoutest of those three in terms of bone and foot and width. Heifer that just needs to be a little more feminine in her overall type and kind, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder and where her shoulder is designed. The heifer that goes right behind her has a little more functional set to her hind leg than that heifer. Appears to be a little farther in terms of her gestation, but a heifer that just doesn't have that quality, as much quality in terms of her top line and her hip, doesn't have as much depth of body and stoutness from behind. But the young lady does a nice job, sure doesn't take her heifer out of contention because she does a nice job getting her set up at all times.
Results from class number 13, our main on Jew show. First place and senior division champion goes to Styles Patton of Milam County 4-H. Second place and reserve champion in the senior division goes to Shelby Bryson of Rivercrest FFA. In third place is Todd Wellman of Magnolia FFA. Fourth place, Cutter Carnes of Dimmitt County 4-H. In fifth is Hannah Harrison of Ennis FFA. And sixth place to Kate Vale of George Ranch FFA. Now bring back our division champions, and our judge will select the grand champion, Main Anjou heifer.
Over here in your main side, I think a really nice set of cattle. You know, it wasn't really by design, but, you know, these three out here really have a lot of similarities. And then, you know, these three heifers over here are made very similar to one another. Within this particular breed, you know, it's trying to find a combination of cattle that are going to be functional enough in a continental setting, you know, that still are maternal enough in their design, sound enough in terms of their skeleton, soft enough in terms of their body cavity, but still having, you know, those traits that this breed is known for, having some muscle, some eye appeal, and some look when these cattle are mated down here in Texas, to still have that show ring look and some bone and some power to them. You know, I think these three females do that. They are combination cattle. They're very high quality, yet still functional enough in their type and kind. They're going to go home and make good cows. Young man's heifer out of our calf division was just the most complete one. The heifer that was reserved to her was a notch more feminine, but didn't have near the stoutness and power of this heifer. Heifer that put a lot of things together in a pretty complete package. She maybe gets a little easier in her top out here. Maybe doesn't handle her hind leg quite as good as the two older heifers, but a nice female the young man does an excellent job with. Then the heifer out of our middle class, one that is just so striking from the side, really elegant up through her front end, really long and straight down her top, plenty of shape when you analyze her down her top and out of her hip, really moves off of a nice hind leg. Compared to the heifer right in front of her, she maybe it's a little straighter off of her front end. Heifer maybe has a disadvantage just because she is a little more youthful and a little younger today, but really a high quality female with a bright future. Then young man's heifer down here on the end, I think just combines a lot of good things for us. Is she attractive? She sure is. Is she powerful? Yes, she is. When you get her out on the move, she doesn't disappoint you. I think just a nice complete heifer that does a nice job for us today, putting a lot of things together. She's going to be your champion. Let's give these exhibitors, especially that young man, a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion main on Jew heifer comes out of the senior division. Entry number 5789, exhibited by Stiles Patton of Milam County 4-H.
Young lady brings the reserve in that division out here, and one you certainly appreciate a lot of things about. One that's got a really nice cow look to her rib cage. She's got a lot of length ability. She's got a nice udder developing. She is a nice female that's going to make that young lady a heck of a cow. When you compare her to that heifer that won, you know, we talked about she's not quite as eye-appealing and striking and as powerful. And when you compare her to the heifer right behind her, maybe doesn't follow that type and kind like the heifer right behind her does. I think if we put the two females that are the most alike together, we're going to go back and use this heifer for your reserve.
Another interesting class over on the Brahman side, and there's a lot of flip-flopping that you could do amongst these groups of cattle and the four heifers that are out here. I think the top two are very, very different. They resemble each other in terms of being extremely high quality, but they're just a little different in their kind. And to be honest with you, I'd probably like to be somewhere in the middle of them, but again, that's not the way the cards are dealt, and you got to make a line, and you got to draw a line in the sand and figure out what side you want to be on it. Biggest problem with this heifer is probably her attitude, but I think with a couple more trips to the show, she'll get herself straightened out, because when you do get a really good look at this female, there's a lot of quality to her. Her rib cage is Heifer's really big-bodied, and she's powerful. I think she's naturally the widest in terms of pin set, the most dimensional in her rib cage. She can get out and go, too, with some reach, and I probably prefer her structurally. You read the angle of her shoulder, and you read how she just flexes her lower joints. I think just a little more correct in her structure, and that's why she ends up winning this class. I think if you're wanting a little more stretch and a little more length of body, this is definitely the heifer that should excite you in this class, because really extended in terms of her profile. She's one that's right in terms of femininity, a little neater just in terms of her neck as well. I think relative to her size, she gets just a little hollower in her body type as you read her forerib and her flank. But my biggest criticism of her is when you set her in motion, she's just a nickel upright in her shoulder. She wants to drop her head just a bit and doesn't hook up quite as nicely up front. I think she comes up just a nickel short there in her step, and that's why she ends up in second. But I certainly like that one's performance, and I like her extension extremely well. The heifer that comes next is another extended, sound-structured kind of a female that when the cattle are in motion, she can get out and reach, and she's got some accuracy to her step and flexibility to her joints. She's just one that it's a little tougher for me to credit that because she just is too collapsed underneath. You read her base width and read her rib cage. This heifer just doesn't open up and just offer enough dimension all the way through. She's sound and she's soft and she's good in how she's laid into her shoulder, but she just isn't stout enough for me to move up in this class. I do like her structure better than the one that comes next. This one here is super fresh in her condition. To me, she gets just a little disorganized. Now her hip and her hind leg are designed. It's a little straighter in her hock and maybe not quite as neat in terms of pin set and the way that her hip is designed, but certainly some femininity. She's got some refinement up front. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her presented. Just a really outstanding class and 4 extremely good heifers all the way through. My congratulations once again.
Results from class number 7 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Shauna Lackey of East Bernard FFA. In second is Shelley Curry of Houston County 4-H. Third place goes to Madison Fikes of Rosebud Lot FFA. And fourth place goes to Molly Smith of Luling FFA. Back on the west side, we just completed our Main on Jew show. Grand champion Main on Jew heifer came out of the senior division, exhibited by Styles Patton of Milam County 4-H. And a reserve champion Main on Jew heifer came out of the junior division, also exhibited by Styles Patton of Milam County 4-H. Congratulations to Styles on those breed champions. Now ready for class 1 in our Simmental show. We have heifers that were born in April and May of 2016.
Three really nice Simmentals here to start off our Simmental show. We're going to leave them how they stand. The young man's heifer that starts off the class is a really nice individual that's good in terms of her structure. She's really long and extended female. It's got great center body shape. Really has a lot of arch and curvature to her upper rib. Really good swoop as you analyze it through her center body cavity. Works out of a nice functional hip and hind leg. Compared to the heifer in second, she balances a little nicer. She's a little tighter about her chest and drops that deeper rib and flank. Really a feminine made female the young lady has in second. One that I like the smoothness she has to her shoulder. She probably holds her top line a bit together a bit better than the heifer that wins the class, but she's maybe not as slender up through her neck. Heifer doesn't show you the same power and dimension as you analyze her from her hooks back and her pins down that the heifer that wins the class does. Then a heifer that's a little different mold out here, a little different in her type and kind. She's a May. She's moderate. She's easy doing. She's not very cooperative today, but that's a nice female. I think she's probably a little quick in terms of her maturity pattern, but I think a nice female that'll be a nice project for that young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 1 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Jake Heyman of LaPorte FFA. In second is April Ramsey of Timpson FFA. And third place goes to Jordan Meyer of Washington County 4-H. We're now ready for class number 2 in our Simmental show, and these will be heifers that were born March of 2016.
Really a nice class here. There's not a heifer in here that you don't like, that doesn't have a lot of quality to her. The young people have done an excellent job. The cattle really acted well and presented well. The longer they were out here, the easier this black heifer sorted herself to the top. You know, the only thing I'd really change about the heifer today is she's wanting to hold her tail up. Makes her look a little higher in her tail head and a little weaker in her loin. But, you know, you get that heifer out on the move. She's by far the soundest heifer we have within the class. She's got some foot size and some bone. She's got the most width and dimension to her center body. Female that's as attractive as any of them. She just puts the most good things together into the most complete package. I thought it was close between the two red heifers. There's some give and take. I think the young man's heifer we put second's a little softer in terms of her center body. She's got a little more forerib and flank to her. I also see her traveling with a little softer, sounder hind leg, maybe maintains her pin set a bit nicer than the heifer we have in third. Heifer we have in third is bigger bone, she's bigger footed, she's got more shape down her top, but with that, she's a little rounder and a little coarser in her makeup than the heifer that goes in front of her. You know, this heifer that comes out next is giving up quite a bit of size and power, but sure not a bad female. A nice little cow prospect that's moderate in her frame. She has some balance. She's going to have some durability. She just gets outpowered today by those three heifers above her. Then you have a couple bigger framed red heifers here, I think, that are very close. I thought that the young lady's heifer that comes out next just has a little more to her in terms of top and hip. They're pretty similar in terms of their size and extension. I think this young lady's heifer's hind legs maybe sets down just a bit softer, but that's because she doesn't have quite as much power as that heifer before. Then young man's heifer that comes out next, heifer that's got a lot of top and hip in her, but probably the most uncoordinated when you get him out and set him into motion, just doesn't set down with as much authority off of either end of her skeleton.
Really an outstanding class. And before I even discuss the cattle, sometimes throughout the competition, we forget about kind of the big picture. And I just want to send out my condolences to that young man, and I hope he holds in tight. Those things happen, and I'll be honest with you, I've had plenty of times happen to me. So if you guys would, give that young man that exited the ring a big hand for sticking it out. That takes a lot of guts. That's a big heifer to handle for a young man like that. Did an excellent job, so I just wanted to show my respect to him, and I hope he does okay. I think we've got a really excellent class from top to bottom, and there's plenty of differences out here. I think this pair here on top is really, really close, and they're a little bit different. I just like this heifer that wins a little better from the side, and I think she balances just tonight. She's a little neater there in her chest relative to her flank. She's probably more right just in her hip design as well. Just super fresh in her condition. And it's not every day that you see one that's got that kind of substance and mass and volume, but still put it together in a really neat look. Young man's having a fun time out here. Keep on smiling. That's pretty fun to go in your class at Rodeo Austin. Really nice heifer there as well. And this heifer here in second is no slouch. And, you know, I think she's one that probably has a notch more dimension to her rib, and she's probably a little stouter from behind. And for all the mass that she has, she's very flexible in terms of how she gets out and reaches off both ends of her framework. I think you compare her to the heifer that wins, a little deeper there in the base of her chest, a little rounder in her hip. Those two things combined give her a little plainer, a little off-balance kind of look because her proportions just aren't quite right. But if you're looking for a brood cow prospect that's got mass and stays functional, she's got a lot of good, young lady. You've done a great job with that heifer. The one that comes in third has got a really neat look to her. She's strong and organized in her top line, very fresh in her look. She just gets out horsed by those first two. And I don't think this heifer's just quite as bold and soft and robust in her rib cage. Could probably be just a nickel looser there in her hind leg to move her up in class. But I do think she has a little more look than the heifer that comes directly behind her. Heifer that comes right behind her is a little softer in her rib cage. She wants to separate right in behind her hump and maybe just doesn't, you know, have the same kind of strength to her top line, a little rounder in her hip, a little weaker behind her shoulder. So that's why she ends up where she's at. but I do like her structure, and I like her body type, and I like it all better than the one that comes next. The one that comes next has got performance and power. She's too coarse and puffed up there in her hock joint. She needs to be looser. She needs to get out and reach a little better off both ends of her framework. Heifer that comes next is really neat in terms of how she's put together from the side, really balanced and attractive. She's a little too raw and hard in her body shape. Needs to be softer in her look to kind of match the frame and the size that she brings to the table. Heifer that comes next, a little more sensibly sized. She's definitely got some depth to her heart and her forerib. She just gets a little plainer down through her chest and rounds out of her hip. Again, proportions just aren't quite right in that heifer, and I think you step in behind her, she can be a little different just in the way her pin bones are sent onto her body. Real stout-made kind of heifer that comes next. She wants to get just a little coarser, maybe not quite as maternal in her look, but certainly one that's got all the substance and all the power that you would like. Heifer that comes next has got some performance to her. She's too tight in her heart and her forerib. I don't think she's quite as right just in her hip and her hind leg design. She's a little upright there, a little straighter in her hock. Like to fix her in the way that she goes out of the ring and off of her hind too. Heifer that comes next is moderate and soft, but she's just too plain in her look and in her muscle shape. Then we've got a group of cattle here that have some structural issues and maybe don't have the volume and capacity and we'll see in some of the other heifers, but a good class nonetheless. My congratulations. All these kids have worked hard. It's a tough class, lots of good individuals. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Let's congratulate them on a nice set of Brahman heifers.
Really a nice class of 4 females. I think they kind of split into 2 pairs for me. I think this pair is close, but I think it comes down to the heifer that wins the class is just a bit more eye-appealing and striking. I think when she gets out, she's just a notch longer strided as well. Really a long-fronted, long-bodied heifer that's really extended from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. A heifer, when you get in behind her, she's square enough and wide enough in terms of her overall width. However, when you get around travel, she has enough slope to her shoulder, enough set to her hind leg. You know, neither one of them are perfect, but I think when you get them out and travel, they're both sound enough. I just like the added length of the heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with. The heifer in second's a notch bigger footed and heavier bone. I think maybe just the reeds just a little deeper right there in the center portion of her body cavity. She's not as attractive up through her chest and through her throat as the heifer we have in front of her, but I think another very nice female that puts a lot of nice things together for us. The young man's heifer we have coming out next, I thought this pair was a little closer as well, but attractiveness and femininity is what places the young man's heifer over the young ladies. She's more slender necked, more up-headed, and her shoulder neck comes higher out of the top portion of her shoulder. A heifer that probably is a little deeper in terms of her rear flank than that heifer right behind her as well. The heifer behind her is longer bodied, she's thicker. She's got more top in her. She's got more width as you analyze her from behind. You just want to deepen her down a bit in terms of her rear rib and flank, maybe make her just a little longer and more slender out through her neck as well. Nice class of females. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Results from class number 3 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. In second is also Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. Third place went to Dylan Hempel of Victoria County 4-H. And fourth place went to Aaron Cassidy of Crosby FFA. Result. Also have results from our previous class, class number 2, Simmental. First place went to Morgan Jackson of Kaufman FFA. And second was Dylan Jackson of Kaufman FFA. Third place was Brian Sadler of Alito FFA. And fourth was Maggie Borshausen of Washington County 4-H. Fifth place, Camden Crisp of Cook County 4-H. In sixth was Rebecca Harmon of Quinlan FFA. The seventh was Brian Sadler of Alito FFA. And on the Brahman side, we have results from class number 8. In class 8, first went to Hudson Matthews of Victoria County 4-H. And second was Montana Children of Rosebud Lot FFA. Third place was Julia Perrick of Bel Air FFA. In fourth was Cheston Ernest of Needville FFA. Fifth place, Madison Ernest of Needville FFA. In sixth was Abby Homeyer of Caldwell FFA. In seventh, Savannah Allen of Hopkins County 4-H. Eighth place went to Cole Carson of Rivercrest FFA. Ninth went to Keely Ernest of Needville FFA. And 10th place went to Braden Kubala of Fayetteville FFA.
It's really funny how some of these classes break out. We had such a large one in our last class, and then you get into this next one, and there's only 3. So it's always kind of strange how that works out, but sure could have used probably some out of that class to fill in this one. But I think a good set of females, 3 really nice females that have some quality to them. I think the pair of first and second is probably the closest decision for me. And I think the one that wins probably just a little more appropriate in terms of the relationship of her boulder body design with her frame size. I think she just reads a little more proportional in terms of lower rib cage design and the softness she has out through her flank. And when he does get her stopped and put together, she gives you a pretty high quality look in terms of strength in her top line. I probably prefer that heifer's pin set than the one that ends up in second. Heifer in second is probably a little tidier down low in terms of the base of her chest and back through her navel. A little longer bodied, more extended kind of female. So if that's the traits that you're after, I certainly could warrant a switch there. I just think for her frame, she maybe isn't quite as soft there out through her flank, and probably could be just a little different there in how her pin bones are set up from the side. She gets just a nickel tentative in how she gets out and travels. I'd like to lay the angle of her shoulder back just ever so slightly, but she's a long-bodied, really exceptional in terms of just extension, like all the parts of that female there in second. The one that comes in third I like in terms of refinement up front. She's really feminine and ladylike in terms of her head and her neck shape, and she blends right from her neck to her shoulder into her forerib and top line. Don't question the doability in her as well. She gets a little fragile in her construction. She needs to be stouter featured, and she just needs to offer more dimension to her rib cage, just be blown apart all the way through. But again, a great class, 3 really nice females. My congratulations to all these young exhibitors.
Results from class number 9 in our Brahman show. First place went to Reed Benke, Washington County 4-H. In second was Savannah Allen of Hopkins County 4-H. And third place, Travis Damasio of Magnolia FFA. Moving into the ring on the Brahman show, we have class number 10. We got 2 entries, both born June of 2015.
Something was popular there. I'm guessing it wasn't me, so it must be either you or your heifer. But this is a nice class, and this is the heifer I liked all along. She doesn't really blow you away in any one particular area, but she's the soundest. She's the most functional female. She's as nice balanced as any of them. She's right where you want her, kind of right in the middle in terms of performance and width and dimension. You know, if you were going to make her just a little neater to look at, you'd push her chest into her a little bit and trim up the top of her crest a little bit. But if I'm taking one home, I'm going to take this one because I think she's the soundest and the most functional. I think she'll make the nicest yearling. I think that it's close between second and third. The heifer in third down there, we'll get to her in a minute because she has a lot of quality to her, but a female that's just given up a lot of power to these two females. This heifer standing still is one you sure appreciate for her width, the dimension. Female that's got a lot of center body to her. She's wide down her top and thick out over her hip. Just doesn't balance quite as nicely and get around the ring with as much ease as the heifer that we have in front of her. She gets a little thicker about her neck, a little more uncoordinated and more rigid off of her hip and hind leg. This young man does a nice job with a big, powerful heifer. The heifer we have in third is a little different when you compare to those three. You really like her presence from the side. She's really striking. She's very elegant about her front end. You know, the female, I appreciate about her, but I also question just a little bit if there's enough female there, if there's enough doability in that heifer because she is so neat up to her front end. But this young man does a good job getting her set up. I think with a little more time, and as long as this heifer feeds good, I think a heifer will keep working her way up to the top. The heifer we have in fourth is one, and when she's standing still, you really appreciate. She's got a cowy rib to her. She's got some width. She's got a pretty nice extension up to her front end. Her hind leg structure is just what you want to change about her. When you get her on the move, she's really tentative and gets a little stiffer in terms of her rear pasterns. Just kind of throws her all out of whack in terms of her balance when you get her on the move. Young lady, it's heifer we have coming out next, probably has a bit more set to her hind leg and her rear pastern than that one right in front of her, but doesn't have that width and dimension to go with it. She's a little tighter in her forerib, not as expressive when you get behind her in comparison to that heifer in front of her. The heifer we have coming out next, probably when you analyze her, is as big and as long as any of them. The heifer just want to deepen down a little bit in terms of her side, want to give her a little more width all the way through.
Well, a good pair of females over on the Brahmin side, and I hope some of you young people are ringside are watching these two gals because you guys are both pretty darn good showmen, and it makes it fun and it makes it really kind of interesting to get out here because I appreciate good showmanship, and I think it's a real integral part of this show and business. I think good cattle in here, and I think the one that wins this class does so at the ground. And not only is she bigger footed, but I think when you study the angles of their structure, this heifer's laid in more right at the edge of her shoulder. You take her there back, and I think she's a longer bodied heifer that's just more right in her hip and her hind leg construction. Again, you put a good stick on her as well. She picks her head up. She looks natural in her posture. Still has plenty of dimension to her. Just a really good structured, good looking kind of female. And all of the attributes that are positives on her are really brought out by your showmanship skills. So nice job, young lady. Go get that blue ribbon. We'll bring her back out. This heifer here in second, I think you got to watch it a little bit in terms of just using the word stout because this heifer's actually bolder in her center rib, and you get right in behind the cattle, she surprises you in terms of the amount of pin width and the shape that she reads with. She's one that relative to her mass, she gets just a little fragile in her construction. You study her foot size, she's a little smaller footed there, so it doesn't match her dimension. I think she set her in motion too. You can see she's not as stable in her hind leg. She wants to drop her pins and kind of swivel out of her hips, so she's not as secure. Could be laid a little differently there into her shoulder as well. But two really nice heifers, good group of showmen, good kids, and a really nice pair of females. My congratulations.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. We got results from class number 10. First place goes to Carmen Mahalik of Flatonia FFA. And second is Chelsea Harrison of Cold Spring FFA. Now bring back our class winners, and our judge will select our junior division champion in our Brahman show. Over on the west side, our Simmental show. Currently have our class winners from the first 4 classes in the arena, and our judge will select our calf division champion. Also had results from class number 4 in our Simmental show. First place went to Zachary Wagner of Pearland FFA. In second was Gavin Hinckley of Caldwell County 4-H. Third place was Colton Newman of Austin County 4-H. In fourth was Jordan Meyer of Washington County 4-H. Fifth place was Macy Holt of Burton FFA. And sixth place went to Sarah Schneider, Brazoria County 4-H.
Over here on the Simmental side, we're here in our first division and really a strong group of calves. As we sorted through the classes, we came across a lot of differences in terms of shapes and sizes, but as we get them back out here, I think you can see that there were some different shapes and sizes, but I think you'll also see when you set these 4 class winners in motion, all of them are good and functional in terms of their type and kind. All of them are going to have some longevity and make cows for these young people once their show careers are over. I think once you get past that, I think you analyze these cattle and there's some other areas. The young man's heifer down here on the end really puts a lot of interesting pieces together. I really like this female up to her front 1/3, her neck extension, the way her shoulders laid in. You know, she's not just as clean in terms of her looseness of skin up to her front end, but she's so elegant and feminine and maternal in the way she's designed about her head and her neck and her shoulder. Female is really long spined, a female that's probably as good as any of them on the move. Really like the center body of that heifer. She's maybe not as moderate as a couple of the other heifers out here, but when you got a little added size and you're still as big body as any of them, I think that's just fine. The heifer right in front of her, you really like the width and dimension and moderation and rib cage of this heifer. I really like the cowiness that she shows us through her center body. The heifer, when you get her out and set her into motion, she moves good enough and true enough. When she stays within herself in terms of her skeleton, she maybe wants to roll just a little bit out of her shoulder and out of her front end skeleton. And we talked a little bit where we like to set her tail head down into her just a little bit, but that's another really nice female as well. Young lady's heifer in front of her, really, really extended and feminine. I love the extension she has up through her front end, really long from the point of her shoulder back to her pins. When you compare to the 2 heifers behind her, she doesn't have maybe as much slope to her shoulder. She doesn't have quite as much doability through her center body cavity as those 2 heifers we have behind her. We talked about the young man's heifer, the one in the last class. You know, she's not one that blows you away in any one particular area, but she checks a lot of boxes. I mean, she's sound, she's got enough to her, she's balanced enough. Is she maybe as striking as a couple of the other heifers out here in terms of her side view presentation? No, but she's sure a good kind of female that's going to make that young man a nice project. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll go show you the 2 I like the best today.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf for the Simmental show comes out of Class 1, exhibited by Jake Heyman of LaPorte FFA.
Well, as these young people bring their calves around here as we select our next division champion, it's unfortunate that the young lady's calf got away that many times and got disqualified, because that's still a good female. And I just want to make sure that that young lady, wherever she is, should keep her head up, because that's a nice calf. She'll come back around. You got plenty of other opportunities to show her. Then I think you get these three out here that win these classes, and they certainly represent lots of quality, but still some differences. And I think that's fun, and there's a lot of different kinds and a lot of different directions a guy could go to. Heifer that wins, or that is in this front position, is just really neat to look at in terms of just how she's put together from the side. She's balanced and attractive, and really, again, just a great kid on the halter there, showing her off and really doing an excellent job of highlighting all those traits that make her really, really unique. She's stout-footed. She's got enough to her from behind. Just a really attractive, high-quality kind of an individual that I think is pretty nice. Heifer that comes out of our second position out here, a little more moderate in her frame, and I don't mind that because her body shape still really it comes together extremely well, and it matches her frame. She's really strong in right behind her hump and really keeps an organized and attractive kind of top line from the front. I think at times when she's in motion, she can tighten up just a little bit. She's not crippled by any means, but if we could just loosen her hind leg and give her more control of her lower joints, this heifer's got a lot of good. Maybe could just tighten her up and tidy her up there in her navel as well. Then we get down to our last class winner, just super good, kind of a female that's got tremendous length of body and extension. She's big-footed and stout constructed, and yet still a young lady that gets it presented extremely well. I complimented her in class. She does an excellent job out here in division and keeps herself in contention. I think these class winners are good. There's a couple seconds over there that I think make this lineup extremely interesting. I'm going to go select your champion, but before I do that, continue your support. Let's give all these kids a nice hand. Show them your congratulations on their class winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division heifer champion in the Brahman Show comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Hudson Matthews of Victoria County 4-H.
Really a nice class of winter heifer calves here. The heifer that's going to surface to the top does so because she's the soundest. A heifer that you get her out on the move. She's got the most slope to her shoulder. She's set further back at her knee and past her than the heifer in second. And she's more correctly angled from her stifle to her hock and hock back into the ground. I think a really long-bodied, eye-appealing female. It's got plenty to her. She doesn't have as much swoop to her center body as the heifer we have in second. Maybe not quite as much shape from behind, but I think she's really the complete, sound, fluid-moving heifer. We're going to go ahead and use her. Young lady heifer is really nicely presented and very, very well shown. This heifer has nice neck. She's big-bodied. I just want to see her a little more flexible when you get her out on the travel, and there's nothing she can do about that. She's getting everything done she can. That's a very good showman and a nice female. Young lady's heifer down here doing a nice job as well. You can tell this young lady's worked at home. This heifer is very gentle. A heifer that's got some flexibility to her, just gets outpowered when you compare to those two in front of her in terms of width and overall performance.
Recapping over here on our Brahman Show, junior division champion went to Hudson Matthews, and then our judge selected our class winner out of class 9, Reed Benke of Washington County 4-H, as the reserve champion in the junior division. Back in our Simmental show, judge just completed our Class 7. Results from Class 7 are first place, April Ramsey of Timpson FFA. In second place was Morgan Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And third place was Kelsey Scott of McLennan County 4-H. Moving into the ring on the Simmental show is Class 8, and these are heifers that were born September and October of 2015. On the Brahman side, we have class number 13, and these are females that were born March and April of 2015.
Over on your Simmental side, this nice class of senior heifer calves. The red heifer comes to the top pretty easily for me. I think she's just a combination of being the boldest and the widest, with also being the most flexible on the move. When you compare to the heifer right behind her, she's bigger down her top, she's bolder through her center body. She's a little bit more collected off of her hip and hind leg when you set the cattle into motion. I think it's just a nice functional female to start. I think it gets closer between second and third. Young man's heifer in second. It's a big, powerful female. It's got a lot of width, a lot of forearm to her. A female is really long, yet still has some width and dimension over her skeleton. She just isn't as attractive as that one in front of her, probably not as deep in terms of her center body, not as collected once you get her on the move. But I think when you compare to the heifer behind her, there's just more cow there. There's more length and depth in terms of body. There's more power as you analyze her from her hooks back and her pins down. This young lady's done a nice job. This heifer just needs to be powered up a little bit. It doesn't show you quite the balance and depth from the side as the heifer we have right in front of her.
Results of class number 8 in our Simmental show. First place went to April Ramsey of Timpson FFA. In second was Caleb Martin of Lindsay FFA. And third place went to Jessica Crawford of Kaufman County 4-H. Now I have the single entry in class number 9. This is a heifer born July of 2015.
just a single entry here, but a nice female that really puts some interesting pieces together. You know, it's interesting to have one that rugged in terms of her foot and bone, but still be sound and flexible in terms of her movement. A lot of width and dimension in this heifer. Young man's an excellent showman and does a nice job with her. You know, if you were going to change her, she could maybe be a notch more feminine in her kind, but you still have to appreciate having that much width and dimension and still being sound in her structure. Nice job to this young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Taking the blue ribbon in class number 9 of our Simmental show is Everett Alford of Brazoria County 4-H. Now ready for class number 10 in our Simmental show. And those will be heifers that were born May and June of 2015.
Another really nice class here. We've got a pretty dominant one that I think wins this class fairly handily. And yeah, I think you could say about anything you wanted to relative to her contemporaries out here. She's the biggest bodied, she's stout, and she's sound, and has a nice look to her from the side. So I think in terms of combining production principles, but still giving you some extra breeding pieces and some tools to go forward in your operation, I think this young man's got himself a pretty nice project. And again, he does an awesome job of getting her presented. So nice job. We'll see you back out here for division in a little while. Heifer that ends up in second and third, I think this pair is probably the closest for me. I think you study these two heifers at the stand. The one that ends up in second probably just keeps herself together, a little more organized. She's a little more right in her transitions, specifically right behind her hump. She's a little stronger, a little more correct there in her spine. Take it on back. I think she's a little more correct in her pin set. She gives up some dimension as you study her heart and her forerib. She could probably toe in and just be a little square in the edge of her shoulder and how it goes down to the ground, but certainly one that I think at the stand gives you a really neat look, and I think she's probably a nickel more proportional than the one that ends up in third. The one that ends up in third is probably a little more right in the angle of her shoulder, and she toes just a little better up front than the one that's in second. She's loose in her construction to the point where she probably just gets up underneath of herself. She's dropping her pin bones and just tucking that rear leg up underneath of her body. And I think she's a heifer that just disconnects behind her hump and doesn't have that same organization to the top part of her skeleton as those two heifers in front of her. Really a smooth-made kind of heifer coming next, and you like her at the ground in regards to her flexibility. She's got plenty of use to her lower joints. Just comes across as one that's a little plainer, just how she's put together. She's deeper at the base of her chest than she is in her flanks. She rounds in her hip. Just a little smoother just in how she's put together in regard to her condition. But I like that heifer from a functional standpoint, and that alone is why I think she needs to stay towards the top end of this class. This heifer that comes next, I like her dimension, and I like her power and her substance. To me, she's a little coarser there in her hock joint. She compensates by having some flex to her pastern, but she's not right in the way that she's built in her hock. She wants to throw her hind leg and swivel out of her hip. Needs to be redesigned out of that rear skeleton if I want to move her up. I think you can make the same comments about this heifer coming next. She's really shapely and really stout and powerful, still pretty good in terms of her head and her neck construction. She just disconnects. She's got way too much insecurity to her hind leg. She separates in behind her shoulders. She's not right in the way that her shoulder's designed. She needs to be fixed both ends structurally, but I think her shape and her look are really interesting how that comes together. She just needs to be altered underneath. Heifer that comes next, I like her depth of body, and I think she's certainly got some performance behind her. She's one that's too fragile in her construction. She, too, like some of the other heifers we talked about, just isn't having enough control to her hind leg. She could be intensified in her bone work for us to slide her up in this class. Round out our class again with the one that's very sensible in her size. She's got some body depth. She's just, I don't like the shape of her feet. She's a little shallow heeled. She's wanting to curl up on those toes. I think if she was changed in that regard, she'd have more comfort, because I like her body type and I like the way you present her from the side. Just like to change the shape of her hoof, see her a little more square there underneath. But certainly a good class, good set of kids and nice females. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from class number 13 in our Brahman show. First place went to Spade Koenig of Callahan County 4-H. In second was Reed Binke of Washington County 4-H. In third place is Avery Kolb of Spring Branch FFA. In fourth was Tess Homeyer of Burleson County 4-H. Fifth place went to Blaine Robert Allen of Hopkins County 4-H. In sixth was Ty Wilson of San Jacinto County 4-H. Seventh place went to Caden Watson of Splendora FFA. And eighth place went to Samantha Ramos of Pasadena FFA. Now have class 14 moving into the ring. These are females born January and February of 2015.
Really a nice class of Scimitals here, and the top three are really good. They're very different. I think the one that wins, though, is the most complete and fault-free. When you set the cattle into motion, she's the most fluid and functional, particularly when you analyze her through her shoulder, front knee, and pastern. That's where she really separates herself from the heifer in second. She's set further back at her knee. She's got a more functional set to her front leg, which just allows her to take a longer, more fluid stride. This heifer looks her best when she's on her move because she's loose spine, she's loose structured. You know, that heifer, there's not much wrong with her. She's big in terms of her center body. She's stout enough from behind. And where she's just going to win today is movement and soundness out of her front end. You can't show one much better than this young man has in the second. You can't present one much better. Heifer from her shoulder back, I love her for just her power, awesome rib design. She's got her bred up nice. Just want to change that heifer off of her shoulder. She gets very tentative when you get her out here. She almost wants to come forward in her knee just a little bit, but man, there's a lot of power and a load of quality from there back. Young lady's heifer, there's not a whole lot wrong with her. She gets outpowered by those two in front of her in terms of just mass and quality. But this young lady's brought me nice cattle all day, and she's presented them very well in terms of show ring presence and really does a nice job getting her cattle set up. This heifer is definitely maternal enough. She's sound enough. She's just not as striking or as powerful as those two right in front of her. Of the two heifers we have coming out next, I thought the young man's heifer was deeper bodied. She's wider when you analyzed her from front to rear. Young man does a nice job getting her set up, a heifer that's got some balance. She doesn't have the depth or the soundness of the three heifers we have in front of her. Then young lady that is coming out next, a heifer that, you know, you like their length of side. You just want to give her a little more durability through her center body, maybe jerk her up in terms of her pin set a little bit. But that's a nice class of Scimitals. The heifer that wins for me is just the most complete and functional one that I feel the most comfortable with going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 10 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Hayden Ashhorn, Washington County 4-H. In second place is Caden Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. In third place goes to Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. In fourth is Cutter Carnes of Dimmitt County 4-H. In fifth place was Rebecca Pearson of George Ranch FFA. Our judges are now ready to select our junior division champion in our Simmental show. So we'll bring back all class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10.
One of the tougher classes that I've had the chance to kind of sort through in this lineup of Brahman females. There's 5 heifers in here that all have some good to them, but there probably isn't the one that just jumps out right off the bat. So once you start to study it, I think it makes a little more sense to go ahead and use this red Brahman heifer to win this class, because I think she's the only one of this lineup that combines a real brood cow look to her center body and has some extra dimension to her, but stays crowned and stays correct. I like the way that she's built through her shoulder and down through her front feet. She's accurate in the way that she hinges out of her hip and her hind leg. And again, this young lady's a great stick and gets her put together right from the side. She balances correctly, a little stronger behind her hump, and I like the way she holds her top line together better than the heifer that ends up in second. Good job, young lady. Again, I really think that's a good fault-free kind of female that should win this class. Heifer that ends up in 2 and 3, I think they have some trade-offs, and it's kind of some personal preference here. Heifer that ends up in second, for me, is probably just a little more genuine in her width when you step right in behind the cattle. The relation of her pin set to how she reads from her hock on down to the ground, I think is a little squarer and a little truer. A nice hump shape in this heifer as well. She just comes apart and gets a little disorganized in how she's put together. She's a heifer that wants to separate behind her shoulder, gets high in her grow bone and then slopes in her hips. So her whole top line's a little disorganized. Change that. We really like that female in terms of substance and in terms of stoutness. She just doesn't have the same sort of look there in how she puts together her transitions. Heifer that comes next is one that I really liked when she first walked in. She's got a really big but soft foot underneath of her, and she can get out and have plenty of range of motion from the side. She's one that you step right in behind the cattle. She's just not square enough there at her hock. I think she's one that wants to pull in, just isn't quite as square and genuine. And then you get off to the side of her. She wants to deepen in her chest relative to her flank, and she's not enough of an improvement for me to justify in her structure to move her up into second. I do like the way she's built better than the heifer in fourth. The heifer in fourth has got all the dimension and probably is as stout and powerful in her muscle shape as any of the heifers in this lineup. She's right up front. She's got some issues. She's a little upright in her shoulder, and you can see her front feet wanting to twist out. She needs to be truer, needs to be more right in the way that she's built off the front part of her skeleton. But I like her dimension. I just wish she was altered a little bit structurally. Then we round our class out with one that's super feminine, and I really like the length and extension that this darker gray heifer brings to the table. I think her refinement kind of translates to her body type because she's a little raw, she's a little flat, and you step in behind the cattle, she just doesn't have the same sort of dimension. She kind of gives up plenty of power as you compare her to the heifers in front of her. But that's a great set of females. That one's certainly functional, very useful in her kind, just an outstanding lineup of heifers. My congratulations again to all those exhibitors.
Results from class number 14 in our Brahman show. First place goes to Molly Smith of Luling FFA. In second is Faith Breed of Spring Branch FFA. In third place, Shelley Curry of Houston County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Tanner Ort of Cuero FFA. And fifth place to Bailey McManners of Caney Creek FFA. Now ready for class 15 in our Brahmin show. These are females born September through December of 2014.
Over here in our Simmental show, another very interesting, intriguing, and very good, powerful division of cattle here. And again, in this middle division where we run falls to maize, there's some differences in size and skeletal maturity, but I really like this group of females in terms of their functionality. The young lady's heifer down here out of the youngest class, she's a notch bigger, but she's very good in terms of her feet and legs and her movement. When she goes, she stays within herself. She hits her stride. With that, she's really long. She's balanced. She's still got enough width and dimension down her top and out over her hip. But with that added length, and with her being the youngest heifer, she doesn't have quite as much depth to her center body as a couple of the other heifers out here, but that's to be expected. That's a very nice heifer that young lady has. The heifer right in front of her is a heifer that really does a nice job combining center body with having some power and some ruggedness of bone and foot size. Heifer that moves pretty nice out of her hip and hind leg. I'd like to give her a little more slope to her shoulder. She's just a little straighter in the angle to her shoulder. Gets her a little choppier on the move when we set her into motion. Young man had a single entry heifer, but we talked about his heifer being unique in the terms that she's that rugged in her design and that stout, but she's still pretty sound and functional in her overall type and kind. She doesn't have the ultra feminine look and maybe isn't maternal in her build as some of the other heifers out here, but I think we'll just appreciate her for what she brings to the table out here as well. The young man's heifer that we have that wins the last class is a very good class. The more I look at this heifer, the more I watch her walk around the ring, the more I like her. This heifer, when you get to the very highest national champion level, not just within every breed, but within the Simmental breed, a lot of the times it comes down to feet and legs and structure. And this heifer has the structure that I think is pretty impeccable to be that set back at her knee and front pastern, a heifer that takes that easy, a comfortable stride while having that much length of body, still meets her stride, that much center body. I think that's just a nice female that beat a couple really good ones within her class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for a great set of cattle. As we bring this big red heifer over here, there's sure a lot to like, and we talked about her in class. She's not perfect, but there's so much good about her. It's hard for me to deny her in terms of the reserve slot, so this young man's going to go ahead and be a reserve champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior division champion in our Simmental show comes out of class 10, exhibited by Hayden Ashhorn of Washington County 4-H. And reserve champion in the junior division, also out of class 10, exhibited by Caden Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions. We have no entries in class 13 of our Simmental show, so moving into class 14. These are females that were born January and February of 2015.
Another really interesting class here on the Brahman side, and I'd say there's a few times amongst these top four that kind of played in my head and toyed with the idea of starting with every one of these top 3 or 4. I think they're all pretty close and they're all a little bit different. The one that wins for me wins at the ground, and I think structurally speaking, she's the only heifer in here that it not only toes the squarest and the most right off both ends, but I think just the way the angles of her framework and how she's put together from the side is really the most correct in this class. She gives you an attractive, really high quality kind of look to her, and I think you combine that with the freshness that she has to her body condition. She's dropping a nice udder and showing plenty of production in terms of gestation. So I think quality-wise alone, her structure allows her to have a really neat look and win this class. This heifer here in second, I really liked her when she first walked in. She's a little softer than our class winner, really broody and maternal in her rib cage, and still has a really nice functional kind of use to her hind leg. She gets just a little upright in her shoulder, and she just doesn't get out and reach out of her front end. A little tip forward there in her knee. I'd just like to see her a little different there as she built up front, but certainly a good heifer that's got a tremendous amount of volume and power to her, and certainly gives you a neater look from the side than the heifer that ends up in third. The heifer that ends up in third is definitely the stoutest and most powerful one in this class, and it's tough to put that kind of dimension on a Brahman female, and she does it extremely well. I think for me, it comes at the expense of just how she's put together. She really stuck her hind leg up underneath of herself. She's not secure enough in her hip and her hind leg placement. She gets a little uncoordinated in how she's built, and that causes her whole top line to disconnect and whatnot. But that one is big-footed. She's stout, and she's muscular, and she's powerful. There's a lot of breeding incentives. I just wish her hip and her hind leg were a little different. The heifer that comes next is probably a little stronger and more organized right behind her hump. She's one that just doesn't build right up front. She twists out on those front feet. She's rocking forward in her shoulder, and you can see that when she gets in motion, she just doesn't have that same sort of extension in the way that her neck comes out of her shoulder, because she just needs to be altered up front. I like the pair that comes next, certainly functional. She's a little long and coarse in her teats for me, and I think it's just putting her in her first lactation is putting her a little behind in terms of just where she's lost her bloom and maybe just doesn't have her the same kind of look to her. But I'd certainly like to refine her teat structure up just a bit, kind of square that udder up in regards to all 4 quarters. The heifer that comes next, I really like her in terms of her substance. She's soft-bodied and certainly gets out with some reach. Get right in front of her, I think she crashes in her knee and maybe isn't quite as just true and genuine in her chest width and rib shape and volume all the way through, but she's soft and she's reliable in her structure. I think there's a lot of things production-wise and longevity that she certainly has some good. The heifer that comes next is a little fresher in her condition. I like the shape that she has in terms of her upper skeleton. She's one that's a little harder just in her forerib and in her flank. I'd certainly like to intensify this one's bone work to help her match the power that she has up top. Then we round our class out with one that's, again, extremely powerful and dimensional. She's just not sound enough for me to move up in this class. She's too challenged in her shoulder. She's the straightest in her hock and just doesn't get out and reach with enough flex and range of motion for me to move her up in this lineup. But, again, a really good class. There's lots of females with some quality, really good set of kids as well. My congratulations.
Really a nice class of junior yearlings over here in your Simmental show. And, you know, there's some give and take once you get some of these cattle to where they're going ahead and entering production, and you got some that aren't. You know, there's always give and take. But I think the heifer that wins this class does so pretty handily. She's a logical choice, as she's not only very dimensional, but a female that has entered production and shows us she has a beautiful udder, plenty of production, very uniform in all 4 quarters. Really refined about her teats. You know, I think one that's just not a big hole in this female. Her calf is a nice calf, but I think you just appreciate that female as one that's going to have a lot of longevity. She's got enough power, enough look, and really, really nice udder. I thought it got closer in second and third, and I did opt to split the 2 pairs with the young man's heifer we have in second. And I know that she hasn't calved yet, but I still think there's just more female there. I think there's more width through her chest floor. I think she's more powerfully constructed down her top and out over her hip. And we talked earlier about sometimes it's a disadvantage once you've entered production. But I think when you compare those two, I'd like to change the length of the teats on the cow in the back. She just gets a little longer than what we'd like to see. Looks like this female is forming a nice udder. We're going to go ahead and use the stouter, bigger volumed heifer with the more powerfully constructed hind leg over the other pair. A female that definitely is putting a lot into her calf. She's feminine up through her front end. I do like the structure on this female. I think she's very sound and overall type and kind. You know, when you analyze her type and kind, her calf is probably stouter than what she is. What I want to change about her, though, today is her udder. She's not as uniform, and she's a little longer in her front teats, and that's why she's going to be third, but really a nice pair of cattle there. The heifer we have in fourth, a female that's very strong in her lines. A female just gets outpowered, needs to be just more dimensional when you compare to those three females we have above her.
Results from class number 14 in our Simmental show. First place went to Braden Railing of Washington County 4-H. In second place is Garrett Richardson of Cold Spring FFA. Third place, Courtney Whiting of Kendall County 4-H. And fourth place, Justin Grafe of Washington County 4-H. Now ready for class 15. We've got a single entry in this class. Female born September of 2014. In our Brahman show, currently in the arena, our judge is evaluating our class winners out of classes 13, 14, and 15 for senior division champion. Also have results from class 15 in that class. First place went to Caroline Shearer of Victoria County 4-H. Second place, Cole Carson of Rivercrest FFA. Third place went to Garrett Pierce of Coryell County 4-H. And fourth was Mackenzie Moreland of Coryell County 4-H. Fifth place went to Madison Ernest of Needville FFA. And sixth was Abby Homeyer of Caldwell FFA. Seventh place was Savannah Rojas of Pasadena FFA. And eighth place was Michael Curry of Houston County 4-H.
As we go to wrap up this final division and go into our grand champion selection, I'm really pleased. And again, just to echo the things that I said in our Beefmaster division, it's just fun to get down here and look at these cattle and work with your young people. Just a really exceptional lineup and trio of heifers out here, their respective seconds as well. Heifer that wins the first class, really bold and stout and powerful, yet still puts it together and keeps function in check, and I think that's important. Her structure's right, and the way that she gets out in motion is right. Just an exceptional kind of female there that the young man does an excellent job of putting the stick on. Heifer that wins our second class probably doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, if you will, but that's a good functional kind of cattle. Her structure and her body type are right. She could probably intensify her bone work and maybe make her a little neater in her hip construction. But in terms of just the real world principles of body and function, she has all those boxes checked, and she's going to be very productive at the next stage of her life. Then we come down to our last class winner. Really has a neat look, and she's built right in her structure, big forearm and foot underneath of her as well. She certainly balances nicely. Just a really good trio of females here, and it gives you that chance as a judge to just go out and use the one that hits you the hardest and the one that you just like out of this lineup. So I'm going to do that here in just a second, but if you would, please help me congratulate these young people. Give them a nice hand, and I'll pick you a champion and reserve out of this division.
These last two classes of Simmentals, Simmental breed is certainly one that's gained a lot of popularity, and you know, you see the numbers in the Simmental show across the United States really high, no matter where you go. And the last two classes kind of, you know, is an example of why you'd want to inject this into your herd. You know, you've got females that are junior yearlings that were in production in the last class. You got a nice big stout cow here with a nice udder. You know, it goes a lot for the performance and functionality the cow-like traits that these cattle have. You can tell this young man gets along pretty good with this senior yearling. She's a big, stout cow with a nice udder. Her calf's got some quality and some balance, some length to her. If I'm going to change the cow, maybe like to make her a little neater at her crest, maybe relax her just a shade in her top. A really nice pair of cattle these two young people brought out for us today. Cow calves are not easy. That's about as well behaved as you can get one to act.
Results from Class 15 in our Simmental show. First place goes to Jacob Crawford of Kaufman County 4-H. Back on the Brahman side, our judges selected our senior division champions. Our senior division champion came out of class number 13, entry 1279, exhibited by Spade Koenig of Callahan County 4-H. And a reserve senior champion was out of class 15, entry 3901, exhibited by Caroline Shearer of Victoria County 4-H. Now bring back our division champions in our Brahman show. Our judge will select our grand champion heifer.
As we get out here in our last division, great group of cattle, really good group of young people. As we talked about just a minute ago, these cattle are very functional and maternal. I think the pair that wins that first class really exemplifies that. I think a cow that is very good in terms of her size. She has plenty of substance. She's functional, but you really, really appreciate her as she's entered production. Having that nice of an udder for a 2-year-old female, I think is very impressive. I think it gets closer after that. You could opt for another female that's entered production that you'd maybe want to change a few more things about in terms of, her top line and her crest of her neck. Or you can go with the female down here that hasn't quite entered production, but really has a lot of power, a lot of dimension, a lot of ruggedness of design. Young man does a really nice job with. But let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. I'll go pick your champion reserve in this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion senior heifer in our Simmental show comes out of class 14, exhibited by Braden Railing of Washington County 4-H, and a reserve senior champion, also out of the same class, exhibited by Garrett Richardson of Cold Spring FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring back our division champions, and our judge will select our grand champion Simmental heifer.
Well, as we wrap up our Brahman show, it's really been an honor and it's been a treat to get to work with you guys. And where I'm from, we don't have any of these cattle, and I can tell you it's really a neat thing to see all these young people out here working with these Brahman cattle. And I know some of these classes they've acted up, and some of these are a lot of cow for a little bit of just a little kid and a lot of cow, and sometimes it's a little bit of a tough combination, but these kids have all done an exceptional job of just staying with it and hanging in there. And as you get them all back out here for a champion drive, I certainly am pleased, and I'm certainly excited with how all these division winners and reserves kind of fit together. I don't want to take any time really talking about the cattle. Like we said in the last division, we've talked about them in their respective classes and divisions plenty up to this point. So again, it just gives you that chance to go use the one that hits you the hardest. And I think there's a couple, 3 out here that are really, really good and really are not only going to look good today, but look good in progressive different operations when they get to that next stage of production. So, you know, my hat's off to all of you guys. It's been fun. This has been a great breed to work with. It's got a great set of showmen, a great set of kids that have been helping each other out and working extremely hard. So my hat's off to all of you. Before I pick a champion, again, show your congratulations and help me honor these kids out here. Give them a nice hand, and I'll pick you a champion, Brahmin female.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Brahmin Heifer comes out of the senior division, exhibited by Spade Koenig of Callahan County 4-H. Congratulations. And your reserve champion, Brahmin Heifer, comes out of the junior division. This is entry 3894, exhibited by Hudson Matthews of Victoria County 4-H. Congratulations to our grand and reserve champion, Brahmin Heifer exhibitors. That completes our Brahmin show. I'm ready to move into our Brangus show. So we need Class 1 Brangus. You're up next.
I'm very, very pleased with the lineup we have over here on the Simmental show. I think these 3 are very similar in terms of their type and kind. You know, I think you look at the calf, project her this time next year, I think she's going to look a lot like that female in the middle. And I hope that when that female enters into production, she looks like that female down there. I think you can just see the natural progression, the quality that we had within this lineup. Really good set of seconds over here. These set of seconds are maybe, you know, as a whole, maybe a little wider and more powerful in terms of their dimensions, but I don't know that they're as flexible and feminine and sound as the ones that we have over here, but I think there's certainly a couple of them in contention as well. Young man's heifer is really long and extended, gives you a really nice feminine maternal look up through her front end, drops a really nice belly, especially for that amount of length. A heifer that's sound enough when you get her out on the move, really comes together when he gets her to the side and gets her loin to kind of puts everything in, together there. Nice female. Young man's heifer comes out of our middle class. We talked about, you know, not every single part of her is put together absolutely perfect, but when she gets on the move, she looks almost perfect. The heifer is as fluid in terms of her movement as you can make one. It puts all of her pieces together. When she gets stopped, you know, she maybe gets a little more relaxed, but most sound cattle are a little looser made. She's very feminine up through her front end. She's got great center body. She's forming a nice udder. I just really like a lot of things about that heifer. Then we talked about our our junior yearling down there, already in production. She's a dimensional female that's sound enough in terms of skeleton. Really shows you a nice udder. Have to appreciate that about her. Let's give these exhibitors a really nice round of applause, and I'll go out and select your champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Simmental Heifer comes out of the junior division. Entry number 2304, exhibited by Hayden Ashhorn of Washington County 4-H.
We've talked about this red heifer quite a bit, and and she's not perfect in the way she's designed about her shoulder, but there's a lot to that female. I think it'd be a really, really tremendous breeding piece. She has so much good about her from her shoulder back and so much power. The presentation is good and the showmanship is impeccable. We're going to go ahead and have her be a reserve today.
And your reserve champion, Simmental Heifer, also out of the junior division, exhibited by Caden Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion, Simmental Heifer exhibitors. That completes our Simmental show. We're ready to move into our ORBs. ORB Class 1. You're up next.
It's a fine line on this microphone, how close. You almost have to have it touching.
really a tough class here, and it's really tough here towards the top end because I'll be honest with you, there's a couple things and some lines in the sand that you got to draw and some figure out what side of the fence you want to be on a couple different traits. But the one that wins this class for me, she does so at the ground, and I think she's the best in terms of her structure. She's big-footed and sound and flexible in the way that she gets out in motion. I particularly like the way she sets down behind as you compare her to the Heifer in second. I think she's a little more flexible in her pass turn, a little more right in the way that her hind leg is constructed. She's still got plenty of length of body and plenty of look to her. Certainly a good heifer that brings forth a nice quality kind of image when you get her stopped at the profile. The one that I like at the standstill is without question the heifer that comes in second. And she's moderate but still has a really bold kind of rib cage to her. And for that kind of power, she's neat-necked and has a really cool look ahead of her shoulder. My biggest problem with her is her hind leg construction. She's just a little too up and down, a little tighter there in her pastern. When she's standing still, she's the one I like. When she gets out in motion, I just didn't think she was quite sound enough to win this class, but certainly should be very happy with that heifer because she's got a ton of quality. She just needs to go a little better from behind. Heifer that ends up in third, I think, is an improvement in that regard. She sets her neck really high out of the top side of her shoulder, very fresh in her look as well. But she, too, I don't know if she's enough of an improvement because she's actually unstable and kind of throws her hock rather than flexes it. She gives up some body mass and some softness there to the center part of her skeleton. That's why she ends up in third. But I think she's got more look than the one that comes in four. This heifer's certainly soft and very easy fleshing in her look, and I think she's got a real cow kind of quality about her. She gets to the little plainer as you read her at the top of her neck and down to the base of her chest. I think her chest is deeper than her flank, and she's still soft enough in her body type. So proportionalism, I don't know if she just kind of puts herself together quite as organized as those heifers in front of her. The one that comes next is moderate, and she's very smooth, but uniquely she's got some power when you step in behind her and read her out through her pins and down low. She's a heifer that needs to be intensified in her bone work. She could be redesigned at the edge of her shoulder and be laid back just a little better up front and how the angle of her shoulder is assembled. Heifer that comes next is extremely long-bodied. I like the extension that she has. She's out of whack in terms of balance because her chest and flank are disproportional. She's a heifer that just doesn't blend together quite as nicely. A little extra set there to her hind leg, and it all kind of throws off her image from the side. Heifer that comes next is moderate and has some rib shape to her. She's one that maybe gets just a little quicker just as you read at her cannon bone and the shape of her head. I don't think this heifer is probably quite as neat in her lines in terms of the strength of her spine and the organization to her hip and hind leg, but a good heifer that's got some power, certainly more functional than the one that comes next. This heifer that rounds out our class, I do like her performance, and I like the ability to gain and how she's performed out here. Structure alone is what gets her down in this class. She's too upright in her shoulder. Her pin bones and hind leg assembly's not right, so when she gets out in motion, she pulls up in her top and just doesn't keep herself reliable enough in her structure. But a good heifer that's got some femininity and got some performance, she just needs to be built a little different from the ground up. But again, a really good class. 8 nice heifers. My congratulations.
Results from class number 1 in our Bring It show. First place goes to Mary Lloyd of Lockhart FFA. In second is Letty Swaim of Chisholm FFA. Third place goes to Lane Baker of Washington County 4-H. In fourth is Hadley Harris of Wilson County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Emma Hessler of Industrial FFA. In sixth is Callie Stewart of Victoria County 4-H. The seventh place goes to Caitlin Karish of Spring Branch FFA. And eighth place to Madison Baugh of Clear Lake FFA. We now have Class 2 moving into the ring in our Bring It show. These are heifers that were born March of 2016.
Another really good class on this side. We got 5 heifers that all have some value and some quality to them. I think when you get up this class winner and she first hit the ring, she gave me a really nice first impression. And not every day that, you know, the extra power and rib shape in one, it still has a nice look and keeps structure and function in check. So I think that she's just a really nice fault-free kind of place to lead off with. I like the way she's built from the side. And again, you put a good stick on a good one, it really makes that pair really, really fun to work with. Young lady's done a nice job with that heifer. I really appreciate all the work that you've done. We'll go get your blue ribbon, and we'll see you back here in just a minute. This heifer here in second actually corrects a concern I have of our class winner. I like this heifer's head and her neck shape. I think she's super feminine, super high quality just in the look that she gives you from the side. And she too, like our winner, is the other functionally structured, good built heifer that's got the extra length of body and has some length to her stride. She's one that's got a little extra set there to her hind leg. It doesn't affect her function. Just aesthetically speaking, it probably isn't as neat to look at. And I think big picture, she just doesn't open up in her forerib into her upper skeleton with the same kind of dimension as you see in our class winner. But again, you got a good heifer there, functionally speaking, and feminine and quality driven. I think there's a lot of value in that 1 and 2. She's better structured than the heifer in third. This young man's heifer in third is like our winner in terms of rib shape and the dimension that she has from her shoulder into her forerib and top line. She's just one that jams her neck in a little low at the top of her shoulder because she's a little tipped up in the angle of her shoulder. I think the biggest concern that I have of her is when she gets out in motion, she wants to throw her hind leg and drag it underneath. She just doesn't have the flexibility to her hind leg as those 2 heifers in front of her. The heifer that comes next is probably the longest bodied relative to her frame of any of the females in class. I like the organization in her top line. It's down low where she maybe runs into trouble, because for her frame, she reads just a little harder in her body type, and I don't think her hind leg and the way that her pin bones are assembled are quite as neat as some of the heifers in front of them. Heifer that rounds out our class is moderate and very sensible in her size, and her body type matches her frame and her mature size. She's a heifer that could be intensified in her bone work, and I think structurally speaking, she's the most challenged. She drops her pins, but still manages to get tight in her hind leg, so her top line just doesn't stay as reliable and organized as those 4 heifers in front of her. But an excellent set of cattle and kids. Again, my congratulations all the way through.
Thank you for those comments, Dr. Cassidy. Results from class number 2 in our Brangus show. First place goes to Brianna Hicks of Brazoria County 4-H. In second is J.C. Bice of Waller FFA. Third place goes to Justin Barlow, Alvin FFA. In fourth is Peyton Hemmett of Fayette County 4-H. And fifth place is Conley Harris of Wilson County 4-H. In the ring now is class number 3 of our Brangus show. 2 entries, both of them born February of 2016.
Let's give these exhibitors, before we talk these cattle, a big round of applause. This is our big class with a lot of good cattle. As this class was walking in, I knew I had my work cut out for me, but was really pleased the way the cattle kind of just sorted themselves. The more you walked them, the more certain ones sorted themselves to the top, and the more others sorted themselves the other way. But really a good quality class all the way through. And this class is, you get down to that white-legged heifer, and all the way up. These have been some of the better cattle we've seen today, and these exhibitors are to be commended. I think it did end up coming this pair, a logical third, and then I thought it got close between the white heifer and the white-legged heifer. But I think as you get this top pair up here, these are the two high-quality, sound-structured heifers, and of that pair, the one we start with, there's more to her, and she is the sounder of the two when you analyze it on the move out of their shoulder. When you compare to the heifer in second, she's got more width through her chest floor. As she comes out of the top side of her shoulder, she's got more power and dimension there, as well as from her hooks back and her pins down. As she tracks away, she tracks with more genuine width, a female that sets down very securely on all four corners. She's not probably as flat in terms of her shoulder as the heifer we have in second, but I think the female with the added muscle and the added soundness combined heifer that ends up winning the class pretty easily. The heifer in seconds ends up being an easy second, because when this heifer hit the ring, she hit me really hard. At that point, she was the soundest one I'd seen. She's very angular and feminine in her design. I love her length of spine. I love the straightness she has to her lines. She's uniform in her forerib, her body depth from her forerib back to her flank. I like her pin set and the way her tail head sets in her. She gets a notch straighter out of her shoulder, and not as long strided as that class winner, and gives up just a little power, bone, and foot size. The power, bone, and foot size of the heifer in third probably projects more like their class winner. This heifer, with all that power and performance, or power and dimension, is still very sound in her skeleton. She's still neat in terms of her neck, very youthful and very honest in terms of her body composition. Today, where I want to change her is just drop her down. I realize she's not as far along in terms of her condition, but I would like to see her just a notch deeper in terms of her center body, softer in terms of her rear flank. But I project that heifer really good on down the road, because she's good looking, she's stout, and she moves well. The next two heifers are farther along and have more condition on them. They'll give you a little cowier look than that heifer does at this point, but I don't see them put together quite as neatly as that heifer. I think this pair of cattle is close, but I like the young lady's white heifer a little better on the move. I think she handles herself just a little softer at the ground, softer in terms of her pasterns. I think this heifer is a real broody, cowy female that shows you a lot of three-dimensional volume all the way from her point of her shoulder back to her pins. She's long, she's deep, she's wide. Just want to make her just a notch better out of her shoulder design. She's not quite as neat up to her front end as those first three heifers. The young lady does an excellent job. The heifer we have coming out next, there's some great parts and pieces to this heifer. I love her extension, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. I love her center body. And in some classes, this heifer would have been, hard to handle, but she got in here, probably our deepest class of the day. I want to change this female in the way she's designed a little bit at the ground when she goes. She's not as secure in terms of her pasterns. A female, though, that does offer a lot of genuine rib shape, neck extension. Young lady does a really nice job showing her. This class was loaded with good showmen all the way through. These next couple young ladies as well do a really nice job. This heifer is just kind of middle of the road, not a whole lot wrong with her. She's feminine, she's big-bodied, she's pretty good structured. She just gets outpowered by those heifers in front of her. She's a little nicer, I thought, out of her shoulder than the gray heifer that we have next. The gray heifer is probably a little more striking, probably a little better set about her top and tail head than the one right in front of her, but gets a little more rigid off of her pasterns as she goes. Young man's heifer coming out next, real feminine heifer, just gets higher in her spine and wants to tuck up in terms of her center body. As we go on down, young people that sure have good females, cattle that have definitely, you can tell, have been worked really hard upon. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause that round out the class. Good cattle, maybe just didn't have the overall quality, but definitely deserve a round of applause. They've worked very hard on their project. Let's please give them a round of applause.
Well, Tyler had quite the sort over there, and I've only got two on this side. And so and maybe not quite as challenging and mind-boggling to try to manage those numbers of cattle in those groups, but two good heifers. And I think they're actually a little bit different just in how they're put together. The one that that I used to win this class, I think, just from the side in terms of her forerib and how she ties at the top of her shoulder into her spine, a little more appropriate, a little more correct in how she handles her top line when she's out in motion. And I probably don't say this very often in an American show. If I'd change her, I'd probably just knock her tailhead down. She's actually a little elevated there in her pin bones, but I still think she manages to give you a quality look. Young lady puts a good stick on her as well. Just an excellent female that's smooth and correct and feminine and attractive to win this class. Heifer that wins or ends up in second. It's probably a little softer right in the center portion of her body, and I don't question the extra mass and dimension she has. She steps down on a really stout foundation in terms of foot and bone as well. She gets just a bit disconnected and comes apart in some of her transitions. Neck, shoulder, forerib junction's a little awkward because she tightens right there in her heart and just doesn't organize and strengthen her spine up right behind her shoulder quite as good. She's a little looser and rounder out of her hips. So I think just in terms of how she's designed and how she puts together, it's a little disorganized, and that's why she ends up in second. But again, good pair of heifers. My congratulations to both of these young ladies. Really nice class there of females.
Results from class number 3 in our Bring It show. First place goes to Reagan Burke of Austin County 4-H, and second place goes to Amy Hessler of Industrial FFA. Now ready for class number 4 in our Bring It show, and those will be females born January of 2016. On the ORB side, our judge just finished evaluating class number 1. Results from that class. First place goes to Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. In second was Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. Third place goes to Shay Rimple of Malakoff FFA. In fourth was Camden Crisp of Cook County 4-H. In fifth place, Savannah Evans of Hooks FFA. Sixth place went to Katie Kurth of George Ranch FFA. Seventh place was Alexis Wagner of Pearland FFA. In eighth was Cutter Carnes of Dimmitt County 4-H. Ninth place went to Charles Barrier of Bel Air FFA. And 10th place went to Samantha Lucas of Pearland FFA. We now have Class 2 ORB in the ring. These are heifers that were born March of 2016.
Another nice class of calves over here. Just 3 entries, but 3 really good females that have some differences, and there's some trade-offs amongst these individuals. But the one that wins, I think, for me, does so fairly handily. And within this class, she's one of 2 good structured heifers that's built right and has some flexibility and is just built for some extra longevity. But I think this young lady does a great job of highlighting all the things that are good about this female. She's good-necked and she's long-bodied, and you get her stopped and put together, she just gives you a really neat look from the side. And so ones that are built right and have a good showman at side can really present you with a high-quality look, and that's why she wins. So nice job again. My congratulations, that young lady, on her class winner. I think the one that comes in second's the next most like her, and it's mostly at the ground. I think she's an improvement in structure as you compare her to the heifer in third. She's a little longer stride and a little more correct in the way that her hind leg just flexes and sets down at the surface. And I think she's super feminine too. Relative to our class winner, she wants to flatten and really gives up some dimension to heifers on either side of her. But I still think, functionally speaking, I stay committed to it. My practical mindset kind of tells me that her structure alone needs to keep her in second. This heifer in third is an upgrade in terms of stoutness and power. There's no question that of the heifers in second and third, she opens up bolder behind her shoulder and just is more impressive in terms of pin width and bone structure. She's one that, with that, gets a little coarser, a little crestier there at the top of her neck. And I think structurally speaking, she's probably the tightest there in her hind leg. The way that she gets out and goes causes her to come apart in her top line. So that's why she ends up in third. But again, I think 3 good heifers, a little different, but certainly have some quality all the way through.
Results from class number 4 in our Bring It show. First place goes to Della Jasinski of Washington County 4-H. In second was Mackenzie Burke of Austin County 4-H. And third place goes to Kelsey Scott of McLennan County 4-H. We'll now bring back our class winners from classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And our judge will select our calf champion in our Bring It show.
I think a nice class, maybe not the overwhelming class like we just had. We have a lot of differences here in terms of type and kind and size, and that's to be expected. There is probably so many different composites and conglomeration of breeds that we have within this class, but I think no matter what breed you have, good is good, is functional, and complete is complete. The heifer that wins this class is not the biggest, not the most powerful, but she's the most complete. She's the soundest structured, nicest balanced one that on down the road has a really nice center body. Heifer that just projects really nice as a yearling. She projects nice as a cow. Doesn't blow you away anywhere, but when you start subtracting the things that are adding up the things that are wrong with them, this heifer certainly surfaces to the top. I thought it was as close in second and third. You know, the heifer in third probably has a bit of a more feminine design like the one that we used to win, but I think that the red heifer that's second probably is is a little bit more secure when she goes to the ground with a more powerful hind leg, and that goes along with being a bit more powerful all the way through. I'd like to neaten this heifer up in terms of her shoulder, make her a little more feminine up through her crest of her neck, but she's a powerful heifer that's one of the sounder ones that we have within this class. The young man's Hereford colored heifer, one when she's parked you really like. Her neck comes nice out of her shoulder. She's strong in terms of her lines, a heifer that's got some substance to her. When you get her on the move, she gets pretty tentative off of her hind leg. Heifer doesn't have quite that center body and power of the heifer we have in front of her. The heifer we have come out next, the young lady does a nice job getting set up. That's a really long-bodied heifer that is pretty long in terms of her length of stride. A heifer maybe just doesn't come together quite as neatly because of that extra length. She wants to come apart a little in her top line, doesn't show us quite as much depth to her center body. The heifer we have coming out next probably is a little leveler in terms of her top line and hip. She's a little bigger body, but she's not as stout and dimensional as that heifer we have right in front of her. Two heifers that are probably a little more conventional in terms of their kind, a little more early in terms of their skeletal appearance, that don't have as much eye appeal, but I think they had just a bit more softness and doability than the young lady's heifer that concludes the class.
Really a good way to start off this Brangus show as we wrap up our first division. And just to sound like a broken record throughout the day, I'm very happy with how all these heifers fit together. And I think you can see that I made a stand for structural quality, because I do think that it's important in this industry that we have these females built for the long haul, that they can survive and offer you some sustainability and some stability in your herds. Heifer that wins our first class is just very useful in her structure, and the way that she's built is right. She gets out and reaches with some flexibility and range of motion off both ends of her framework, still gives you enough performance and power. Now, she beat a pretty good one in that class, and she did it on structure alone. So, again, I think it's really important to keep them built the way they should be. Heifer that wins our second class is really intriguing in a lot of ways, and it's tough for cattle to have that kind of rib shape and power, but yet still be smooth and maternal in their look and in their muscle pattern. And she does all those things extremely well. And for one that's got that kind of dimension, she still gets out and reaches extremely well. She's fundamentally right and built extremely good in her structure. The young lady puts a good stick on her and gets her stopped and collected, and she still balances extremely nice from the side. So she goes beyond production principles and gives you some extras, and I think that makes her a pretty valid contender in this particular lineup. Heifer that comes out of our third spot, super long-bodied and probably a nickel more attractive in terms of the top of her neck, and her head shape is super feminine. Really like the way this one gets out and reaches in terms of just mobility. The use of her lower joints is good. She's got enough rib shape as well. If I change her, and it sounds kind of strange, but I probably knock her tail head down just a bit. You probably don't see that very often in American breeds, but she could probably be a little different in the way that her pin bone's set on her to allow that tail head to be more correct, a little more correct in just how it sets onto the top of her body. Then we come down to our last class winner, again, super extended. I think her neck comes out of her shoulder as good as any of them, and she's got the extra length of body and the presence about her, and she's in standstill to really be competitive out in this lineup. Now, at times when you want to really criticize her, she's maybe not quite as attractive and quite as secure in the way her hind leg and pastern flex and reach and how she hits the surface, but certainly this young lady's done a great job of presenting her, keeps her heads up, keeps her really fresh and really attractive in her look, and again, I think there's a real lot of quality in that female. That's how I read these Seattle. I think that's a great set of class winners and respective seconds. If you would, please put your hands together. Help me congratulate these kids. I'll get you a champion reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion heifer calf in our Brangus show comes out of class number 2, entry 5432, exhibited by Brianna Hicks, Brazoria County 4-H.
Over here in your RB show, Really nice pair of heifers, and I think a really good one to start. A female that's really well balanced, very feminine overall design, has a great big swooping rib in her, really well balanced in terms of her hip and hind leg. Just a nice female to start off with. Young lady's heifer is very nice as well. A heavy structured, big-bodied heifer that's got some width and dimension to her. She just doesn't put herself together quite as neatly in terms of her top line and her hip as the heifer we start with, but another very nice female for that young lady as well.
And your reserve champion, heifer calf in the Bring a Show, comes out of class number 2 as well. Entry 3919, exhibited by J.C. Bice of Waller FFA. Congratulations to our calf division champions. Back on the ORB side, we've got results from classes 2 and 3. In class 2, first place went to Tegan Mackey of Giddings FFA. In second was Savannah Evans of Hooks FFA. Third place was Ethan Melvin of Caney Creek FFA. In fourth was April Ramsey of Timpson FFA. Fifth place goes to McKenna Rubright of Prairieland FFA. In sixth was Cade Oldham of Dripping Springs FFA. The seventh place is Cheyenne Gray of Miller Grove FFA. And eighth place is Itzel Ramirez of Godley FFA. In class 3, first place went to Tucker Tanner of Williamson County 4-H. And second place went to Abigail Herber of Wilson County 4-H. Currently have class 4 in our ORB show. These are heifers born January of 2016. On the Angus side, now moving in is class 7 in our Brangus show. These are heifers born November and December of 2015. Attention Continental Heifer breed exhibitors. We will select a grand champion Continental Heifer at the completion or after the completion of the ORB show. So we need all of our breed champions to have your heifers ready for a championship. have your heifers ready for a championship drive at the completion of the ORB show. So Charlet, Limousine, Main Anjou, and Simmental exhibitors, we need your champion and reserve champion heifers ready for a championship drive at the end of the ORB show.
Another pretty good class of Brangus heifers, and I think that there's one that hits me pretty hard in this class, and it's not just the fact that she's one of the sounder heifers in here, because I think all three of these at the top end are certainly good enough. I think she's the one that really goes beyond some basic principles of body and function, but giving you a really neat look from the side. Again, this young man gets her head picked up and gets her put together, just super attractive and correct in her proportions, and the way that she just puts herself and presents herself from the side is extremely good. I think that's an easy class winner in here. That heifer's just a lot of my kind. I think there's some discussion between second and third, but I do think that the heifer in second's a little bit more like our class winner in terms of just substance and power and brood cow look to her. She's bold and stout there in her pin set, but still has some extra substance underneath of her. If you compare her to the heifer that wins, she's not as neat, and that's really the big issue. Got just a pinch of chest and maybe her neck and the shoulder. The way that it hooks up onto the front part of her body isn't quite as neat and tidy, but that comes with the extra mass and power. She's going to be an awesome brood cow. Not as neat as our class winner, but that's a pretty good one that you got beat by. Heifer in third is a little more refined ahead of her shoulder, and I like that. I think she's smoother at the edge of her shoulder, and the way that the top of her shoulder hooks up into her spine. I think at times she's one that you read her refinement, it kind of tells you the story underneath. She's a little smaller footed, a little more fragile in her construction. She needs to be looser, or she needs to be just stouter featured. I'd like to lengthen her hip out because her hip is getting just a little short relative to the rest of her body. But again, good heifer there. If you like her second, I wouldn't argue much with you. Just thought she was a little frailer at the ground. Heifer that comes next, actually the next three heifers, all have some structural challenges. This one, to me, has got a little more breeding value in terms of her length of body and performance. She sends her neck sky high out of the top of her shoulder. I think for her frame, she needs to be squared up behind and just a little truer. She wants to pull in at her hock, and she isn't quite as soft, not quite the rib cage in her to match the frame that she brings to the table. Heifer that comes next has got some substance, and she's got some bone, some stoutness to her. To me, she's one that gets out of balance in terms of chest and flank, and you set her in motion. I think she hinges a little tight in her hip. She probably isn't quite as in control of her hind leg. Could be a little different in the way that she's built off of her rear skeleton. Heifer that rounds out our class is a little softer in her flank, and I think she gives you a nice look when she's standing still. But not only is she frail in her construction, she's the most upright in her shoulder and still plenty tentative there in her hind leg. She just comes up too short in her steps, so she needs to be lengthened out in her stride, needs to be more right in the way that she's built in her structure for me to move her up in this class. Again, a really nice great set of kids. My congratulations all the way around.
Have results from class number 7 in our Bring Us show. First place goes to Weston Hinsey of Washington County 4-H. In second is Lane Binker of Washington County 4-H. Third place, Tyler Towns of Rudder FFA. In fourth, Miles Hackstead of Needville FFA. Fifth place goes to Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. And in sixth was Kaylee Busby of Commerce FFA. We now have class number 8 moving into the ring. These are heifers born September and October of 2015.
Really an interesting class, and there's a lot of different things that you guys could do in here because there's a couple traits that you got to figure out if you're willing to accept or willing to kind of pick on them for, and that's what makes this class fairly dynamic. But I think beyond that, there's one that wins fairly easy for me in terms of just body type and structural quality. It allows her to give you such a nice, well-balanced look from the side because she's soft and maternal in her look. She's right in the way that she's built in her structural angles. So I think that's a real logical place to start. She's presented right. She's got a fresh look to her. It's a really outstanding heifer here to win this class. Heifer that ends up in second, I know I'm giving up some power and some just stoutness of feature, but I think she's the next best one in terms of the way that she's built underneath. I think her structure alone gets her into second because she's more right in the way that her shoulder, the angle, and the way that she sets her front foot to the surface, and it allows her to have just a little more reach off both ends. And I think comparatively speaking, she's a little plainer in her look, and she probably doesn't have the same sort of dimension there down through her bone work and down in her substance. But I think function alone is really important, and that's why she ends up in second. Because these two heifers in third and fourth have some structural challenges to them. And I think with that being said, the one that ends up in third is probably just a little more appropriate in her body type relative to her frame. She's one that just hinges a little tight there in her pastern and hind leg, carrying a little extra condition on her as well, and that's only hindering her movement off of her rear skeleton. Heifer that comes next is probably the biggest footed and the stoutest structured. I like her extension. I think she presents you a really neat look from the side. She's too upright in her shoulder, and she wants to twist out on her front feet. She's not square enough in the way that she's built up front. And I think for her size, she could probably be dropped in her flank and softened in her body type. So structure and body type is what's my concern with that heifer. Function dictates her down into fourth. But again, I think it's a good class. There's 4 good heifers. My congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from class number 8 in our Bring Us show. First place goes to Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H. In second is Faith Bice of Waller FFA. Third, Anna Arnold of Ennis FFA. And fourth, Holly Baker of Washington County 4-H. We have no entries in class 9, so class 10 is moving into the ring. This is a May 2015 heifer.
Well, I think a nice class. For me, probably the most challenging class. There's not a heifer in here that I dislike. And if you're up there and you got a kid in this class and you're thinking, well, that's not how I would have done it, that's fine, because I think there's a lot of different ways you could do this class. I had it different ways within my mind, but once you keep sorting away, the 2 heifers that I would take home for next year, the 2 heifers that I think have the most future, as they're the most eye-appealing and balanced and fresh in their kind, and as good structured as any within the class. There's not a perfect one in here in terms of movement, but these 2 are as sound as any, and to me, they're really the eye-appealing, put-together cattle that we have within the class. Of that pair, I think that the young lady's heifer is a notch more collected off of her hip and hind leg, takes a notch longer stride, is a little deeper flanked than the young man's heifer we have that comes out in second. The young man's heifer that I've come out in second is a big-footed, heavy-boned female. It's very fresh and youthful up through her front end. This heifer is very genuine in her shape because she is green. She doesn't have as much flank as that heifer, but she's genuine in her rib shape. She's deep and she's got some curvature to her rib. I think a female, when you gets her head up, really balances well. She just gets a little choppier off her back end when you compare to the heifer in front of her. The young man's heifer coming out next is a big, broody female that I like from her shoulder back. From her shoulder back, she's really strong coming out of her shoulder. She's bold coming out of her shoulder. She's stout in terms of her hip design. She works a nice hind leg. Where I want to change her is her movement up through her front end, her coarseness she has her shoulder, and transition into her forerib. Young man's heifer that comes out next has some good parts and pieces. I like the bone. I like the foot size in this female. I think a female that's got some width to her. When you get her out here on the stand, she just doesn't want to balance. She gets deeper in her chest, a little crestier about her neck, just doesn't balance in terms of her lines as good as some of those other ones out here. I think probably a female that will change quite a bit fit, but she looks better on the move than she does on the stand. When she gets stopped, you just want to change her in terms of her balance. Young man's heifer we have coming out next is one that, if you want to have this heifer up a couple spots higher, I think that's fine. I did it a couple times because I thought she was a little truer in terms of her movement. She moves probably more within her skeleton. Some of the other heifers is a little bit more flexible. But with that heifer gets up in her top. She wants to drop in her pins, and she really wants to tuck up in her center body and flank when you get her out of the move. The young man's heifer we have coming out next is another one that you could have had a lot of different places because she's feminine and she's stout. But where I want to change her is she's really straight off of her back end, and she's a little shallower through her center body. The heifer we have coming out next is probably deeper centered and bolder sprung than that heifer in front of her, but not as sound when you get her on the move. Really wants to get choppy up through her front end. The heifer that comes out next is not as feminine as the one in front of her, and the heifer that concludes the class just lacks a bit of performance with those females above her.
Well, we go over on our side, and we've only got one individual, but certainly one that could get around some, and I think she's got some depth of body and some fleshing ability and looks like a brood cow. Again, it's very challenging to know where you're at when you're out there all by yourself as a single entry. So we'll bring her back out, get a little further in-depth evaluation of her. But my congratulations to you. You got yourself a class winner at Rodeo Austin. Congratulations. We'll see you back here in a minute.
Taking the blue ribbon out of Class 10 in our Bring It show is entry 3671, exhibited by Addison Miller of James E. Taylor FFA. We're now ready for our judge to select our junior division champion, our Bring It show. So we'll bring back our class winners from classes 7, 8, and 10, and he will make that selection. In our ORB show, have results from class number 4. First place went to Emily Amber of McLennan County 4-H. Second place was Colby Hughes of Willis FFA. In third was Cutter Sullivan of Trinity County 4-H. Fourth place, R. Keenan Nixon of Floyd County 4-H. In fifth, Alexis Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. Sixth place went to Kyler Field of Collin County 4-H. In seventh was Leslie Gonzalez of Sealy FFA. Eighth place went to Alexis Hargrove of Hill County 4-H. And ninth place, Cheyenne Yakeshi, Lamar County 4-H. In our ORB show, we're now ready for our judge to select our calf champions. We'll be bringing back our class winners from classes 1 through 4. He will make that selection.
As we get out here for your champion ORB, we talked about how many different conglomerations of matings and composites of breeds you can possibly get. And, you know, I'm very, very pleased as we get these 4 heifers out here. They're very similar in their type and kind. I definitely didn't plan for them to all be similar in terms of color, but, you know, these 4 heifers match up really well. You know, there's not a lot of differences in size and performance. There's some differences in terms of, you know, look and balance and quality, but very happy with these 4 females out here. A lot of quality in these classes. The young people were spectacular. You know, I don't know that we need to talk each and every one of these females. I think as we've worked throughout the day, we've tried to find the sound and functional females, and I will admit, I will sacrifice some other things for soundness and for balance and femininity. But within this particular drive, I think, you know, it's been unique where we can find the cattle that are the sound and the balanced ones that are also the stouter, more dimensional heifers. And I think there's a heifer out here that puts a lot of that together for us. And then I think you can do a lot of things for reserve. But let's give these exhibitors a really nice round of applause. I'll go select your champion in reserve.
Well, over here on the Brangus side, we probably haven't had quite as many numbers in some of these classes, but I tell you what, I'm really impressed with these class winners in this division. I'm going to do a little backwards here since we had a single entry in our final class here. Get her back out here and really get to studying this female. I think she fits in nicely. She's like the other 2 in terms of just body type and fleshing ability. She's got some extra substance and some power in her forearm and bone work. She's one that maybe it isn't quite as neat in terms of her head and her neck shape, and I don't think the way that her structure is put together is quite as neat to look at, but brood cow perspective, I still think there's some use and some utility in this female. Just maybe like to reorganize her and square her up from her hock on down to the ground, just change her a little bit in that regard. I think you've got 2 heifers in front of her that are very, very similar in terms of their structural makeup. They're both good, sound, functional kind of cattle. This heifer in the middle here has got tremendous power and rib shape and dimension to the center part of her body, but still uniquely puts it together in a really attractive and feminine kind of look to her. Drops a beautiful hind leg and gets out and reaches with some flex and some agility. Just an outstanding female that, as a cattle breeder myself, I know how challenging it is to put together that kind of mass and keep them feminine and keep them sound. She does all those things extremely well. No slouch up here up front. I talked about her in class. I like this heifer quite a bit. And she probably has as much look as any of them. She's so up-headed. Young man gets a great job of presenting all the positive traits of this heifer. Again, a beautiful hind leg, can get out and reach, and has a real correct and agile kind of look. She's strong in her top line and good in the way that her neck, shoulder, and forerib junctions all put together. Just an outstanding set of cattle here that I think that there's 2 of them out here that really surface for me. Kind of depends on what your taste is, but recognize that they're both good females in their own right. So if you would, please help me congratulate these young people out here. Go ahead and put your hands together, and I'll get you a champion and reserve out of this division.
Ladies and gentlemen, champion junior division heifer in the Brangus show comes out of class number 8, entry 4323, Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H. And your reserve champion junior division heifer comes out of class number 7, exhibited by Weston Hensey of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our division champions. Now ready for class number 13 in our Brangus show. These are going to be heifers born March and April of 2015. Over on the ORB side, our judge just selected our calf champions. Calf champion for ORB show came out of class 1, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. And a reserve calf champion, also out of class 1, exhibited by Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. Now have Class 7 moving into the ring. These are heifers born in December of 2015 through November 2015. Just a reminder again, we will have a Continental Breeds Division Championship drive at the conclusion of the ORB show. So we need our Charlet, Limousine, Main Anjou, Simmental, and ORB champion and reserve champions. We need you in the staging area at the conclusion of the ORB show for the Continental Breeds Championship drive.
Another really excellent class here on the Brangus side as we jump into this next age division. I think we've got a good pair of cattle here on top that are really functional and very maternal, just in their build and body type, and useful in their kind. I think when that's being said and they both have production principles checked off their list, the one that wins this class just goes beyond it by producing just a little neater look from the side in terms of freshness and condition. The shape of her chest is probably a little neater as you draw that back to her flank. I think the set to her hip and her hind legs a little more attractive. She still gives you enough cow power as well, far enough along in gestation. Just a really good, solid, complete kind of heifer to win off this class. Heifer that ends up in second, I like her kind a lot in terms of mobility and structural quality. I think she's exceptionally good in her motion, really soft and low input in her look. That's the kind of heifer that'll go out and be productive in your pasture and last for a lot of years and keep you in the business. I think just compared to the other one, she gets just a little plainer in how she's put together. Little chestier, the edge of her shoulder and the way that she's built up front. Probably a little wider than the one that wins. I'd like to tuck that shoulder in a little different, elevate her pin bones, and just see her a little fresher in her condition. But functionally speaking, I think her kind deserves to be towards the top end of this class. The heifer that comes in third's probably got as much performance as any of them out here. Like her extension, she's a little out of balance in terms of chest and flank. She's one that probably just doesn't proportion out quite as good. She's one that tangles up just a little bit in the way that she flexes from behind. Maybe doesn't have the same sort of control to her hind leg. Gets up underneath of herself ever so slightly. Heifer that comes next is really long-bodied as well. She's probably got just a shot more foot and bone underneath of her. For me, for her extension and for her frame and her mature size, a little harder in her body type, so I'd like to soften her in her forerib and her flank, probably give her a little more doability in her center body, really to justify her maintenance costs that you project her out to have on down the road. The heifer that comes next, I really like her in terms of her sensible cow size. She's got some bone work to her. She gets a little upright there in her shoulder, and structurally speaking, she wants to plant and drag her hind leg rather than flex it, so she tightens up in her rear skeleton and just needs to be different off both ends of her framework. Heifer that rounds out our classes, don't question just her doability and her fleshing ability. She's soft and just very pliable in her body type. To me, I don't think parts of her fit together really well. For how massive she reads up top, she's small-footed, very fragile in her construction. She's carrying a little extra condition for me. It's throwing her look off from the side, and she maybe jams her neck in just a little short. So I'd like to stretch her out and just intensify her bone work and have her read a little more honest in her breeding condition. But you've done a good job with that heifer. I think it's a really good class, lots of quality to them. Really nice way to end up or start off this next division. Congratulations.
Results from class number 13 in our Brangus show. First place goes to Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H. In second was Faith Bice of Waller FFA. Third place goes to Demi Weatherford of Miller Grove FFA. In fourth was Erica Rodriguez of Pasadena FFA. Fifth place, Trace Harris of Poth FFA. And sixth place went to Kelsey Furley of Columbia Brazoria FFA. We have a single entry in class 14. This is a female born January of 2015.
A little single entry here again, big January, junior yearling heifer. Like a lot of things about her, I think her body type relative to her frame is very appropriate. So she reads very manageable in her cow size, but still brings forth enough performance for your next generation. Again, she could get around some, but it's tough to know where you're at. We'll get a better look when she comes back out for division, but my congratulations to you. Again, another class winner at Rodeo Austin. Go get your blue ribbon. We'll be back out here in a minute. Congratulations.
Taking a blue ribbon in class 14 of our Brangus show is Holly Baker of Washington County 4-H. Now ready for class 15 in our Brangus show. These are females born September and October of 2014. Following this class, our judge will select our Senior Division champion.
Really a nice class here, and I think, when you do start at one end and work your way up to the top end, it's something you have to do. The worst part about judging a show is putting anyone towards the bottom end, because everyone here has good cattle. Every kid to me is cute. I'm a father and have a 2.5-year-old at home, but it's something that it's difficult to do, and especially in a big class. Is put someone down at the end, but it's something you have to do in order to get the cattle that are the most fault-free up towards the top. And I appreciate the sportsmanship of these young people, and I appreciate their patience with me as we work through these big classes. As we get down to the top 3 within this class, I thought these were the 3 highest quality, most attractive cattle that had plenty of substance. And of those 3, I think the 2 up in the top 2 pairs are just sounder than the heifer we have in third. And then I think when you compare the heifers in first and second, the young man's heifer in first is just more striking. She's more eye-appealing and balanced. A heifer that's really nice and extended up to her front 1/3. She's really long and extended from her corner of her shoulder back to her pins. She's genuine in her shape. She's genuine in her rib. And she is the most ideal in terms of her structural design once you set those cattle into motion. Really a nice female here in second, too. At first, she's a little off in terms of her color. She's got a little navel. She doesn't hit you real hard in terms of just strikingness. But you start breaking that heifer down. She's really rugged in her design. She's big-footed. She's got a correctly shaped foot. She's big-boned. Yeah, she's clean about her joints. A heifer that's got some durability and some depth of rib. Still balances very nicely. I think her biggest advantage is when you compare her to the heifer we have right behind her, is she's sounder. She's got more slope to her shoulder. She's got more reach and more set to her hind legs. This young man does a really nice job showing this heifer. She's one of the best looking heifers at the stand. She's really neat neck. She's long-bodied. She's stout. She's big-boned. She just is a little too straight off of both ends. When you get her in the center into motion, she just gets a little choppier and wants to miss her stride. The white heifer down there is one that I liked from the get-go. Thought she had a nice broody, wide-bodied look to her. Compared to the heifer right in front of her, she's maybe not as striking, maybe a little finer boned, but I think really a female that's going to do a nice job becoming a productive cow for that young lady. You take that heifer home, she's going to maintain well and be a good cow for that young lady. Kind of a different female coming out next. This heifer is really eye-appealing. She's presented nicely in terms of her hair and her clip job, and this young lady does a nice job showing her. This heifer just comes with some challenges. She's a little straighter out of her shoulder, a little narrower in her chest, and I'd like to change the way she's starting to be designed in her udder. She's very ununiform there in the way she's developing in terms of her udder. This young man's heifer coming out next is one that is pretty solid. She's not the most striking and her balanced female, as she gets just a notch crestier about her neck. She isn't as put together in terms of her lines, but in terms of a soundness, width, and cowiness standpoint, that heifer is one that I like within this class. Young lady's Hereford-colored heifer coming out next. Really powerful, big-backed, and thick-ended. A heifer that's got a lot of bone. You just want to change her up through her front end. She's not feminine enough through her throat. You want to change the way she's designed in terms of her shoulder and her front end structure. The heifer that comes out next is a little more feminine and more eye-appealing than that Hereford-colored heifer in front of her, but she's not as deep-bodied as that heifer and doesn't have as much center rib. Young man heifer coming out next, really thick-topped, really thick from behind. He's doing a nice job. This is what showing cattle is all about. All these kids deserve all of our gratitude. And this young man, it just shows what an animal can do for someone to make your life a little better. The young man's heifer comes out next, pretty striking. It just needs a little more belly. And then we get on down the lines, some cattle that maybe just don't handle themselves quite as nicely on the move. But let's give these exhibitors a real nice round of applause. Very enjoyable to sort this set of cattle.
Well, over here on the Brangus side, as we get into our final class here in our senior division, really like the pairs of females. And from a big picture perspective, I think it's really neat that all of them are in production, doing a great job of producing some calves at side that have some quality to them. But from their perspective, they're still keeping their flesh on them and keeping themselves in a productive kind of look. I think that bodes very well for some long-term, just some stability in your herd. The pair that I'm going to use to win, I just like this cow in terms of the way she's built. I think she's more right in the angle of her shoulder and the way she gets out and hinges her hind leg a little more correctly than the one that ends up in second. And consequently, I think when you get her stopped and put together, she ties in just a little neater there behind her shoulder and how her top line is organized. She's thrown a really nice calf here at side. They reflect one another in regards to quality and balance. So I think it's a good, solid pair. She's definitely adequate enough in terms of rudder. She's square in terms of her corners. Just a really nice pair here to lead off this class. Pair here in second, I really do like this cow. When you get right in behind her, I think she's extremely dimensional in terms of her pin set. And for one that's got that kind of mass, she reads really feminine, really attractive ahead of her shoulder. She's still refined about her udder as well. Maybe not quite as square in the way that her teats come down, but I think the big picture for me where I put her into second, as you study the angle of her shoulder, she's rocking forward just a bit, and it causes her to just break and come apart right there on her top line. She doesn't maybe manipulate and just continue to keep herself together quite as good as that heifer that wins, and it's a structural flaw alone that keeps her in second. But I think she's got more doability than the one that ends up in third. The one that ends up in third, these two young ladies are doing an excellent job in terms of, putting a stout, growthy kind of bull calf at side and still staying in an appropriate finish or an appropriate kind of breeding condition. I think she does that extremely well. Obviously not the extra bells and whistles, not the same sort of body mass and look to both of these cattle out here, but these young ladies have done a great job and have a great project and something to look forward to. My hat's off to you young ladies. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Results from class number 15 in a Brangus show. First place goes to Anna Arnold of Ennis FFA. In second is Laura Zabilski of Washington County 4-H. And third place, Rochelle Yepes of Williamson County 4-H. Now bring back our class winners from 13, 14, and 15, and our judge will select our senior division champion in a Brangus show. In our ORB show, currently in the ring is class number 8. These are heifers that were born September through October of 2015. We got results from class number 7. In that class, first place went to Cade Amber of McLennan County 4-H. The second place was Waylon Hinsey, Washington County 4-H. In third, Anthony Camarada of Oak Ridge FFA. Fourth place went to Alexis Yao of Robertson County 4-H. In fifth was Haley Meyer, Waller County 4-H. Sixth place was Eric Smith of Ennis FFA. In seventh was Gracie Price of Shackelford County 4-H. Eighth place went to Reagan Burleson of Grosbeck FFA. In ninth was Hunter Haar of Austin County 4-H. And 10th place was Aaron Roman of Bastrop County 4-H.
Well, as we wrap up our final senior division here, very impressed with the quality of cattle. And as you get them out here and watch these young people doing just an excellent job of presenting them to us today. So my hat's off to you guys. It's obvious that you've put a lot of work into these heifers and you've really managed them extremely well up to this point, because it's not easy to take these first timers and 2-year-olds here to this kind of a maturity, but keeping them that kind of quality driven, I think is really, really impressive. The heifer that wins our first class in terms of just a really neat look at the stand, I think she really fits that mold. She's really extended from the side. She's got some substance of bone, got some dimension to her when you get in behind her. I don't think there's a perfect one out here, but if I'd pick on this heifer, there's times when she gets out and just tightens up a little bit in her top line. So if she'd just go, I think that this heifer would win this pretty easy, but it makes it close because she just maybe doesn't handle her top line at times quite what I would call ideal. But that's a quality-driven heifer. She's smooth and attractive, plenty of cow power as well. Heifer that comes out of our second class in terms of just dimension and rib shape, I think she's really impressive. And she comes out of her shoulder and into her body type with just a tremendous amount of spring and shape to the center part of her body. She's one that's still got a plenty impressive look from behind. I think with that, she maybe gets just a little rougher and a little plainer to look at in terms of her shoulder and her chest. But you can forgive her for that because she's still supplied with enough power to counter it, and certainly builds off of a really functional kind of a structural base. Then we come down here to the 2-year-old that's in production, and I really do like a lot of things about this female in terms of her structure and her look and her quality. Everything fits together extremely well in her. She's certainly adequate enough in her udder development and just the way that her teat structure is assembled. And I think it's neat that she can put a calf at side like this that still has plenty of quality and how they reflect one another in terms of their good. So I think it makes a very, very good pair and really justifiable and makes them a very valuable candidate as well out here. Good set of seconds as well. There's a good pair and another good heifer over there. All of them have some value at the breeding perspective. But again, before I go out there and pick your champions, if you would, please help me congratulate these exhibitors. Give them a nice hand. I'll pick you a champion in reserve in this senior division.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champion heifer in the senior division of your Brangus show comes out of class number 15. This is entry 2686, exhibited by Anna Arnold of Ennis FFA. And your reserve champion, senior female, comes out of class 13, exhibited by Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H. Congratulations to our senior division champions. Our judge will now select our grand champion, Brangus heifer.
again, another class, a lot of different sizes. And, you know, these top three were by far the easiest thing to do within this class. They were the easiest to find within this class. They were the easiest to place. From there on is where it gets really difficult because there's so many different shapes and sizes, and there could be just one time where you don't have her quite set up or she takes a wrong step. But classes like this are what makes showmanship so important. You've got so many within this class, and I try to allocate the same amount of time to each person, but sometimes you only have a split second to catch that judge's eye. And, you know, these are the kind of classes that really can separate you in a lot of different spots. But as we talk this class, I think as we get these top three up here, I thought they were the three most functional females. They were the broodiest in terms of their kind, and I think the red heifer just takes that one step forward. I think as you analyze the two heifers in first and second, they are longer fronted, more extended, and longer bodied than the heifer in third. And once you get the two longer fronted heifers up here on top, I think this red heifer just has so much more cow power to her than the white heifer we have a second. The red heifer puts a lot of good things together, really strides out true. She moves within herself in terms of her skeleton. She hits her stride and is flexible on the move. She does so in a nicely balanced package, both at the stand and on the move, and really gives you a soft maternal look. Young lady's white heifer coming out next. I really like that heifer as well. And the way she's designed off of both ends of her skeleton, really has good angle to her shoulder, set back at her knee, works out of a functional hip and hind leg. A heifer that, you know, she doesn't have as much depth as some of the other heifers we have out here, but she's a little more youthful and cleaner in terms of her composition. A heifer that's a notch longer. I think a heifer this time next year is one you're really going to like. The heifer right behind her is bigger and bolder in her rib, no doubt. A heifer that's bigger back. She's got more spring to the center portion of her body cavity. A heifer that you like in terms of her width at her pins and her width of base. Just want to change her from her shoulder forward. She gets a little crestier about her neck, a little deeper about her chest, and gets a notch more upright in her shoulder when you set those cattle into motion. Young lady's black heifer coming out next, really extended, really long from the point of her shoulder back to her pins, very feminine, very honest in terms of her body composition, pretty good in terms of her structure, just needs to be a little more to her, more forerib, more width, and more depth. From there on, I think you can do a lot of different things. This young man's heifer doesn't just jump out and grab you, but I think when you get the cattle on the move, she's one of the bigger footed, more rugged structured heifers that has some substance to her. Young lady's heifer coming out next is one that could be a little stouter, but she too is one of the more flexible heifers within the class. Young lady's got a big bodied roan heifer here, just needs balanced up front, needs to be a little cleaner in terms of her joint work. Young lady's heifer that comes out next is probably a little more eye appealing than that heifer right in front of her. Needs to have a little more body and flank in her. The next heifer we have coming out is one that's got some bone and some foot size and some top, maybe not as deep in terms of her flank, and level out over her pins is what you'd like to maybe see. Young man's reddish heifer coming out next, one that's very well shown. She's up-headed and she's long top. Just want to give her a little more depth and a little more slope to her shoulder. And as we work on down, cattle that maybe just didn't separate up as high in terms of their structure or balance. But as you can see, these kids are still working. They're still doing a great job showing. Please join me and help me give these young people a nice round of applause.
Well, as we wrap up our Brangus show, I've been really impressed, and I knew that when we've still got a lot of cattle to sort through tomorrow, but I knew when I got asked to come down here and sort the American heifers, it'd be really a great opportunity because I don't get to work with these cattle up in my part of the world very often, and I think they have such an integral part to this industry. They're rugged, they're powerful, they're useful cattle that have tons of doability and longevity built in their kind, and so it's always a treat for me to get to come down here and work with them because I know the kids are good, I know the cattle are good, so it's just an awesome opportunity to get to travel to a different part and work with a really great set of kids and cattle. As you get these division winners back out here, like we've talked in the other breeds, we're not going to discuss them from, front to rear. We've already done that enough in their classes and respective divisions. But I do think that this is a very impressive lineup, and all three of these division winners are built with some function in their structure and body type. They're ones that have some longevity to them, but still have some breeding pieces, and that's what makes them champions. the ability to have some production principles, but go beyond by bringing you a trait or two that can make that next generation that much better. And I think that that's what's really, really impressive about all these heifers. I think you could use any one of these three and really justify and be excited about what they can do for your program going forward. So with that being said, it really just boils down to which one hits you the hardest. And all of them are good. I think you can go a couple different directions. But before I show you my champion of reserve, please give all these kids a nice hand. I look forward to working with them all tomorrow as well. My congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Brangus Heifer comes out of the junior division, exhibited by Tanner Miller of Upshur County 4-H. And your reserve champion, Brangus Heifer, also out of the junior division, exhibited by Weston Hensey of Washington County 4-H. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion, Brangus Heifer exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Brangus show for today. I'd like to once again recognize and thank our judge, Dr. Chris Cassidy, for sorting through our American cattle today.
Over here in your ORB show, I think a really nice pair of summer yearling heifers here, but I think the black heifer just takes quality a notch farther. As you analyze these two from the side, she's a notch longer. Her neck comes a little higher out of the top of her shoulder. She's a little cleaner at her throat and chest, really a big-bodied, level-hip female that gets around the ring really nicely and, you know, really has a lot of width, too, as you analyze her as she comes and goes. Young man's heifer is sure one that could have done pretty well in a lot of the classes we had today. She's a rugged, structured, big-footed heifer that's got some muscle to her. Just compared to the heifer she draws within this class, she's not as feminine and she's not as big-bodied as that heifer, but two very nice females for these two young people.
Results from class number 9 in our ORB show. First place goes to Morgan Miller of Deer Park FFA. And second place goes to Caden Arnold of Medina FFA. Also have results from Class 8, the previous class in our ORB show. In that class, first place went to Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. And second was Harley Groom of Godley FFA. Third place, Michaela Parkinson of Hockley County 4-H. Fourth place, Sarah Rempel of Malakoff FFA. In fifth was Logan Gisler of Victoria County 4-H. Sixth place went to Elizabeth Roberts of Brazoria County 4-H. In seventh was Michaela Terry of San Saba County 4-H. Eighth place was Caleb Weaver of Brazoria County 4-H. In ninth was Matthew Harmon of Quinlan FFA. And 10th place went to Wade Taturka of Brazoria County 4-H. Again, we've completed our American Breed show for the day. I'd like to thank our judge, Dr. Chris Cassidy, for sorting through those American heifers, and he'll be back tomorrow to sort through the other half. I'd like to thank our Junior Heifer Committee for helping out with the show today. I'd like to recognize our superintendent, Dr. Marcy Beverly of Sam Houston State, and Dr. Mark Anderson of Sam Houston State for serving as superintendents of our Junior Heifer Show. And also like to give a special thanks to a number of students in the Department of Agricultural Sciences at Sam Houston State University for their help. They're the ones that work in the ring today, serving as ring stewards, helping stage cattle in the back, and they're the ones helping you move in and get unloaded yesterday. So we certainly appreciate them being here and helping out with the show at Rodeo Austin.
both of these young ladies up here I've seen more than once today, and both of them have brought good cattle all day. They've both done an excellent job getting their cattle set up. They've both been up towards the top, but neither one of them had won a class. I would have really liked to have seen both of you win a class. These were the two best heifers all the way through. These are the two that I thought put the most good things together. But when it came down to it, when you get the cattle parked on the side, I think the young lady's heifer we're going to use is just a little neater put together in terms of her balance, her chest, her top line, and length of her strength of top, and the way she's designed back into her pins. That was what sorted the two females today. Both females are two of the sounder heifers we have in the class. Neither one of them are perfect. I'd like to relax both of them in terms of their rear pasterns when you get them out on the move. But the young lady we're going to go ahead and start a class with is that her females are a notch more nicely balanced, stronger topped, leveler hipped, and a bit stouter. The heifer we have in second's a little longer fronted. I think she's got her more slope to her shoulder. She's set further back at her knee and has a bigger foot on her. Things I said I wanted to change about her were some of the places she breaks down her top. I do like that she has some udder development. I would like to see her teats just a little shorter and more refined when you compare to that heifer right in front of her. You know, this heifer here is an interesting female that has some good parts and pieces to her. She's probably bigger barreled and deeper centered than the two heifers we have in front of her. She's not quite put together as nicely in her top line. She wants to get up in the middle of her back a little bit and break in her loin while wanting to get up in her tail head. And a lot of that has to do with how she's placed in her stifle in relationship to her hock. The heifer we have coming out next is neat-necked and big-bodied. A female, when she gets out, just needs more set to her hind legs. She gets a little straighter off of her hock, wants to get a little choppier on the move. The two baldy heifers are both nice. I thought this young man's heifer moved a little better than the heifer right behind her. A heifer that gets a little weaker in her loin when you get her out on the move. We like to jerk her up in terms of her tail head, but a nice udder foreman. Young man does a nice job. The other baldy heifer is one that we said long-bodied and has some depth. You just want to change her the way she's designed off her hind leg and rear foot. Young lady's heifer we have coming out next, very stout but coarser and more mature, not as feminine up through her front end. The young man's heifer we have coming out next is a notch more feminine, but not near the depth and the stoutness of that heifer. You know, there again, it gets down to the end. I gave an advantage of the heifer that's a little farther in gestation. Both heifers you maybe like to see just a little more quality in, but two young people that are doing an excellent job. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
All right, results from class number 10 in the ORB show. First place goes to Kennedy Kuykendall of Meridian FFA. In second was Allie Jordan of Comfort FFA. Third place, Gracie Price of Shackelford County 4-H. In fourth was Gracie Clark of Pilot Point FFA. Fifth place, Wyatt Clostio of Brazoria County 4-H. In sixth was Zane Heyman of LaPorte FFA. Seventh place, Alyssa Rose of Huffman FFA. In eighth was Jimmy Randall of Waller County 4-H. Ninth place went to Kately Vale of George Ranch FFA. And 10th place, Brian Stovall Jr. from Rice Consolidated FFA. In the ring now are our class winners from classes 7, 8, 9, and 10. Judge will select our junior division champion in our ORB show.
as we get out here for your division and these ORBs, I think we really need to appreciate how good these cattle are. No matter what breeds go together to make them, they've done a nice job making good cattle. The young man's heifer down here that won the first class is one that I really liked in terms of her extension, her femininity, and her freshness up through her neck and through her chest. She's long-bodied. She's correct on the move. She gets up a little rougher at the top of her shoulders, a little sharper there. Maybe like to fill her in just a notch, both in her forerib and right behind her shoulders. Doesn't have quite that maturity and power yet that the 2 heifers we have in front of her, or 3 heifers we have in front of her do. The red heifer hit me pretty hard within that class. That was a really good class with a good top 3. Heifer that's presented very nicely, very maternal and cow-like in terms of her design. Heifer that's pretty good in terms of her balance, pretty good in terms of her structure. Not a major hole in this heifer. She could maybe be tucked up just a shot in her chest. Maybe could have just a little more set to her hind leg. But I think an awfully good heifer that's great in terms of her rib. She's really good in terms of her volume down her top. She's set functionally wide about her pins. Then the black heifer that wins the class after that is one that's pretty unique in a lot of ways. When you get the cattle out on the travel, she probably is the truest, the longest strided, and the biggest footed. She's maybe a little longer toed and a little shallower heeled, but at the same time, I think she's got the most appropriate set to her hind leg. You know, that heifer was really neat neck to have that big a belly to her, a heifer that's adequate in the amount of substance that she has from behind. You're going to nitpick her anywhere. Maybe gets just a notch tighter in her loin in relationship to her tailhead. Maybe like to see that just a little leveler, but I think a nice female that's very functional in her type and kind. And it's for a female that looks like that from the side, she's uniquely wide when you get in behind her. Then young lady out of the last class was a nice female, a pair of heifers in that class that I really liked. Both of them I wanted to change in the way they were designed in the terms of the rear pasterns, but this heifer was a little stronger and straighter in her top line, a little bigger boned and a little stouter than that heifer that was second in that class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Excellent set of females, excellent set of young people.
Ladies and gentlemen, your junior champion female in the ORB show comes out of class number 9, exhibited by Morgan Miller of Deer Park FFA. And your reserve champion, junior division heifer, comes out of class number 8, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Congratulations to our junior division champions. Up next in our ORB show, moving into the ring, we got class number 13. These are heifers that were born March and April of 2015.
Nice class of ORB heifers here. You know, these two baldies kind of soared up to the top for me as the high-quality maternal females. Of those two females, I think the young lady's heifer we're going to go ahead and start with is just a notch more striking and elegant up through her front 1/3, and her neck comes a little higher out of her shoulder, a little cleaner about her chest, maintains a little more strength right in behind her shoulders, a bit more appropriate and attractive right at her pin set and her tail head. Both really nice females that look like they've entered in, are pretty far along in terms of their gestation. Two real nice functional females. The young lady's heifer in second probably has a little softer hind leg that comes a little more accurately at her hock than the heifer that we have that wins. She's a little square in the way she tracks from behind. I like this female in terms of her udder design, really refined and nice about her teats. You can tell this young lady gets along good with this heifer. She's chewing her cud. Yeah, that's a nice pair, this young lady and that heifer. Congratulations. Young lady's heifer that comes out third, really a wide-bodied, stout heifer. It's got a lot of width down her top, presented very nicely. She just runs out of length and power and femininity when you compare to those in front of her. She doesn't move off quite of a functional hip and hind leg as the two heifers we have ahead of her. After that, I think you can do different things. I thought this heifer was stouter, bigger footed, and heavier boned and more powerfully out of her hip than the heifer that comes next. The heifer we have comes next. It's probably a little sounder, probably a little leveler made than those two heifers behind him. She just needs to be stouter from behind and have more width, shot more bone. The two heifers include the class, both heifers that have some width. Two young men are doing a nice job. Those two cattle are maybe just a little plainer in their appearance, not as good when you set them into motion.
Results from class number 13 in our ORB show. First place goes to Sydney Malsby of Brazos County 4-H. In second was Carly Burks of Bangs FFA. Third place went to Madison Ralston of Detroit FFA. In fourth was Madison Nash of Crosby FFA. Fifth place was Cody Heron of Brenham FFA. In sixth was Joshua Moats of Bastrop County 4-H. In seventh place was Michael Huerta of Manor FFA. Got a single entry in class number 14. This is a female that was born January of 2015.
Really a nice junior yearling here that has already reached production. A female is very functional in her type and kind. She's true in terms of her structure. She's big-footed, very nicely presented pair of cattle here. It's hard to keep the hair on a cow when she starts to calve. Female is very adequate in terms of her udder. Nice little calf. Good pair of cattle here, young men.
Taking the blue ribbon in class number 14 is Coy Bracken of Liberty County 4-H. Now ready for class number 15 in our ORB show. These would be females that were born September through December of 2014.
Here in your last class, interesting set of cattle here. I think the heifer that wins, though, does pretty handily. She's really the rugged, moderate, big-bodied one that has a really nice udder, female that looks like she'll just last forever. She's doing a great job with this calf. I think a very nice place to start. We're going to go with the two heifers next that haven't entered production yet, but probably has a notch more quality and balance. These two heifers probably have just a little more quality and balance than the two cows, particularly the young man's yellow heifer. I think really striking from the side. Neck comes out of her shoulder good in her lines, pretty good in her structure. He does a really good job showing her. Balance is what beats the black heifer behind her. When you compare the black heifer to the one in front of her, she's maybe a little thicker down her top, but she doesn't balance up as well. She's not as nice in the way her nut comes out of her shoulder. She's not as nice in her way she's set about her tail head. I think it gets closer between these two cows because the red female, although she's not as level in terms of her design, she's got a nicer udder than the heifer, the black heifer. The black heifer is a bit more striking than the heifer right behind her, a little more correct in terms of her structure. Young ladies pair that comes around next, you can tell that this cow, she's probably a little protective of that calf today. She probably doesn't usually act like that, but that cow's putting everything into her calf. She's a little green today because, she's got some fullness to her udder and a pretty nice calf at side. Let's congratulate those exhibitors, and we'll look forward to having these cattle back in your champion.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Results from class number 15. First place goes to Erica Vanderslice of Kaufman FFA. In second was Wrangler Luke of Willis FFA. Third place is Caitlin Lopez of Elgin FFA. In fourth was Grant Foster of Huffman FFA. And fifth place goes to Riley Hollis of Callahan County 4-H. We'll now bring back our class winners from classes 13, 14, and 15. Our judge will select our senior division champion, and then we'll follow that up with selection of the grand champion ORB heifer.
a nice division to end up a really good, strong show here. There's good cattle. There's different ways you can go. To me, you can either go with two pairs that are pretty similar in type and kind, or you can go with two females that are a notch more extended, more eye-appealing females that are, a notch different than those two, but still good and functional in their kind. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Great division of cattle, and I'll go show you the two I like best.
Ladies and gentlemen, your senior division champion in our ORB show comes out of class number 13, exhibited by Sydney Malsby of Brazos County 4-H. And reserve champion out of the same class, entry 4989, exhibited by Carly Burks of Bangs FFFA. Congratulations to our senior division champions. Now bring back all of our division champions, and our judge will select our champion ORB heifer.
I'm old enough to remember when that hairstyle was popular the first time. It's still popular. Bring it back. Yeah, everything comes back around. Everything comes back around. Yeah. Well, as we round out day one, I really enjoyed myself. The cattle were really good. The kids were wonderful to work with. You know, today is a little tough day to show cattle. You know, I'm sure these kids are a little cold. This ring is really soft. These cattle feel really good. And, you know, those cattle are going to come in here and give these kids a little more challenge than what they usually do. And I just commend these young people today for doing the job they did, getting these cattle shown. The cattle have been presented very nicely. I just really enjoyed myself. I've got, this time of year, I'm getting ready to have 2 online sales, and I'm having about 3 calves born a day, and my dad probably thought I didn't need to leave to come here, but I'm glad I did. These cattle are good. I've enjoyed myself. I'll go out and select the 2 I like the best today in your ORB show. And you give these exhibitors a round of applause and show your appreciation, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion ORB Heifer comes out of the calf division, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. And your reserve champion, ORB Heifer, also out of the calf division, entry 3790, exhibited by Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. Congratulations to our champion heifer exhibitors in our ORB show. This concludes the show for the day, other than we will have a champion, Continental Breeds division champion. So as soon as we can get all of our champion and reserve champion heifers out of our Continental Breeds lined up, we'll bring them in the ring, and Mr. Cates will select his supreme champion for the Continental Breeds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our judge to select our Continental Breeds champion. So we'll lead in all of our champions from today first, followed by our reserve champions. First off, with our Charolais, champion Charolais heifer, is Rayleigh Downing of Bell County 4-H. With the champion Limousine heifer, we have Madison Culpepper of Gonzales County 4-H. Leading in the grand champion Manon Jew heifer, Styles Dayton Patton of Milan County 4-H. With the champion Simmental, we have Hayden Ashhorn, Washington County 4-H. And our champion ORB heifer, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. Our reserve champion Charolais heifer, exhibited by Kel Swope, Anahuac FFA. Reserve champion Limousine heifer, exhibited by Claudia Garza of Pearland FFA. Reserve champion Manon Jew heifer, exhibited by Styles Dayton Patton of Milam County 4-H. Reserve champion Simmental, exhibited by Caden Tanner, Williamson County 4-H. And our reserve champion, ORB, is exhibited by Kendra Elder, of Whitney FFA. Congratulations to all these exhibitors for their winning champion or reserve champion today, and good luck to all of you in the championship drive.
Well, here, as we pick your champion continental, I just want to express my gratitude again. What a pleasure it's been for me to be here. I've been thoroughly impressed with the cattle, even more impressed with the young people. I really have enjoyed myself. I hope that even if you didn't agree with me all day, you could kind of see what was and wasn't maybe as important to me as an individual, maybe what is and isn't important to what's made our program successful and what we've done. But no doubt, no matter what makes your program successful, because I'm sure you make your living a different way than I do, even if we both make it in the cattle industry. The only way that we have a future in the cattle industry is these young people. These young people are the people that turn into the young people that run the shows, judge the shows, are leaders within the industry. We at our operation are true believers in developing youth through cattle. I don't think there's anything better these young people can do. I hope you like these cattle. I thought that they were a very functional set. I guess I didn't realize till they started coming out here. You know, I did use a few calves today, and you know, I think that's okay. I give an advantage to an older heifer if I think it's close. So when the calves won, that means I didn't think it was that close. But let's give these exhibitors a really nice big round of applause. Great set of cattle. I'm still taking a look. I got it down to 2, but give them another round of applause.
While our judge looks them over one more time, I'd like to make a correction. We got Mr. Tucker Parkinson on a reserve champion limousine heifer. Tucker's from Hockley County 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand champion Continental Breeds heifer comes out of the ORB breed, exhibited by Harley Sargent of Grayson County 4-H. Congratulations, Harley. Moving into contention for reserve champion is Kendra Elder of Whitney FFA. And your reserve champion, Continental Breeds heifer, comes out of the limousine breed, exhibited by Madison Culpepper of Gonzales, Texas, Sundowners 4-H Club. Congratulations to our exhibitors of our champion Continental Breeds, or champions of our Continental Breeds division. This concludes our heifer show for today. We will start again same time tomorrow. American Breeds on the east side of the arena, and our British breeds on the west side. Again, thanks to our judge, Mr. Tyler Cates, for sorting through our Continental breeds today.